On a full moon night, the sky shimmered with countless stars, casting an ethereal glow over the scene. A gathering of numerous knights stood in anticipation, their armor reflecting the moonlight. Suddenly, a commanding voice pierced the air. The commander knight rallied his comrades, urging them to attack and vanquish the figure they deemed a demon. The so-called demon, driven by an unyielding determination, swiftly charged toward the horde of knights. Closing in on the commander, who was issuing orders, the demon unleashed a powerful swing of his sword, bringing a swift end to the commander's life in a single strike. Without hesitation, the demon, now standing amidst the fallen, unleashed a potent ability, his hand pressed firmly against the ground. In an instant, a haunting purple fire engulfed all the knights present, extinguishing their lives with merciless efficiency. Overwhelmed and exhausted, the demon sank to his knees, his breath ragged. It was then that he sensed a presence approaching. He turned his gaze to see a female knight with fiery red hair approaching him. Wearing a pained expression, she confronted him, addressing him as Nox von Reinharfer, and demanded to know why he had made a pact with the devil and betrayed them. Nox, who was still catching his breath, looked ahead and countered her accusation. He smiled faintly and stated that from their perspective, it might seem like a betrayal. However, he asserted that it was they who had betrayed him, not the other way around. The female knight, filled with frustration, implored Nox to stop arguing and simply tell her when he had become so broken. In response, Nox began to explain that the beginning of his journey was like a crash landing. Suddenly, a notification popped up on monitor and informed Yu Chan, the player behind Nox, that he had successfully cleared the first part of a game called Enrollment, with a total clear count of 27. Yu Chan expressed satisfaction with his achievements, acknowledging the acquisition of valuable items and the successful completion of hidden quests. Yet there was a somber reality lurking in the background. He had received the news that he would die the following month. Reflecting on the past, 2 years prior, Yu Chan had visited multiple hospitals, seeking answers about his condition. The doctor's explanation had been unsettling, advising him not to panic and simply listen. Despite undergoing numerous tests, the results remained consistent, leaving him with little hope. The doctor had prescribed pain relief medication, suggesting he take them when the pain became unbearable. Alone in his room, Yu Chan reflected on the passage of time, realizing that 2 years had already slipped by. As he glanced at the calendar, a sudden bout of illness struck, causing him to vomit blood. Staring at the crimson stains on his hands, a profound understanding washed over him. Yu Chan accepted the harsh reality that his days were numbered, and he acknowledged that dwelling on the inevitable wouldn't change the final outcome. Yu Chan was feeling isolated and devoid of social connection, heard a series of notifications, and saw that they were some hospital appointment confirmations. He couldn't help but express his loneliness, realizing that no one had reached out to him after his memory loss, and he had no one to reach out to in return. Additionally, his deteriorating health prevented him from venturing outside, further intensifying his isolation. Glancing at the papers on his desk, he saw various documents related to late-stage cancer support groups, church flyers, and hospice options. Overwhelmed by the emotions welling up within him, Yu Chan discarded the papers, and some tears escaped his eyes. Turning his attention to the monitor in front of him, Yu Chan noticed Lunar Lunatic prompting with the question of starting a new game. He contemplated his limited options and decided that this was all he had left. With a sense of resignation, he entered the player's name as Carl. Yu Chan, lost in thought, contemplated the kind of character he should create this time. He weighed the options, considering the possibilities of a mana sensitivity genius and swordsmanship and combat genius. However, a warning message appeared, cautioning him about the penalties associated with choosing multiple genius traits. It urged him to select only one or fewer genius traits to avoid those penalties. Noticing that the neutral trait was empty, Yu Chan's attention was drawn to the negative trait listed as terminally ill. He laughed, realizing that he and his character were both afflicted with this condition. Despite this revelation, he decided to proceed and accepted the game's prompt to start with the chosen character. Suddenly, a strange sensation overcame Yu Chan, causing him to fall from his chair. Fear gripped him as he wondered if he was truly dying at that moment. On his monitor, a message displayed that character creation was successful. He thought death was something he was accustomed to, but he at least wanted to die the way he wanted to. A notification appeared alerting him that his character's name had been forcibly changed. Shortly after, another notification appeared, indicating a synchronization level of 4%. Then it increased to 6% and further climbed to 19%. Finally, the synchronization abruptly halted at 71%. Another notification appeared, announcing that the character settings were completed. As he awakened, Yu-chan found himself in a state of disbelief. He surveyed his surroundings with astonishment, wondering if this place could truly be what he thought it was. In search of answers, he approached a nearby mirror, observing his reflection intently. A sense of familiarity washed over him, and he came to a startling realization that he had become the worst character known as Nox von Reinhofer in this accursed game. Nox von Reinhofer, the youngest of 5 siblings in the Reinhofer family, was a member of the infamous organization Lunatic. Throughout history, the Reinhofer family had produced exceptionally talented individuals skilled in magic and swordsmanship. However, Nox stood as an exception, an untalented outcast within his own family. Haunted by resentment toward a world that denied him the gifts bestowed upon his siblings, Nox made a fateful decision. He entered into a forbidden contract with the devil, ultimately transforming himself into the most despicable villain in the inner Lunatic story. Gazing at his altered appearance in the mirror, Yu-chan couldn't help but question the reality before him. It felt surreal, as if he had stepped into a dream where he had become Nox. But his excitement grew as he unexpectedly encountered a stat window. He observed the information displayed within the window, revealing his basic details. His name was Nox von Reinhofer, a 14-year-old male human with darkness as his main element. However, his enthusiasm quickly diminished as he noticed his stats. With disappointment, he questioned the low value of only 2 points in stamina. Nox's attention then turned to his traits. He discovered a neutral trait called Void Revelation, which piqued his curiosity. However, his spirit sank as he read through his negative traits. Terminally ill, curse of the weak, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, and possession. The realization that he was terminally ill in both his real life and this new world left him disheartened. The system also displayed that he had only 1 year of lifespan remaining. Nox reflected on his past actions, trying to make sense of why he had chosen to create a character with a terminal illness, someone who faced imminent death and had no support. Upon further contemplation, he began to understand his underlying motivation. He wanted a character that mirrored his own experiences, someone who could empathize with his struggles. Little did he know that he would eventually become that character himself. Suddenly, a notification appeared, indicating an unread mail in his mailbox. Nox's curiosity compelled him to investigate its contents. The mail began with a greeting, addressing him as Yu-chan, his previous name, but then it corrected itself, saying that it should call him with his new name Nox now. Nox was surprised and questioned how the system knew his name. Yu-chan was a name given to him by his parents, whose whereabouts he was unaware of. Nox couldn't help but question if the entity that put him here held the key to unlocking his lost memories. The system acknowledged that Nox wouldn't remember them, but conveyed the need to deliver a message. It greeted him with a nostalgic, "Long time no see," leaving Nox astounded. The system went on to acknowledge Nox's achievements over the past 2 years, affirming that he deserved to be where he was now. It offered a warm welcome back, leaving Nox in a state of disbelief. Nox couldn't believe what he was hearing. The idea that he was no longer in his old world, and that this new reality was his new existence, seemed impossible to accept. The system responded, acknowledging that there were many aspects of its identity it couldn't disclose, but it expressed a desire to assist Nox. Nox questioned the notion of help. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the system suggested that he join the Elden Academy, where he could strengthen his forces, and strive to follow the main story as closely as possible. According to the system, the complete truth would naturally unfold. As the system mail started to disappear, Nox exclaimed in surprise and asked if that was it. In a state of worry, he tried to gather his thoughts. He realized that he had been reborn as the final boss of the game, Inner Lunatic, but now he was being told to follow the main story. Regardless of how he interpreted it, this simply meant that eventually, he would meet his demise. Nox's thoughts raced as he contemplated his situation. Even if Inner Lunatic had become his new reality, he refused to give up on regaining his memories. He was determined to follow the main story and uncover the purpose behind his existence in this world, all while ensuring his survival. For that purpose, he was willing to embrace his role as a true villain. As he reflected on his past life, Knox realized that not much had changed. 2 years before losing his memories, he had been afflicted by a terminal illness. Each moment had been a reminder of his impending death, and fear had consumed him. The only difference now was the shift in setting to a familiar world he knew well. Curiosity compelled Knox to inquire about the current date. When the system displayed February 4, 1812, he felt a sense of urgency. Time was not on his side, and he had to act swiftly. With determination burning within him, he resolved to embark on his 28th clear attempt. As Knox attempted to open the door, his wrist bones throbbed with intense pain, turning red. To his surprise, a notification appeared, revealing a negative trait activation. It informed him that due to the effects of his constant sickness, he had acquired wrist inflammation level 1, urging him to rest and allow it to heal. In disbelief, Knox muttered, "The fuck?" As Knox made his way down the hallway, he clutched his hand tightly, plagued by an unsettling thought. What could be wrong with his body? He couldn't fathom how fragile he seemed. In an unexpected turn of events, a maid collided with him, causing her to lose her balance and the tray of dishes she was carrying to shatter on the floor. The maid looked up in surprise, her eyes widening upon recognizing Knox as she muttered his name. "Young Master Knox!" Knox's gaze met hers, and at that moment, he felt a flash of recognition. This maid with her brown hair and light orange pupils, could it really be Rona? Memories stirred within him, fragmentary and vague, but he recalled that Rona had spoken ill of Knox behind his back. He thought, could this seemingly innocent girl, who now stood before him with tears welling in her eyes, have been the one talking behind Knox's back? Knox decided to grant her forgiveness, but not without a warning. An evil grin crept across his face as he contemplated the consequences of any future mistakes she might make. Rona, with tearful eyes, understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in acknowledgement. Knox noticed the tranquility around him, and the surprised gazes of the butler and maids confirmed that his act of madness had slipped his mind. He questioned himself, contemplating the kind of life he had led thus far. Rona looked at Knox with caution and asked where he was going so early. Knox simply replied, stating that he was heading to the practice hall. The butler and maids reacted with shock upon hearing his response, unable to comprehend his sudden decision. Knox, with a smile on his face, added that he wanted Rona to accompany him. Fear instantly gripped Rona's thoughts as she wondered about Knox's intentions. Together Knox and Rona walked towards the practice hall. In his mind, Knox recognized the paramount importance of survival. Having experienced the chilling embrace of death, he had become resolute in his desire to avoid it. He understood that adapting quickly to his new circumstances was crucial. Deep in thought, Knox assumed a contemplative posture. He knew that despite the challenges ahead, he still held a chance. With 27 previous playthroughs, he possessed extensive knowledge of the game's hidden aspects. The game Enrollment had gained immense popularity worldwide, with its captivating story that pitted angels against demons, along with the Empire. However, what truly set Enrollment apart was its extensive customization options, allowing players to adopt different styles of play. While lower-ranked traits like Ordinary and Talented could be assigned multiple times, the highly sought-after Genius traits were typically limited to a single assignment. However, he possessed 2 Genius traits, a rare occurrence in the game. Within Inner Lunatic, there existed a concept known as trait penalties. By exploiting the system's attempt to analyze traits beyond the player's limits, Knox managed to assign 2 Genius traits. The first was Swordsmanship and Combat Genius, which granted exceptional sword skills and allowed the user to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The second trait, Mana Sensitivity Genius, heightened the user's sensitivity to magic, enabling more efficient spellcasting. Knox contemplated the vast array of other useful traits at his disposal. As a main character perk, Insight bestowed the ability to view the status window of other characters, providing valuable information. Additionally, Master of Acting allowed the user to effortlessly adapt to any situation, making it particularly advantageous in his current circumstances. Furthermore, steel mentality, when utilized during battle, enabled the user to maintain mental fortitude, keeping a cool and composed demeanor. Knox assessed his negative traits, acknowledging the significant challenges they posed. Among them, the terminally ill stood out the most. The other negative traits he possessed were the curse of the weak, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, and possession. For those afflicted with cold hands and feet, entering icy areas without a warming skill was nearly impossible. As for frequent sickness, Knox anticipated fainting at least once every chapter due to its effects. Knox contemplated his situation, realizing that he had no other choice but to proceed step by step, accepting the challenges that lay ahead. Observing Knox standing still, Rona, with a hint of disbelief, wondered if he truly intended to enter the practice hall. Moments later, her surprise grew as she witnessed Knox walking toward the gate. Knox pushed open the gate, determined to address the first obstacle, the curse of the weak. This curse afflicted users from birth. It reduced the growth rate by half, and made the users twice as susceptible to enemy debuffs. As Knox continued his sword practice, a sense of despair washed over him. Regardless of how much he pondered the situation, he could only arrive at one conclusion: he was doomed. Just like reading the beginning of a story, exhausted and lying on the ground, Knox struggled to catch his breath. The realization that he couldn't even swing the sword more than 10 times hit him hard. He lamented the immense difficulty imposed by the curse of the weak. Looking around, Knox found solace in the availability of numerous weapons. This abundance could be attributed to the Reinhardt family's origins, which centered around the sword. Known as the High House of the Blade and Darkness, the Reinhardt family had earned this title due to their mastery of imbuing attribute magic into their dark blades, allowing them to slash through their enemies with great proficiency. All of this was made possible by the legendary Commander's Blade, also referred to as the Tyrannical Blade of Darkness. This ancestral sword had been passed down through generations of family heads, continuing the tradition and legacy of the Reinhardt family. Knox contemplated the benefits of being part of a noble family, excluding the swordsmanship. One of the greatest advantages was the abundance of money. With a delighted expression, he expressed his admiration for the wealth possessed by the Reinhardt family. As one of the prominent noble families in the story, their wealth was so substantial that even their seemingly useless young son Knox had enough money to sustain a life without ever having to work. Knox believed that his father, Teo, likely didn't care much about how wisely he managed his finances. After all, Knox didn't possess that kind of character. He was the youngest son of a noble family, and his character archetype was clear. With his legs trembling, Knox managed to stand up. He recalled Rona's fearful behavior and her plea not to involve her in anything strange. A few minutes earlier, Rona had brought a wooden sword and a towel and informed Knox that they were ready for him. However, she couldn't help but wonder if he truly intended to engage in exercise. Knox realized that there was no one around and motioned for Rona to come closer. Rona displayed a frightened demeanor, questioned his intentions, and expressed concern that he might hit her. Knox, caught up in his frustration, exclaimed and asked her, what was she talking about? He then grasped Rona's ear, pulling her closer, and whispered something in her ear. After hearing Knox, Rona shouted in surprise, questioning Knox's plans. She looked at him, expressing her disbelief that his ideas were merely garbage. However, Knox commanded her to figure it out and sharply told her to be quiet. Rona replied with a trembling voice and acknowledged his request. As Rona left to retrieve the requested items, she couldn't help but think to herself that young master hadn't changed a bit. Meanwhile, Knox contemplated the time it would take for Rona to complete her task, hoping that everything would be ready by tomorrow. He poured himself some tea, pondering a solution to his curse and the need to increase his stamina. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was the head butler, Rodwell de Ernark. Knox was taken aback as he recognized Rodwell, who held a significant position as one of the main managers of the Reinhardt estate. Rodwell served as an advisor to Knox's father, Theo von Reinhardt, who was also the family head. Knox realized that dealing with Rodwell wouldn't be as straightforward as with others, as he held a position of authority within the family. Knox pondered the encounter, considering it a potentially significant challenge. He wondered if Rodwell had noticed something unusual happening and pondered his own means to handle the situation. Knox activated his positive trait of Master of Acting and questioned Rodwell's presence, saying that the head butler should be serving the family head. Head butler Rodwell informed Knox that he had received orders to share some news with him. Knox curiously inquired about the nature of the news. Head butler revealed that Knox was instructed to participate in tonight's dinner. Knox was unfamiliar with the family and the situation, hesitated at the idea of having dinner with the family head. He contemplated the request, realizing his lack of knowledge about the family dynamics. Knox responded to head butler, expressing his reluctance to attend the dinner. Head butler internally pondered about the master's intentions behind ordering young Master Knox to participate in the dinner. Head butler then reported that the lady of the Styliner family had arrived and was seeking night training. He emphasized that if Knox refused to participate, it would likely anger the family head. Knox let out a sigh, acknowledging the circumstances. He understood the importance of following his father's orders and reluctantly agreed to attend the dinner. Head butler observed Knox with a questioning gaze and thought aloud that something was off about him that day. Knox, somewhat defensive, asked if there was something the head butler wanted to say. The head butler acknowledged Knox's unusual behavior, noting that Knox had never shown much interest in wielding a blade before. He inquired about the reason behind Knox's decision to visit the practice hall on his own. Knox, with a stern expression, firmly asserted his independence and authority, warning the head butler not to overstep his boundaries as a mere butler. He made it clear that his actions and intentions were his own to decide. Taken aback, the head butler apologized, recognizing that he had crossed a line. As Knox walked away, the head butler's gaze was filled with questioning thoughts, and he realized the need to report this encounter to the family head. Inside his room, Knox closed the door and took a moment to catch his breath. He reflected on the unexpected confrontation, feeling relieved that possession didn't activate. Knox shifted his focus to the mention of the young lady from the Styliner family, wondering why she was present in their household. Amid the dinner, Knox found himself being mocked by twin brothers Hartz and Alan. Alan expressed surprise and disbelief that Knox had shown up, indicating that he wouldn't enjoy the meal because of it. Hartz questioned whether Knox still had regrets about being part of the family, to which Alan agreed. Alan directly addressed Knox, expressing his disbelief at seeing him there and accusing him of inappropriate behavior with one of the maids. Hartz joined in, stating that Knox was a lost cause. Despite the mocking, Knox remained calm, recognizing that he hadn't done anything to warrant such treatment. At that moment, Theo von Reinhafer, the family head of the Reinhafer family, and Knox's father, entered the scene. Knox acknowledged his presence, knowing his role within the family. Following Theo's arrival, a beautiful girl with red hair introduced herself as Talia von Stilliner. Family head mentioned that Talia had requested night practice and would be spending time at their estate, and urged everyone to greet her warmly. Knox gazed at Talia and contemplated her significance. In the game Inner Lunatic, she was the hero and the character who opposed the future villain, Knox. Knox recognized that in the near future, it would be Talia who would eventually stab him in the chest with a sword. Family head Theo acknowledged Knox's presence at the dinner and suggested that since everyone was there, they should proceed with the meal. During the dinner, Knox noticed that Hartz and Alan were engaged in a discussion. Hartz then proposed to their father, Theo, that it was time to make a decision regarding the next person to enter Eldine Academy. Theo considered the suggestion and agreed that it was indeed time to make that decision. Eldine Academy held great importance within the game Inner Lunatic, as it was where pupils faced various challenges and fought demons, forming the main storyline. Knox realized that attending the academy was crucial for him. It would allow him to gather his own allies while following the overall structure of the story. However, family head Theo clarified that Eldin Academy only allowed 3 individuals from each family to attend. The limitation was intended to restrict the influence of the nobles. Theo mentioned that he had already used 2 slots for his first and second sons, which meant that the Reinhafer family had only 1 more entrance ticket available for the academy. Knox listened to the family head's announcement and thought about the importance of obtaining the remaining entrance ticket to Eldine Academy. He realized that he needed to do whatever it took to secure that ticket before he could focus on forming alliances. Knox then spoke up and concluded that the family head was proposing a fight between the brothers. The family head was taken aback by Knox's quick response, as he had not anticipated him being the first to react. Confirming Knox's assumption, The family head declared that a duel would take place in the practice hall 1 month from now to determine the next attendee. The duel would follow their family traditions for such decisions. Hearts took the opportunity to mock Knox, urging him to stay quiet to avoid embarrassing himself. Alan joined in, belittling Knox and stating that someone like him, who had never wielded a sword, stood no chance against them. Knox calmly took a sip of his wine and responded to Alan's taunts, stating that they could discuss it after he emerged victorious. Alan shouted back, expressing his disbelief in Knox's abilities. Meanwhile, Knox maintained his focus and understood that the upcoming duel was another trial he needed to face in order to secure the entrance ticket. He refused to be swayed by the taunts and insults directed at him. Confident in his own abilities, Knox looked ahead and boldly declared that he would be the one to attend Eldine Academy. This surprised the family head, while it further infuriated Hearts and Alan. Talia, the young lady from the Stilliner family, chuckled at Knox's declaration and commented on his confidence. Knox glanced at her but internally felt a sense of unease, realizing that he might have drawn the attention of someone he shouldn't have. Inside the family head's office, Teo acknowledged that something had indeed changed about Knox, as reported by the head butler. Teo pondered the cause of this change, wondering if Knox had been possessed by a demon. Regardless, he acknowledged that Knox had captured his attention. Teo instructed the head butler, Rodwell, to continue keeping a close eye on Knox. The family head was curious about the transformation in Knox and wanted to understand the reasons behind it. Meanwhile, Knox was running at the practice hall, sweating and panting heavily. Observing the scene, one of the maids commented on his frequent visits to the practice hall. Another maid mentioned the upcoming duel in 1 month, sparking curiosity among them about Knox's sudden dedication to physical training. Knox, overhearing their conversation, wondered why he was able to pick out their words so clearly and questioned if he had a special trait. At that moment, he received a system message indicating a slight increase in his stamina stat. Knox expressed disappointment at the small increment and reflected on the significance of stamina for him. He recognized that his low stamina was his greatest obstacle and a hindrance to unlocking his full potential with the trait swordsmanship and combat genius. Knox understood that the requirement to utilize the trait was to have his stamina stat reach 4. However, due to the curse of the week, it had taken him a month to increase his stamina by only 1.9 points. Knox felt frustrated with the curse of the week, a trait that reduced his growth rate by half. Despite putting in a lot of effort, he had only managed to increase his stamina by a small amount, and the terminal illness trait further hindered his progress. Knox realized that he needed to exert 4 times as much effort compared to others just to see minimal improvements. The difficulty of his situation weighed heavily on him. However, Knox decided to put aside those concerns for the time being. Just then Rona arrived there, pushing a moving tray filled with the materials Knox had requested the previous day. Knox acknowledged her arrival, realizing that she was faster than he had anticipated. With the supplies now available, he felt confident about making progress. Contemplating how to reach a stamina level of 4, Knox reassured himself that there were no issues. He believed that his knowledge would allow him to overcome any obstacles. Curious about the purpose of the materials, Rona questioned why Knox needed them, expressing concern about their dangerous nature and their expensive cost. She pointed out that the scroll seemed to be the only useful item among them. Knox simply replied that people didn't know how to use those materials effectively, implying that their usefulness was hidden from others. As Rona looked at him with a questioning expression, Knox picked up a bottle of elixir and drank it in one go. Panicking, Rona shouted that it was poison. Sweat covered Knox's face as he acknowledged the potency of the poison. A system notification appeared, indicating that Knox had consumed the poison of the 3-headed gorgon, and his health would temporarily increase by 1.5 times. It also informed him that his death counter had started, with 9 minutes and 59 seconds remaining until death. As Rona grew increasingly panicked, she exclaimed that she would call the head butler for assistance. However, Knox urged her to wait, and proceeded to eat the core, ignoring her pleas. Rona's worry intensified as she exclaimed that the core was not meant for consumption. A system notification appeared, indicating that Knox had consumed the core of the golem and would slowly be petrified as a result. Another notification followed, stating that a hidden piece had been activated and that the poison of the three-headed Gorgon was reacting with the golem's core. Nox was pleased with the results and thought that his plan was working perfectly. The golem's core was originally used to petrify people or increase their defense quickly, or to create artificial golems. However, when combined with the three-headed Gorgon poison, it had a special effect. Notifications continued to appear, indicating that a special effect had been activated and the poison of the three-headed Gorgon had been diluted, causing the negative trait, Curse of the Weak, to disappear. Nox was ecstatic, as the curse that had plagued him was now gone. However, Rona, with tears in her eyes, looked at Nox and expressed her concern, fearing that he might soon die. Ignoring her worries, Nox suddenly began to unbutton his shirt, causing Rona to cover her eyes in embarrassment and exclaim in shock. After opening a few more buttons on his shirt, Nox proceeded to pour an elixir bottle onto his head, resulting in a series of notifications. The dew of the Remembering Fairy countered the petrification effects of the golem's core, and a hidden piece was activated. Nox was granted the temporary trait, Blessing of Growth, through the interaction between the dew and the golem's core. Nox was pleased with the outcome, as his plan had unfolded just as he had intended. The notification indicated that the Blessing of Growth would double his stat growth until his stamina reached 5. With only a scroll remaining, Nox picked it up and used it. Another notification appeared, stating that he had activated the Rapid Stamina Growth scroll, which doubled his stamina growth rate. Nox contemplated the results, realizing that he had successfully eliminated the curse. And with the Blessing of Growth mitigating the debuffs from the terminally ill trait, coupled with the effects of the scroll, his current growth rate should be twice that of most people. This meant he should be able to increase his stamina stat at a faster pace. Suddenly Rona jumped on Nox, causing him to nearly lose his balance. She expressed her concern with teary eyes, questioning if he was okay. Nox was slightly annoyed and told her to bring him a towel. However, seeing Rona's distress, he decided to go easy on her now that the curse had been lifted. With a smile, Nox assured Rona that he was fine. She continued to worry, suggesting that he should rest and consider calling the head butler. Nox reassured her once again, insisting that he was all right. Curious about his next course of action, Rona inquired about his plans. Nox simply replied, "Run!" With that, Nox and Rona sprinted through the practice hall, catching the attention of Talia, who stood nearby and observed their actions. Talia, who had been observing Nox, questioned why someone as weak as him would accept a match against his brothers. Her maid Emma tried to advise Talia against staring at Nox and reminded her of proper etiquette. However, Talia interrupted Emma, expressing her frustration and disbelief at Nox's lack of sword skills and his refusal to accept help from the other knights of Reinhafer. Talia couldn't understand why she was so bothered by Nox's situation, considering that she believed he would simply end up getting beaten up in a month. Despite her thoughts, Talia couldn't shake off her annoyance. Determined to address the matter, Talia walked towards the practice hall, telling her maid Emma that she would be right back. Approaching Nox as he rested, Talia introduced herself, stating her name. Nox was surprised by her approach and wondered why she had come looking for him. He asked her what she wanted, mentioning that he had heard her name before. Talia felt flustered by Nox's cold attitude and thought to herself that he must have been surprised by her beauty. Talia confronted Nox, questioning his confidence in being able to defeat his brothers, and asked if that was the reason why he had accepted the match. She asked him if he thought that he could defeat his brother just by running like this. She then offered her assistance, expressing her willingness to help him. However, Nox calmly rejected her offer and told her to get lost, showing no interest in her help. Talia was taken aback by Nox's response and exclaimed in disbelief, expressing her indignation at being treated this way when she was offering her support. On the sidelines, Rona observed the exchange and thought that if Nox continued to speak in such a manner, it would make girls dislike him. Talia gave up on trying to persuade Nox and started to walk away from the practice hall, clearly upset with his refusal and dismissive attitude. Nox used his insight ability on Talia, gaining access to her stat window and learning more about her abilities and traits. He observed that Talia had impressive stats, particularly in terms of stamina, which was higher than most grown males. While her potential may not match the 3 swordmasters or the 4 great mages on the continent, Nox recognized that she had the potential to reach their level and could effectively combat demons with her fire attribute magic. Nox also knew that in the near future, Talia's fire attribute magic would awaken to white flames and be used to burn the demonized version of himself. He understood that if he managed to make Talia his ally at this point, it would drastically alter the future events of the story. Therefore, he needed to find a way to navigate the original story while avoiding his own death. He pondered whether it was possible to maintain a good relationship with someone who would eventually be responsible for his demise. 1 month later, Talia walked through the hallway. She pondered about the praise she had received for her quick learning abilities and the expectations tied to the Stillreiner family's talent. However, she couldn't help but feel inferior compared to her sister's exceptional talent. Talia questioned her own potential and wondered if she could ever become a knight. She reminded herself of the qualities and principles that a knight must possess. They should never be consumed by greed, maintain a frugal lifestyle, and be willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. In addition, they must master the art of swordsmanship and adhere to proper form to become a true knight. Talia pondered the possibility of Nox being able to defeat his brothers, who had trained for years, by solely focusing on cardio exercises. She expressed her doubt, believing that it was unlikely for him to succeed. The next day arrived, and Nox and Alan stood in the center of the ring, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. Many people had gathered to witness the official duel that would determine who would earn the right to enter Eldine Academy. Ficila, the first wife of the family head, was also present at the scene. Meanwhile, the head butler, who was standing nearby, heard the family head calling out to him. The family head inquired about his thoughts on the outcome of the duel. The head butler, after considering young Master Alan's past performances, stated that it was highly likely that he would emerge victorious. The family head agreed, assuming the same. However, head butler couldn't help but wonder if the family head expected something different. Despite acknowledging that young Master Nox had undergone changes, the butler remained skeptical about his chances of winning. He considered it outrageous and impossible. Having once walked the path of a knight alongside the family head, the butler understood that the art of the blade could be intricate or straightforward. The level of skill one attained and the dedication one put into their training determined their proficiency. There was only one way to surpass someone who was previously ahead and force them to kneel, and that was the insurmountable wall of overwhelming talent. The butler pondered whether young Master Nox possessed such innate talent. Interrupting the butler's thoughts, the family head spoke, acknowledging that the possibility might not be zero. There was a chance that the youngest, born with Reinhafer blood, possessed the talent of a sword emperor. As Nox stood on the duel grounds, he received a notification indicating that his trait, swordsmanship and combat genius, was inactive. In frustration, he contemplated his seemingly unlucky streak and questioned whether his luck stat was actually in the negatives. Despite his efforts, he couldn't reach a stamina stat of 4. A few days earlier, while Nox was running, he received multiple notifications activating his trait effects and gradually increasing his stamina stat by 0.1, and now his stamina had reached 3.8. Rona, who was running alongside him, expressed her exhaustion and questioned whether she had to continue running with him. Nox, while wiping sweat from his face, replied that it wouldn't be fun without her and jokingly mentioned who would take care of him if she didn't. Rona, with teary eyes, suspected that she heard him say something else. Nox then handed her a towel and assigned her another task, to which Rona responded with a pouting face. Playfully, Nox accused Rona of cursing him in her mind, but she denied it and accidentally bit her tongue in the process. Nox chuckled at the thought of Rona having good stamina and contemplated using his insight ability to view her stats. To his surprise, Rona's stamina stat was 4.5, surpassing his own despite his dedicated training. Nox was astonished by the strength of the Reinhafer family, where even a maid was stronger than an average man. Rona reminded Nox that it was already evening and suggested he rest before the duel. Nox panted heavily, felt the pressure of time, and thought that he didn't have enough time to increase his stamina. Back at the duel ring, Alan addressed Nox and proposed that he should just give up. Despite Nox being considered the shame of their family, Alan expressed hesitation in beating him too severely. Nox responded, stating that Alan didn't seem to want him to give up. Alan shifted his attention to Talia, the daughter of the Stillreiner family, and expressed his desire to impress her. He believed that Nox would assist him in achieving that goal. However, Nox expressed uncertainty about whether it was a wise decision. Observing Alan's stamina stat of 8, Nox realized that he couldn't defeat him using ordinary methods and contemplated alternative approaches. As the referee announced the duel between Nox and Alan for the admission ticket to Eldine Academy, he emphasized that both of them must accept whatever the results may be and that objections would not be tolerated. Nox felt nervous, realizing that everything hinged on this duel. His main objective was to find his memories and discover the sender of the letter, as he knew that after the 1-year grace period, his life would be in danger. The referee asked one last time if both of them were ready, and then he announced the beginning of the duel. Alan initiated the attack with a sword strike, but Nox swiftly dodged it by moving to the side. Alan quickly followed up with a kick, which Nox blocked using his sword, but was still pushed back. Alan commended Nox's defense, and the duel continued with Alan launching another series of attacks, forcing Nox into a defensive position. Nox realized that the only consistent aspect of the damned inner lunatic game was that if he lost, he would have to give up everything. However, if he could win, he could regain control over his destiny. At that moment, a notification appeared, indicating an increase in Nox's stamina stat by 0.1. Nox's face lit up with a smile as he saw this development, realizing that winning the duel could grant him everything he desired. Alan saw Nox smiling and questioned if he had hit Nox's head too many times, and continued his relentless attacks, suggesting that perhaps hitting Nox some more would make him feel better. Meanwhile, Alan's mother, Faecilla, observed the fight and remained confident that her son would be the last child of the family to enter Eldine Academy. During the duel, Alan launched a powerful attack that almost caused Nox to lose his balance. At that moment, Faecilla overheard a remark expressing disdain for the situation. She turned her attention to the source and found the family head, who had a disappointed look on his face. Faecilla thought to herself that one day, this family would witness her true power. The family head expressed disappointment, stating that he had been looking forward to seeing how Nox had changed, and concluded that Nox's current performance was underwhelming. The head butler, concerned for Nox's well-being, offered to stop the duel, knowing that it would take Nox a long time to recover if they continued. Family head compared the talents of Alan and Hartz to his first son, Garen, and found them lacking. He reminisced about the ability to dominate his opponents with overwhelming power, wielding the dark sword of domination. The family head pondered who would inherit it in the end. The family head made up his mind and rose from his chair, deciding to put an end to the duel. On the duel ring, Nox received a message that his stamina had increased by 0.1, followed by the activation of his trait Swordsmanship and Combat Genius. Overwhelmed with excitement, Nox burst into laughter, surprising Alan and drawing the attention of the family head. Nox then activated a skill, and a system message appeared, saying that the skill hour of the genius had been activated. Nox's thoughts raced as he recalled a saying that distinguished geniuses and the talented each had their own unique time. At that moment, he felt that it was his time, a genius time. With the skill active, Nox perceived everything around him in slow motion. It was as if time had decelerated, giving him a distinct advantage in the duel. He realized that while the enemy's movements appeared slower, his own actions were faster, granting him the ability to react swiftly and execute precise maneuvers. It was hard to fully utilize this skill, but his innate trait Swordsmanship and Combat Genius had been activated, which allowed him to use the skill. Nox launched a powerful attack against Alan. As a result, Alan's sword was knocked out of his grip, leaving him defenseless. Nox's determination grew as he saw his victory within reach, firmly believing that he would emerge triumphant in the duel. As the sword slipped from Alan's grasp, a surge of anger filled his gaze as he directed it toward Nox. In response, Nox met Alan's furious gaze with a smug expression and remarked that the duel was fun. Overwhelmed by frustration, Alan could only manage a bewildered exclamation. Nox's mind raced, acknowledging that he couldn't afford to let his guard down. The skill he employed had a limited duration of 5 minutes, leaving him with the urgency to conclude the battle within that time frame, regardless of the circumstances. Nox's face lit up with a confident smile as he addressed Alan and Hartz, stating that he had been holding back until now, finding the encounter tedious due to their lackluster performance. He proposed a swift resolution by urging them to attack him simultaneously. The unexpected request from Nox left both Alan and Hartz in a state of shock, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Knox then turned towards the family head and made a plea, seeking permission to engage in a 2-on-1 battle against his brothers. The family head's expression mirrored a mix of curiosity and doubt as he assessed Knox's demeanor. Meanwhile, Talia's voice trembled with concern as she whispered, questioning Knox's current actions. She couldn't fathom his motives. Observing Knox's newfound energy and determination, the family head sensed that something had changed about him. He was intrigued and decided to grant Knox's request, allowing the unconventional sparring scenario. Just then, Fasila rose from her seat, prepared to intervene, but her plea went unnoticed by the family head, who was resolute in his decision. With a simple command, he signaled the commencement of the battle, setting the stage for what was to come. Alan reclaimed his fallen sword from the ground, his movements fueled by determination. Hartz was seething with annoyance and resented Knox for daring to humiliate them in front of their father. Knox stood before them and maintained a serene smile, ready to confront them head-on. Hartz issued a warning, indicating that Knox should be prepared for what was to come, and without further delay, both Alan and Hartz launched their assault on Knox simultaneously, their swords clashing with a resounding clash. The air crackled with intensity as the battle ensued. Amidst the clash of steel, Alan, in a desperate attempt to strategize, gestured to Hartz, indicating that he should close in on Knox's left side. However, Hartz expressed his frustration and abruptly told Alan to shut up. Knox displayed remarkable skill and skillfully defended against their relentless attacks, blocking and parrying with precision. At that moment, a message appeared before Knox. It indicated that the hour of the genius had bestowed its special effect, and had increased his low-grade swordsmanship of the Dark family's proficiency. A smile crept onto Knox's face, recognizing that he was now able to see the sword clearly. Seizing the opportune moment, Knox swiftly retaliated by countering their attack, and landed a calculated strike on Alan's shoulder. Both Alan and Hartz, visibly exhausted, panted heavily as they struggled to catch their breath. In contrast, Knox stood composed, seemingly unaffected by the physical toll of the battle. He observed their perplexed expressions, aware that they must be questioning how he had transformed from a symbol of family humiliation into this formidable adversary. Their silent exchange was interrupted by Knox's voice, reaching Alan and Hartz as a reminder not to lose focus during their spar. Fueled by determination, Knox pressed on with his assault. Despite the high stakes of the spar, he felt joy in wielding the sword itself, and a smile spread across his face. Knox's swift sword swing captured the attention of Talia, the family head, and others present, eliciting surprise from their wide-eyed expressions. Hartz, who bore the brunt of the attack, struggled to process the impossible feat unfolding before him. Despite his attempt to block, Hartz fell to the ground, defeated. Alan and Hartz, both on their knees, uttered their frustration through gritted teeth. A message appeared before Knox indicating the end of the hour of the genius skill. Knox stood victorious and breathed heavily, the weight of the battle apparent on his fatigued form. Seeing her sons defeated, Fasilas shouted out in concern for Alan and Hartz, her worry evident in her voice. Knox turned his gaze towards the referee and silently inquired if the victor had been decided. The referee responded with an affirmative nod, confirming Knox von Reinhofer as the triumphant combatant. With a formal announcement, the referee declared Knox's victory to the gathered audience. Alan, consumed by anger, clenched his fists in frustration, unable to accept the defeat. Knox released his grip on the sword and shifted his focus to the family head, who was wearing a content smile on his face. Expressing his gratitude, Knox bowed respectfully to the family head before announcing his departure. As Knox made his way towards the exit, Talia locked her gaze on him, a determined expression etched on her face. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she felt compelled to reach out to Knox without delay, her mind set on the necessity of their immediate conversation. As Knox stepped outside, a sudden bout of coughing overcame him. He glanced down at his hands, only to find them stained with blood. Realization dawned upon him as he realized that he had used the skill for a little too long. Knox was well aware of the significant flaw within the skill, Hour of the Genius. If he exceeded the skill's allotted duration, a debuff called Recoil would take its toll. Just then, a message materialized, confirming the repercussions of the skill's recoil. It revealed that his life had been diminished by a duration of 2 days and 17 hours. Nox comprehended the gravity of this debuff, understanding that it permanently reduced his lifespan and made him more vulnerable to illnesses. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Nox let out a relieved sigh, grateful that the recoil hadn't manifested in front of others. He acknowledged that if his condition had been exposed, his admission to the academy might have been jeopardized. However, his respite was short-lived as his attention was drawn to a voice that called out to him. Nox turned toward the source of the sound and found Talia standing there. Her inquiry pierced through the air as she asked if he had sustained any injuries during the spar. Nox's thoughts raced as he realized that Talia had discovered his condition. He lamented the fact that it had to be Talia of all people, and he couldn't allow Theo to find out about the skill's rebound. His mind raced with concerns, trying to figure out how to handle the situation. Before Nox could say anything, Talia interrupted him, expressing her surprise that he had emerged victorious in a fight between siblings despite his frail condition. Nox was taken aback and questioned her words. In response, Talia blushed and confessed that she had misunderstood him. In the past month, she had observed Nox clumsily swinging a wooden sword and had never once witnessed him actually wielding a real sword. She had assumed his victory was due to his innate talent, so she decided to ask him how he had awakened and trained such a talent. However, as the duels concluded, she noticed a change in his demeanor when he was alone. Confused and concerned, she questioned herself about the true nature of Nox's abilities and the reason behind his current state. Inwardly, Talia came to a realization. She understood that Nox was not the good-for-nothing person that rumors portrayed him to be. Instead, he had dedicated himself to hard work and training in order to secure victory at all costs. When Talia witnessed Nox coughing, her worry took hold, and she reached out her hand toward him, asking if he was okay. However, Nox swatted her hand away, saying that he didn't want to be touched. Internally, he felt embarrassed, recognizing that his 2 years of obsession with gaming had hindered his ability to interact effectively with others. Moreover, he knew that Talia was a character who would kill him, which made it even harder for him to interact with her. Talia wore a sorrowful expression and apologized to Nox. Perplexed, he questioned the reason behind her apology. Talia explained that she hadn't realized how serious Nox was about the sword, as she had heard that his body had been weak since birth, leading her to believe he focused solely on stamina training. She expressed regret for misunderstanding him and acknowledged that portraying himself as a good-for-nothing was likely not his intention. She mentioned that Emma had taught her that people can make mistakes in their perceptions. Nox pondered how to respond to Talia's genuine honesty. He recognized her sincerity, which mirrored the traits he had observed in her character within the game. Despite possessing the qualities of a knight, she was the daughter of a proud and esteemed duke family, making it challenging for her to admit when she was wrong. Finally, Nox spoke, urging Talia not to disclose his bleeding condition to others if she held such a view of him. Talia confidently assured him that she wouldn't reveal his secret. Nox observed her response and thought that perhaps he didn't need to worry about others discovering his situation. Turning away, Nox walked off, instructing Talia to keep her promise. As Talia watched Nox's departing figure, her face flushed red with a mixture of emotions. In family head Teo's office, the family head expressed his satisfaction with his earlier conjecture. He turned to the head butler and inquired about his opinion on Nox's talent. The head butler expressed his views, stating that he initially struggled to comprehend why Nox allowed himself to be beaten. However, after observing the other children of his age and other young masters, the head butler concluded that Nox was the most exceptional among them. Family head agreed with the head butler's assessment and expressed his suspicion that Nox might possess additional hidden talents. He directed the head butler to closely monitor all of Nox's actions, emphasizing that their sole task should be observing Nox, regardless of his activities. The head butler acknowledged the order, affirming his commitment to carrying out his duties diligently. Family head wondered if Nox had enough talent to inherit the supreme black sword. He then acknowledged his limited time left and reassured the head butler of the importance of his ongoing task. The head butler bowed respectfully and pledged to give his utmost effort in fulfilling his responsibilities. Inside Nox's residence, he received a message indicating the completion of the tutorial quest and his victory in the first fight. Nox expressed his realization that this world had become a reality while retaining game-like elements. Another message appeared, announcing rewards for his achievement. which included 3 free stat points. Nox was pleasantly surprised and exclaimed that he had hit the jackpot. However, his excitement quickly waned as he realized that after an entire month of rigorous running, his stamina had only increased by a mere 2 points. He lamented, expressing his disappointment and suggesting that they should have granted him these rewards much earlier. But the stat he needed to invest these points in was not stamina, it was luck. Nox opened his status window and allocated all 3 points into the luck stat, raising it from 7 to 10. He reasoned that luck was valuable, especially in the inner lunatic game, as it was a stat that couldn't be easily increased through hard work. Nox, who was feeling eager to test the value of his increased luck stat, received additional messages regarding benefits, including mass clear rewards, a random gacha voucher, and a one-time use skill confirmation voucher. Nox expressed relief that the benefit system was still in place, appreciating the opportunities it provided. Nox eagerly decided to use the gacha right away, and a gacha machine appeared before him. He found it quite alien to see it in person. Nox rotated the handle, hoping for a high-ranking reward. He remembered that with his high luck stat, there was a 95% chance of getting an intermediate rank or above. He knew that the basic rank and ranks below were white, the intermediate rank was silver, and the advanced rank would be gold. The highest rank would be rainbow. Nox hoped for at least a gold rank or a higher rank reward. His excitement grew as his reward appeared, and he exclaimed in joy. As he opened the scroll, new messages appeared, identifying the rank and revealing that he had obtained an advanced trait called Supreme Ruler's Awe. Nox couldn't believe his luck and expressed his happiness at acquiring such a powerful trait. The skill information revealed that it was an active skill of advanced rank with no attribute. Its effect was that those with a lower status value than him would have all their stats reduced by 20%. Nox considered it a jackpot and smiled at the fact that it was a debuff skill. However, he was aware that there was another reward awaiting him. Nox then received a message asking if he would like to use the one-time use skill confirmation voucher. He knew that the skill he would obtain from this voucher was already decided, and it was one of the hidden pieces he needed to achieve his goal. He decided to save it for when Theo gathers all the siblings in the estate. Nox realized that it was almost time for Grain von Reinhofer, the second son of the Reinhofer family, to return to the estate after completing his training to become a knight. Nox acknowledged that he had to find the hidden piece and handle Grain, leaving no time for rest. However, he felt relieved that he probably didn't need to worry about Talia anymore, considering her character and the promise she made. He believed there was no reason for her to approach him again. To his surprise, the very next day, he found Talia standing in front of him. Nox questioned why she was there after they had settled everything the day before. Talia, looking down, spoke in a low voice, but Nox couldn't understand her, so he asked what she was trying to say. Talia then looked up at Nox with a confident expression and asked him how he had become so strong so quickly, and how she could become stronger too. After hearing Talia's question, Nox remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed upon her. He then began walking and revealed that Talia had secretly observed him training for an entire month. Talia's expression turned puzzled as she questioned the notion of secrecy. Without hesitation, she swiftly followed Nox, urging him to wait. Talia insisted that they at least have a spar, or that he should tell her how he trained. Reflecting on his knowledge of Talia, Nox recalled that she was a character driven by a strong desire to gain recognition from her sister. Nox paused and turned to face her. He reminded her that before asking how to train or seeking advice on becoming stronger, she should first think about her own talent. Talia looked at Nox, seemingly contemplating his words. Nox thought to himself that he had never comforted anyone before, and wondered what he should say. Taking a deep breath, he added, "Don't compare yourself to others." With that, Nox left, leaving Talia behind. Talia expressed her surprise at his words and disappointment as Nox walked away. Meanwhile, Nox glanced back briefly and wondered if she would come after him. He didn't want her to witness him obtaining the hidden piece. Finally, Nox arrived at a place where his two brothers and his father, the family head, were waiting for him. Nox wondered if this was the Reinharfer family's barn, renowned for raising the finest horses on the continent. The family head acknowledged their presence and mentioned that the three young masters might already have an idea as to why he had called them there. He explained that they had been summoned to select a horse that would become their lifelong companion. Knox realized that this was the moment he had been waiting for. Horses were revered as the most sacred creatures in both the continent and within the Reinharfer family. If you've decided to become a mage or a knight, you choose a horse when you're young to have as a lifelong companion. Eldin Academy taught horse riding, and as the game progressed, there would be large-scale wars where horses played a crucial role. If a horse died, one would have to raise a young horse again. Since transportation magic was expensive, horses became a vital mode of transportation. Knox believed that it was essential for him to select the best horse for himself. Interrupting his thoughts, the family head announced that Knox, as the winner of the duel, would have the first choice. He emphasized that Knox had only one chance. This caused annoyance for Alan and Hartz. Knox strode into the barn, his determination unwavering as he set out to find the horse he sought. The family head pondered which horse the youngest member would ultimately select. Knox carefully surveyed the horses, finding them quite adorable. Suddenly, his eyes rested upon the one he had been diligently searching for. This particular horse appeared diminutive and seemingly feeble. Undeterred, he approached the horse and boldly announced his decision, surprising not only Hartz and Alan, but also the family head, who wore a perplexed expression in response to his choice. The family head decided to give Knox another chance to choose. Knox thought to himself that this opportunity was a reflection of how the others doubted his decision. However, he remained determined. Using his insight ability on the horse, Knox triggered a message stating that the target's stat window was loading. Soon, the stat window appeared, revealing that the horse had a high rank, belonged to the obsidian species, and had the main element of darkness. Knox knew that most summoned creatures were categorized into ranks, and depending on their growth, they could ascend multiple ranks. This particular horse displayed the potential to achieve at least a higher rank. What made it even more remarkable was that it was an obsidian horse, an exceedingly rare breed among many others. The term obsidian refers to a type of igneous rock. Knox was certain that if the family head had been aware of this fact, he would have undoubtedly claimed this exceptional horse. However, Knox was aware that the horse's current state made it less enticing despite its potential. Upon careful examination of the horse's traits, Knox discovered several positive attributes such as steel strength, talented army horse, and courage. However, these traits were currently inactive due to a debuff. The horse did possess a neutral trait called unchanging heart. Unfortunately, the most prominent and concerning trait was the negative attribute labeled expected death, which was currently in effect. This trait indicated that the horse had a mere 2 days, 16 hours, and 12 minutes left to live. Knox considered the negative trait to be more troublesome than a terminally ill trait in some aspects. Despite this, he firmly stated that he would not change his mind and would choose this horse. He believed that with his knowledge, he could save it. The family head's concern and disappointment were palpable as he questioned Knox's decision and thought that Knox might be projecting his own emotions onto the horse. In the family head's view, Knox appeared to be emotionally driven and weak, leading to a deep sense of disappointment. Expressing his hope that Knox wouldn't regret his choice, the family head began to leave. Despite Alan and Hartz's attempts to call out to him, their pleas fell on deaf ears. The guards assured Alan and Hartz that they would keep a watch so that they could choose their horses. Knox pondered, wondering if the family head was genuinely disappointed with his decision. But just as he began to delve deeper into his thoughts, the head butler interjected, abruptly interrupting his train of thought and prompting Knox to choose a name for the horse. After a brief moment of contemplation, he settled on the name Carl, the very name he had used when conquering the inner lunatic. It held profound significance for him, making it a meaningful choice. Sometime later, Carl lay on the bed, covered under a bedsheet. Knox had taken the precaution of bringing Carl into his room to ensure his actions remained hidden from others. Knox looked at Carl and recognized the determination in the horse's eyes to keep living, mirroring his own ongoing battle. Knox recognized that Carl, like himself, was fighting to extend his lifespan, clinging to the desire to live a little while longer. Knox called out to Rona and demanded her immediate response. However, before he could finish his sentence, Rona suddenly appeared but stumbled, losing her balance and falling to the floor. She questioned how Knox had known about her presence. Knox playfully accused her of being caught red-handed and teased her about her habitual clumsiness. Knox then instructed Rona to take care of Carl. Rona looked surprised and commented, "A horse in the bed?" She pouted, imagining the daunting task of cleaning up after a horse in such an unlikely place. With a smile, Nox reminded her that Carl was unwell and encouraged her to do her best. Rona glanced at the horse and reluctantly agreed to take care of him. She then asked the horse if his name was Carl and inquired if he was hungry. Nox contemplated the situation, realizing that what was about to unfold would be quite shocking. He wondered if Rona would be able to handle it. 3 days later, in Nox's residence, a loud cry resounded from a room. Rona sat on the floor, cradling Carl's lifeless head in her lap. Overwhelmed with grief, tears streamed down her face as she mourned the loss. Nox watched Rona cry over Carl's death and realized that it was evident since she had put a lot of effort into taking care of Carl. He felt a hint of sympathy for her. However, Nox was already aware that this was going to happen. There was no way Carl could have been saved. Nox approached Rona and urged her to stop crying, emphasizing that her emotions were distracting him. He instructed her to stand up, and though Rona tried to express her despair, her words were stifled by her sobbing. Nevertheless, Nox assured Rona that Carl would return to his side. Rona was confused, and she looked at Nox with a questioning gaze and asked if there was something wrong with his head. Ignoring her remark, Nox told her to move behind him. Nox retrieved a scroll, and Rona couldn't help but question its significance. He then placed it on the ground and acknowledged the need to infuse mana into the scroll. As he poured mana into it, a circle materialized on the ground, emitting a vibrant purple. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, Rona's shock was evident. Meanwhile, a smile graced Nox's face, hinting at his satisfaction with the unfolding events. Rona, bewildered by Nox's abilities, questioned his knowledge of mana usage, aware that such practices were considered illegal. Nox acknowledged his struggles in controlling mana, but chose to continue pouring mana into the scroll. He warned Rona that if she kept distracting him, Carl would die a second time, and it would be all her fault. Understanding the severity of the situation, Rona fell silent, covering her mouth with her hands. Nox recognized the need for utmost concentration, realizing that he was still someone who had yet to awaken his trait of genius of mana detection. Using mana in this empire below the age of 15 was strictly prohibited unless you are from the imperial family. Consequently, compared to other students who start learning mana control at a later age, the descendants of the imperial family exhibit several times more proficiency in magic. Nox thought that the only thing he could do right now was to pour as much mana as possible into the scroll. As Nox continued infusing mana into the scroll, he sensed a faint energy emanating from his palms, recognizing it as mana. A smile crept onto Nox's face as he found the situation intriguing. He decided to utilize the one-time use skill confirmation voucher to ensure that he executed the magic correctly, as the magic he was about to employ belonged to the realm of black magic. A message materialized before Nox, indicating that he had obtained the skill Book of the Dead, Necromicron, for one-time use. Another message informed him that Carl, the target, could be revived as an undead. A prompt appeared, asking if he would like to use this magic. Deep within Nox's thoughts, he contemplated the existence of two types of beings that possessed the trait of undead within the inner lunatic world. The first type comprised beings resurrected through black magic or dark mana. The second type consisted of those who were reborn without ego and are reborn as stronger beings. Nox pondered the implications of reviving Carl as an undead, acknowledging that the revived creature would exhibit unwavering loyalty to its master, almost to a fault. However, he recognized that only one family in existence practiced the art of reviving corpses as undead. The Marvas family, known as a family of black mages that controlled the undead. While the Reinhafer family belonged to the Dark family as well, they were a night family. Nox contemplated that if that was the case, then the players that don't belong to the Marvas family would not be able to utilize their skills at all. However, with a knowing smile, Nox revealed that this assumption was not true. He had obtained a one-time use skill selection voucher, which allowed him to acquire the Necromicron, also known as the Book of the Dead. Just as Nox continued pouring mana into the scroll, black hand-like figures started emerging from the circle. The hands reached towards the lifeless body of Carl, covering him. In the midst of this, blood began to drip from Nox's mouth. Concerned, Rona exclaimed, but Nox hushed her, signaling for her to remain silent. Nox persisted, his determination unwavering. However, suddenly, he sprayed blood from his mouth, indicating that his mana was running out. Frustrated, he looked down at his hands, realizing the diminishing energy within him. Yet, as he looked ahead, he witnessed a remarkable sight. Carl standing on two legs, almost floating in the air, enveloped by dark energy. From Carl's mouth, a resounding voice echoed, and Nox received messages confirming the successful activation of the skill. Another message appeared confirming that his pet Carl had been revived as an undead. Panting heavily, Nox wore a triumphant smile, knowing that he had achieved his goal. With tear-filled eyes, Rona called out to Nox, her concern evident. Nox got up and called out to Carl. As Carl approached him, Nox examined his companion's status. He observed Carl's traits, which included positive attributes such as steel strength, talented army horse, and courage. These traits had been inactive due to a previous debuff, but now they were active. Nox also noted Carl's basic information, such as his name, gender, rank, age, race, an undead horse obsidian, and his master's element, darkness. Finally, Nox discovered the negative traits, including the erasure of the expected death trait, and the knowledge that Carl, as a temporary pet for 1 year, would grow at a rate of 1.5 times the normal rate. Additionally, Nox learned that he could summon or dispel Carl depending on his mana. Filled with satisfaction, Nox placed his hand on Carl's head and declared that he would be his master from now on. Nox found himself lost in thought, contemplating his next steps. However, his train of thought was interrupted when Rona unexpectedly jumped and hugged both Nox and Carl. Nox was taken aback by the sudden display of affection and questioned Rona's actions. Rona in tears responded, questioning how Nox could be so reckless with his use of mana. She expressed her concern for his well-being and scolded Carl for his recklessness as well. Carl turned his head away, his eyes closed. Rona was taken aback and questioned Carl, expressing how much she had cared for him. She then asked Carl to spit out the carrot she had given him. In response, Carl let out a defiant neigh. Nox smiled, recognizing the unfolding dynamics between Rona and Carl. He then thought to himself that the hidden piece would be his next target. A few days later, in the middle of the night, Nox ventured out from the territory, holding a map and a light stone. He acknowledged that the road he was taking was similar to the game he had played before. Putting the map back in his bag, he felt relieved knowing that obtaining the second hidden piece of the Reinhofer family was crucial. It would serve as a key to compensate for his terminal illness trait. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him, and he glanced back. Seeing that there was no movement, he couldn't help but question his sensitivity. He then reminded himself that this was no longer a game, but a reality. He noticed a wooden sign in front of him, indicating that this was the entrance of the missing child's forest. A warning was written, saying that if young children enter, they may get lost and risk their lives. Therefore, it advised not to enter under any circumstances. Nox thought to himself that he did not want to die a second time. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation and the need for caution, Nox ventured into the forest, receiving messages that warned that he had entered the missing child's forest, and failure to clear this place will result in death. The missing child's forest was situated within Reinhafer's territory and was forbidden to enter. The combination of darkness and dense fog made it challenging even for skilled rangers and pathfinders to navigate through. Nox contemplated the name of the forest, realizing its dual meaning. It was a place that could make anyone feel lost, just like a child, but it also meant that even if full-grown adults kill monsters here, they wouldn't find any valuable artifacts. And the difficulty of the monsters within increased for adults. Nox had died multiple times in his attempts to find the right way to clear the forest, which led him to believe that the missing child's forest had a difficulty rating of at least 2.5 stars, with 5 stars being the maximum. With a wry smile, Nox acknowledged that this game was designed to have the worst difficulty. As he reminisced, he recalled his previous attempts to clear the forest without any knowledge of the items that would appear. He realized that the forest was the perfect challenge for his character's terminally ill trait. Nox proceeded to craft a fire torch and ignited it. The emitted light allowed him to see ahead, and he understood that the crucial key to clearing the missing child's forest lay in the direction of the smoke. More precisely, he had to go in the opposite direction of the smoke. Before embarking on his journey, Nox paused, realizing there was something he needed to do. He turned around and spoke to someone hiding in the shadows, asking them how long they intended to remain concealed and suggesting they reveal themselves now. After waiting for a few moments without a response, Nox sighed, remarking that they planned to hide until the end. Drawing his sword, Nox swung it at nearby bushes, causing a loud cry to emanate from that direction. In Talia's residence, Talia expressed her disbelief that her beauty had failed to captivate Nox. She couldn't comprehend the situation. Her maid, Emma, pleaded with her, using her title, Young Miss, asking her to stop following young Master Nox. Emma explained that if Talia continued her pursuit, she would also face reprimands. Talia reassured Emma, stating that she would ensure Emma wouldn't get fired from the family. However, Emma tried to convey a different message, but Talia didn't grasp it. Later, during nighttime, Emma walked through a hallway, holding a lit candle. She contemplated Talia's talent and how she was respected as the potential next matriarch. Emma wondered why Talia felt inferior to her sister Chell, and why she seemed so impatient. Emma arrived at Talia's room and opened the door, speculating that she should have given up by now and would be sleeping. However, as Emma entered Talia's room, she noticed something was wrong. A sense of horror struck her as she called out, "Young Miss?" In her thoughts, she worried that Talia might have gone to find young Master Nox. Emma's voice echoed through the mansion, urgently waking everyone up. Another person inquired about the commotion, asking what was wrong and what had happened. In the forest, Talia smiled, covering her head with her hands. Nox was taken aback and called out her name. He questioned her presence. Talia got up and chuckled nervously and greeted him. Nox demanded to know why she was there, but before Talia could respond, he suddenly caught her by the waist and pushed her behind him, instructing her to stay there. Confused, Talia called out Nox's name, trying to understand the situation. Just then, they noticed a figure approaching them from the darkness. Talia immediately recognized it as a gray wolf. Shocked, she realized they were in the territory of the gray wolf. Despite having only a dagger at hand, she braced herself for the encounter. The wolf circled around them, displaying an evil smile, aware that it had found its prey. It let out a loud howl, signaling its presence. Nox remained calm, even in this perilous situation. Without hesitation, he swiftly advanced toward the wolf, throwing his fire torch and launching a swift attack with his sword. His strike proved fatal, and the wolf fell down with a single blow. Talia was astonished by Nox's prowess, and couldn't help but think how incredible it was. She marveled at how effortlessly he defeated the wolf, even though it was just one. Nox turned back to face Talia and repeated his question, expressing his surprise that it was her instead of his brothers who followed him. He demanded to know why she was there. Talia stumbled with her response, trying to come up with an excuse, mentioning a night stroll with a nervous laugh. Nox was not convinced and picked up his fire torch and warned her not to lie, threatening to leave her alone in the forest. Caught off guard, Talia grabbed Nox's arm and tried to stop him. Nox looked at her and waited for an explanation. Talia began to explain that she wasn't doing anything strange. She had just noticed how strong he had become and wanted to be strong like him. She saw him through the window and became curious about where he was going. Talia admitted that she had followed him to the forest without thinking much. Nox smiled to himself, realizing three things. Talia held him in high regard, she didn't harbor any hostility towards him, and he found relief in that fact. He sighed, understanding that Talia was still a child who didn't fully grasp the danger of following others late at night. As one of the core characters, he couldn't simply leave her there alone in the forest. Nox sighed once again and instructed Talia to follow him, clarifying that his intention was not to help her, but to prevent any trouble for his family. Talia felt embarrassed and apologized and admitted her mistake. Nox thought to himself that Talia probably wouldn't engage in any more reckless behavior. However, before they could proceed further, Talia interrupted, calling out to Nox. Talia blushed and expressed her gratitude. She looked at Nox and began to say something, but her expression abruptly shifted to shock as she noticed numerous glowing eyes in the darkness. Worry evident in her voice, Talia called out to Nox. He stood with the fire torch in hand, alongside Talia. The flickering light from the fire torch revealed that they were surrounded by a pack of wolves. These wolves had likely been drawn to the location by the loud howl of the wolf Nox had previously defeated. As the wolves closed in around them, Talia grasped Nox's arm tightly, trembling in fear. However, Nox abruptly pulled his arm away from her grip, sternly telling her to stay away. Talia was taken aback by his response, while Nox walked ahead, warning her that she would be in his way when he swung his sword. Deep in thought, Nox acknowledged the presence of unexpected variables and resolved to refocus. This particular area was part of the prologue and did not contain any boss monsters, but an elite monster one rank below the boss would appear. The evolved form of the gray wolf he had just defeated, an elite gray wolf. Nox understood that merely knowing his enemy wouldn't guarantee an easy encounter. The wolves launched their attack, but Nox swiftly retaliated, eliminating them one by one. Nox's attention turned to the wolf standing at the back, realizing the possibility of being driven into a corner. Prepared to defend himself, Nox braced for the incoming attack, reflecting on his past experiences as Yu Chan, playing the inner lunatic and acknowledging his own weakness. In a single strike, Nox successfully vanquished the wolf, letting out a relieved sigh. Talia watched in astonishment, recognizing Nox's incredible sword technique, which she believed to be even more impressive than when he fought his brothers. She speculated whether Nox had slain gray wolves before. However, her expression turned somber as she realized that Nox still perceived her as weak. Suddenly, a howl echoed through the air, capturing their attention. Nox shifted his gaze ahead, knowing that what they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The elite gray wolf. Accompanied by a pack of wolves, the formidable foe made its grand entrance. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the missing child forest, a group of people anxiously searched for Nox and Talia. One of them noticed footprints on the ground, recognizing them as the young master's and Lady Talia's. It was clear that they had ventured into the forest together. Talia's maid, Emma, fell to her knees in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. She insisted that they needed to enter the forest immediately. However, head butler Rodwell cautioned against such a hasty decision, deeming it impossible. Emma exclaimed in disbelief, questioning his reasoning. Head butler Rodwell thought to himself, aware that the missing child forest was one of the most challenging trials within the Reinhafer family. Despite being renowned as the strongest dark family in the South, the fact that they hadn't managed to clear this particular forest reflected poorly on their competence. It was unknown to them that only children who hadn't reached adulthood could enter the forest successfully, and that it could only be cleared by children. Head butler Rodwell pondered further, wondering why the young master had entered the forest. He doubted that Nox had been bewitched by a mind-controlling monster, as the tracks indicated careful movement, and there were no signs of anyone breaching the estate's strongest mana barrier. This meant that young Master Nox had intentionally entered the forest. Head butler Rodwell admitted to himself that he had been wrong in underestimating Nox's strength and resilience, acknowledging that he was no longer the weak and frail young master from before. With a determined tone, head butler Rodwell explained that there was only one way for Nox and Talia to return. They had to rely on the young master's wisdom to find their way out of the forest. Emma's eyes filled with tears as worry consumed her. She blamed herself, believing that she was the one who had caused the young miss to be in this predicament. As Nox faced the wolves, he observed Talia and noted her ability to maintain concentration despite her fear. He advised her not to attack unnecessarily, warning her of the potential danger and instructing her to stay out of the direct confrontation. He urged her to conserve her strength and use it to escape if she were to come under attack, as it would increase her chances of survival. Nox, however, acknowledged that eliminating an elite wolf wasn't overly risky since its rating was only 2.5 stars. His primary goal was to ensure Talia remained alert and responsive to her surroundings. Examining Talia, Nox thought that she had learned well, though she hadn't reached a level where he could fully trust her to cover his back. Nonetheless, he decided to utilize his skill, Hour of the Genius, intending to dispatch the elite wolf swiftly. To his surprise, Nox noticed the wolf smirking, frustrating him and fueling his determination to uncover the wolf's motives. As one wolf charged at Nox, he managed to defeat it swiftly. However, the other wolves suddenly halted, leaving Nox perplexed. The elite wolf took a seat while the remaining wolves launched a coordinated attack from all sides. Nox fought valiantly, dispatching several of the wolves. Unfortunately, one managed to sneak behind him, poised to strike. Just as the wolf was about to land a blow, a dagger flew through the air, striking the wolf's neck and saving Nox. Nox turned to the side, surprised to see Talia, who had climbed a nearby tree. She cautioned him to be careful. Talia's thoughts raced as she realized that even though Nox had instructed her to flee in dangerous situations, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Nox gazed at her in disbelief, questioning in his mind whether she was truly going to help him. Talia expressed her concern, asking Nox if he was all right and if he was injured. Nox, thinking to himself, was surprised by Talia's assistance. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the growl of a nearby wolf. Reacting instinctively, Nox swiftly attacked, using his sword to kill 2 wolves. He assured Talia that he was all right, to which she expressed relief. Inwardly, Nox realized that it was not the time to be carefree and regretted showing his vulnerable side to Talia. He glanced down at his trembling hands and realized that the recoil was taking its effect. Nevertheless, he remained determined, knowing that the situation wasn't over yet. As an elite wolf approached him, he braced himself, anticipating an attack. The wolf circled around him for some time and suddenly charged toward Nox. However, to his surprise, the wolf passed by him, leaving him astonished. Nox wondered if the wolf had a different plan in mind. Suddenly, the wolf reappeared behind Nox and struck, slashing at him. Nox cursed his slowness and managed to evade partially, but his shoulder was injured. Talia shouted Nox's name in worry upon seeing his injured shoulder. Nox placed his hand on his shoulder, assessing the damage. He couldn't help but question if this wolf was truly a 2.5-star rated creature. Nox realized that the elite gray wolf in reality was smarter and more cunning than in the game. Meanwhile, the elite gray wolf, hidden in the forest, wore an evil smirk. Nox prepared himself for the wolf's next attack, acknowledging his surprise and the wolf's ability to control the other wolves. He also recognized the wolf's utilization of the terrain and geographical advantages. Nox focused his gaze in a particular direction, determined to be prepared. The wolf lunged from that direction, prompting Nox to swiftly swing his sword. In that split second, Nox believed he had skillfully struck his target. However, to Nox's surprise, his sword didn't reach the wolf as it stopped at a short distance. Nox was shocked, and the elite gray wolf looked at him with a cunning smile. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf attacked Nox. Nox realized that the wolf had been waiting for him to make a large swing and expose himself. Attempting to counter the attack with his sword, Nox's expression suddenly changed. He realized that he was facing the recoil of his skill. As the wolf closed in with its mouth wide open, ready to bite him, Nox thought about his overconfidence. Clearing the game multiple times had led him to believe he could do anything, but it was a foolish judgment. Resigned, Nox closed his eyes, feeling helpless. However, he then heard the whimpering sound of the wolf. He saw a dagger lodged in the wolf's eye. Nox was shocked and realized that if the wolf could create an opening, so could they. But the unexpected variable, the one who created the opening, wasn't him. It was Talia. Seizing the opportunity, Nox attacked the elite gray wolf. As Nox's sword pierced through its body, the wolf let out a loud growl and fell to the ground. Exhausted, Nox fell to his knees, panting heavily. Talia called out to Nox, expressing her worry. She then noticed the remaining wolves that were still present. However, upon witnessing their leader's death, the remaining wolves started running away. Talia rushed over to Nox, expressing concern for his well-being. Nox reassured her that he was all right, but he paused, shocked by his own thought. He had almost thanked the enemy who would eventually kill him in the future. Nox looked away and told Talia that there was no need to worry. However, Talia noticed the injury on Nox's shoulder, and with teary eyes, she voiced her concern about his well-being. Nox brushed it off, stating that it was just a slight wound. Talia persisted, expressing her relief that he wasn't injured elsewhere. Suddenly, Talia noticed a spider on her shoulder. Fear filled her eyes, and she let out a loud scream. Nox was taken aback, thinking that there was another monster. In her panic, Talia fell into Nox's arms and hugged him tightly. Nox was shocked and called out to her in a questioning tone, seeking clarification. Talia tightly hugged Nox as she spotted the spider. She held onto him even tighter, causing Nox to almost lose his balance. Nox wondered how long she intended to cling to him and pondered if she was scared of the spider. He flicked the spider off Talia's shoulder and questioned her decision to follow him into the forest if something as small as a spider frightened her. Talia, with teary eyes, expressed her fear of spiders, asking if Nox was scared of them too. Nox smiled and remarked that she wouldn't be able to become a knight with such fear. Talia looked at Nox, their faces just inches apart. She let go of him and blushed with embarrassment and shouted, "No!" Nox responded, noting that she finally got off him. Suddenly Nox coughed, and Talia expressed concern, asking if he was okay. Nox reassured her and reminded her not to worry. Nox thought to himself, acknowledging that Talia had contributed her fair share. He survived thanks to her, even though he couldn't express his gratitude due to her sudden scream. He then looked ahead and realized that now their goal was to escape the forest. Outside the forest, Emma remained on her knees, crying and confessing that she was the one who killed the young miss. Head butler Rodwell wondered if Talia and Nox didn't make it, realizing that Talia's disappearance would create problems between the two families. He also acknowledged that the Reinhafer family was often criticized for their incompetence regarding the numerous missing children in the area. Just then, a man pointed towards the forest, calling out to Rodwell and informing him that the fog in the forest was clearing. Everyone looked toward the forest in shock as Rodwell realized that the infamous missing child's forest had been cleared. Emma stood up and expressed her belief that if Mana was being lifted, then it could only mean one thing. Head butler acknowledged that her earlier understanding was correct. This view meant that the forest had indeed been cleared, and their speculation had become reality. Emma, with teary eyes, realized that it meant Nox, and had managed to clear the forest. However, before she could finish her sentence, they noticed Nox and Talia emerging from the forest. Someone shouted, announcing that the young master was coming out, and people started discussing the feat of clearing the forest. The incredible sight of Nox emerging unscathed left them in disbelief. Head butler couldn't help but smile, as he was now certain that the hierarchy among the descendants within the Reinhafer family would undergo significant turmoil. Nox, appearing casual, asked why everyone was gathered there. Emma looked at Talia and called out to her, hugging her tightly and expressing how worried they had been. Head butler informed Nox that the family had also been concerned about his disappearance. Nox couldn't believe that the family would worry about someone as useless as him, lamenting that the family's reputation as a dark family was about to decline. Meanwhile, Talia told Emma to stop crying. Emma wiped her tears, grabbed Talia by her hair, and declared her intention to go over the 71 rules of the Stillreiner family once again. She urged Talia to follow her. Talia apologized, but Emma quickly reassured her, stating that she would never dare to blame her, as she was just a lowly maid. She emphasized that the patriarch would personally teach her the rules. Nox observed Emma, and thought to himself that the maid seemed to possess extraordinary stamina. Emma then greeted Nox and thanked him for protecting their young miss. Nox turned his attention to Talia, and acknowledged that even though he hadn't intended to go into the forest with her, she had proven her worth and shouldn't be too hard on herself. Nox entered his room, relieved that the ordeal was over, and placed his hand on his forehead. He contemplated the unexpected presence of Rodwell and the knights waiting outside the forest. He wondered if Talia had something to do with it. Nevertheless, Nox smiled and pulled something out of his pocket, a hidden piece. A message appeared, indicating that he had obtained a new artifact. The Black Flame Ring, categorized as an accessory of low intermediate grade. The ring had the attribute of darkness and provided a boost to stamina and mana. It could only be equipped by those capable of using dark mana. The ring also possessed a special effect. When defeating a target while wearing it, a small amount of their life force could be stolen and converted into the wearer's own. The amount stolen increased with the rank of the defeated target. Nox acknowledged that the Black Flame Ring was the only artifact capable of stealing someone else's life force, but he understood that merely possessing the ring wouldn't guarantee a longer life. Looking at the ring, he reflected on the limitations of extending one's life indefinitely. Stealing only a small amount of life force made it challenging to overcome the terminal illness. He decided to wear the ring, believing that as long as he could struggle and progress, it was far better than a hopeless life on the brink of death. Nox smiled with determination, sensing his life force and mana increasing. Nox turned toward the door of his room and called out to Rona, knowing that she was outside. The door opened, and Rona peeked inside, addressing him as young master. She asked if he was able to see through things, to which Knox responded that he might be capable of it. Rona's face turned red, and she asked if that meant he could see her naked body too. Knox gently tapped her on the head and questioned what on earth she was talking about. Rona exclaimed in pain, wondering why it felt like his finger flick hurt even more than usual. Knox suggested arm wrestling to Rona, who questioned if they were going to do it again. She prepared herself and proposed that if she won this time, he would genuinely increase her salary. Knox agreed, but warned her that if she lost, 20% of her salary would be deducted. They clasped each other's hands and got ready. Rona counted 1, 2, 3. The match began, but Rona's hand instantly touched the table, resulting in her loss. Rona was taken aback and stuttered, wondering what had just happened. She then regained her composure and confronted Knox, suggesting that he must believe it wasn't befitting of a reputable family's son to reduce a servant's meager salary by 20%. Knox waved his hand dismissively and admitted that while it might be true, he was the rumored good-for-nothing of the Reinhafer family, as per someone's rumors. He smiled and stated that he had decided not to care about trivial things like honor. Suddenly he received a series of messages indicating that the effects of his trait, frequent sickness, had been activated. He obtained a wrist fracture level 2 and flu level 1. Knox groaned, frustrated with these negative traits. He then told Rona to forget about the salary reduction and asked her to bring him some ice and a wet towel. Rona noticed Knox's pale face and expressed concern. Knox thought to himself that for now, he would be satisfied with having the ring and that he needed to rest. Suddenly, a hazy memory emerged as a figure declared with certainty that the name was Yu-chan. Knox thought to himself about the two hidden pieces he possessed, Carl and the black flame ring. It had been 6 months since he obtained them, but unfortunately, he hadn't had an opportunity to utilize them. The reason was that he had been grounded. Knox let out a sigh and expressed his frustration, stating that he hadn't gotten into any trouble and had even managed to clear the missing child's forest. He couldn't believe he was being punished when he should have been rewarded for his actions. He turned to Rona, seeking her agreement. Rona looked to the side and cautiously replied that, as a maid belonging to the family, she was obligated to speak favorably about the patriarch since it could affect her salary. Knox walked confidently and made a firm promise to Rona that her salary would indeed be reduced if she didn't comply with his preferences. Rona was taken aback by this statement, exclaiming her shock at the harshness of the patriarch and expressing her disbelief at his lack of understanding towards his feelings. Knox, feeling the weight of his situation, found a seat on the sofa and reflected on his current life. He had been working diligently to adapt and live a productive life while observing the growth of Carl. However, he couldn't continue living this way, as he realized that his life was being shortened due to the terminal illness. He glanced at a message revealing that he had only 147 days left to live. Frustrated, Knox thought to himself about the system that seemed more interested in his life than he was, sarcastically thanking it for explaining the situation so nicely. Determined to change his circumstances, he stood up and declared that he couldn't bear it any longer. He resolved to approach his father and seek permission to go out somehow. Just as he made this decision, someone knocked on the door. Head butler Rodwell entered the room and greeted Knox before informing him that the patriarch had summoned him. Meanwhile, the patriarch recalled a memory from the past, where he stood on a blood-covered battlefield facing numerous flying demons. He reflected on the night of slaughter, the devastation caused by the demons, and the humans caught up in the chaos. Opening his eyes, the patriarch acknowledged that someday, one of his sons would likely learn the supreme black sword, but he couldn't rely on probabilities alone. He needed a certain talent, because one of his sons would eventually have to kill him. As head butler entered and reported that the young master would soon arrive, the patriarch expressed his dissatisfaction with the delay and instructed head butler to bring Knox to him immediately. The patriarch acknowledged that, even though he didn't know how to clear the missing child's forest, but Knox's ability to accomplish it deserved appropriate recognition. However, rewarding Knox had been delayed due to strong objections from the family's vassals, who doubted Knox's transformation and initiated an investigation to verify his claims. The patriarch couldn't ignore the opinions of the family's vassals, making the investigation a necessary process. Knox greeted the patriarch and paid his respects, to which the patriarch instructed him to rise. The patriarch acknowledged that Knox's actions were wrong, but as the patriarch, it was his duty to give credit where it was due, even if it belonged to someone considered a good-for-nothing. He had summoned Knox to discuss his reward and made a surprising offer. He would fulfill one request of Knox's, no matter what it was. Knox was shocked by the patriarch's words, questioning whether it was a trap, and feeling as if he had been metaphorically shot or betrayed. Nevertheless, Knox asked if he could request anything. The patriarch assured him that he could ask for anything, emphasizing his role as the patriarch of Reincarnated, and swearing upon the long-standing history of the Black Sword to fulfill Knox's request. Knox looked at the patriarch, realizing that he was serious about granting his request. The patriarch, however, reminded Knox that if his request was too ridiculous, he might change his evaluation of him, expressing his trust that Knox wouldn't make a foolish request. Knox smiled and replied, assuring the patriarch that he understood, and requested some time to consider his options. The patriarch agreed and granted Knox permission to leave the estate, but reminded him that he should not get into trouble as he did previously. Knox responded with a respectful smile, affirming his understanding and loyalty to the Reinhafer family. The next day, Knox stood outside the estate as Talia was about to depart. Talia smiled and enthusiastically suggested meeting at Eldine Academy the next time they saw each other. However, Knox didn't even look at her and remained silent. Talia, undeterred, repeated her statement with a smile, expressing her anticipation of seeing him again. Knox still kept his face turned away and didn't respond. Head butler advised Knox, telling him that he should answer when a lady asks him a question. Knox let out a sigh and reluctantly agreed. He then turned to Talia and informed her that they would meet again only if she became a full-fledged knight before that. Talia, brimming with motivation, questioned the meaning of becoming a full-fledged knight. Knox, teasingly, stated that his definition of a knight was someone who wouldn't get scared even after encountering a super-huge spider. Suddenly, a punch landed on Knox's stomach, and he thought to himself that saying wolves might have been a better choice than spiders. Talia confidently declared that she would return after becoming a full-fledged knight and warned Knox to prepare his head for her. Knox was shocked by her statement and wondered if she intended to kill him. Emma, a maid of the Styliner family, stepped forward and bowed to Knox, thanking him for everything, and especially for saving young Miss Talia. Knox sighed and dismissed her gratitude, stating that he hadn't saved Talia intentionally and telling her to stop bothering him and leave. As Talia left in her carriage, Knox pondered the fact that one person was now gone from his life. He couldn't help but feel that he was slowly getting used to this strange life, even though he didn't know the exact reason. He found himself somewhat enjoying it. Just then, a message appeared, indicating that he had 146 days left due to his terminal illness. Knox realized that he had no time to rest. A few days later, Rona informed Knox that he needed to hire a new maid and new servants. Knox, thinking about the idea of getting a new maid, was interrupted by the entrance of head butler Rodwell into the room. Rodwell greeted Knox and informed Knox that Eldine Academy had sent a maid in training to assist him, and from that day onwards she would be serving him. The maid greeted Knox and stated that her name was Gitri de la Villa, emphasizing that she would be his exclusive maid from that point forward. Knox acknowledged her introduction and introduced himself as Knox von Reinhofer. However, he couldn't help but activate his skill, allowing him to see Gitri's status window. The window displayed her name, sex, age, species, main element, and various attributes. Notably, her passive skill was listed as perfect housework, and her active skill was mentioned as monitoring player based on orders of Theo von Reinhofer. Knox took note of the last line, indicating that Gitri was monitoring him based on orders from Theo von Reinhofer. Knox received a message notifying him that due to the terminal illness, he had only 140 days left to live. He sighed, reflecting on how time seemed to pass rapidly when faced with limited time. However, he found a silver lining in the fact that he was growing stronger despite the severe penalty of his condition. Soon he would be admitted into the prestigious Eldian Academy. Rona informed him that he would start attending the Eldian Academy in 2 months. She asked if he felt nervous about it. Knox questioned if she was happy that he would be leaving this place for the academy. Rona was taken aback by this sudden question, but she soon became emotional and stated that she had already started missing him. Seeing her overreacting, Knox told her that she didn't need to act like that. He wouldn't reduce her salary. Knox thought that he didn't even have time to bully Rona. Within the next 2 months, if he didn't increase his stats even by a little, then he would definitely not be able to survive the academy. Eldian was the Empire's finest academy, which gathered monstrously strong cadets from all corners of the country. After surviving rigorous training and entering the main storyline, he must take on the role of the villain, Knox von Reinhofer. Knox felt frustrated, as he found everything to be incredibly challenging. Rona informed him that he needed to hire a new maid and servants. Knox pondered the idea of having a maid, and coincidentally, head butler Rodwell entered the room, informing him that Eldian Academy had sent a maid in training to assist him. The new maid, Gitri de la Villa, introduced herself with great enthusiasm, assuring Knox of her dedication to supporting him to the best of her abilities. However, Knox couldn't help but notice her status window, indicating that she was monitoring him under orders from Theo von Reinhofer. This realization made him apprehensive, as it seemed they wouldn't allow him to leave this place comfortably. Theo von Reinhofer was considered one of the most formidable antagonists and one of the strongest beings in the world. When contemplating how he attained his current position, many speculate whether it was solely due to his exceptional swordsmanship. Theo was so skilled that few doubt the significance of his swordsmanship in his rise to power. However, the primary reason for Theo's ascent to the top of the Reinhofer family was his innate suspicion of everything and everyone around him. Theo stood before Gitri and he expressed great expectations for her this time. Gitri acknowledged his words with a respectful, "Yes, sir." Theo had learned that Gitri had been pushed back in the line of succession within the Lavilia family, and he promised that if she performed well in her current role, the Reinhofer family would spare no efforts to support her in the succession. Gitri told Theo that she would assist young Master Knox with all her heart. However, to her surprise, she received a cold and stern no from Theo in response. She was greatly startled by the chilling aura emanating from him. However, she managed to compose herself and remarked that she would be monitoring him strictly and reporting every single detail to him. Theo's intimidating presence lingered even after Gitri left his office, as she found his words echoing in her mind. "Don't forget who your master is." Looking at her pendant, Gitri understood that she must not falter from this point on. Knox lay on his bed, contemplating the spy that Theo had sent to monitor him. He believed Theo's intention was to confirm whether the person within him was truly Knox or not. He knew that demon possession was a common occurrence within the inner lunatic, and in the original storyline, Knox's body had been taken over by the number 1 demon, Baal. Knox needed to ensure that his true identity remained hidden. Getting up, Knox reassured himself that everything would be fine as long as Theo didn't uncover his true self. However, he couldn't shake the worry that stemmed from Gitri. He recognized her as the problem. Gitri de la Villa had a tragic past. Although not directly involved in the main storyline, she was originally meant to become the next head of the Lavilia family. But her parents were killed by her uncle, causing her to lose her position as the next head. To escape from her family's darkness, she became a maid of the Reinhofer family. On the surface, she appeared cheerful and always smiled. But inside, she was deeply scarred and broken, on the verge of collapsing. The revelation haunted Knox. He knew that in the course of the story, Gitri was destined to commit suicide before the first part of the main storyline even began. This left him facing a moral dilemma. Should he try to change the storyline and save someone who was supposed to be dead? Such a decision could have serious consequences for him, possibly putting his life at risk. The next day, Knox gathered Rona and Gitri before him. He announced that they would be hunting monsters within the forest in the territory. Rona was shocked by the unexpected request and exclaimed in surprise. Rona, with a worried expression, tried to take a leave of absence, claiming that she was sick. On the other hand, Gitri calmly nodded in agreement to his order. Rona caught Gitri's hand with teary eyes and pleaded with her not to agree to everything. Knox observed that it was normal for a maid to be scared of hunting monsters, as the request was quite absurd. However, he noticed that Gitri gave an immediate answer without hesitation. Addressing Rona, Knox pointed out that he knew she had used up all her leaves, and therefore couldn't take a sick leave today. He playfully reminded her that he was a good-for-nothing, and threatened to reduce her salary if she didn't follow his orders. Rona tearfully asked whether she should bring a bow or a sword for the hunt. Jitri then asked Nox if she should inform Sir Rodwell about his departure from the estate before starting to prepare. Nox agreed, realizing that his top priority now was to increase his lifespan since he was now free to go anywhere. With their preparations in place, Nox, accompanied by his two maids Rona and Jitri, embarked on their quest to hunt monsters. A few days later, the once ominous missing child's forest now appeared like any normal forest after being cleared. As Nox ventured deeper into the forest, a wolf suddenly leaped at him. Reacting swiftly, Nox readied his sword and struck down the attacking wolf. In doing so, he received a message stating that he had absorbed a small amount of the gray wolf's life force, granting him an additional 2 hours of life. Breathing heavily, Nox contemplated his recent hunt. He wondered if he had managed to eliminate all the wolves in the area, considering that a single hunt had given him 2 hours of life. He saw this as a successful hunt and felt pleased with his accomplishment. Jitri approached Nox with a water bottle and pointed out that an hour had passed since he began the hunt. She questioned if he was still not tired. Nox realized that he hadn't activated the Hour of the Genius skill, which caused the hunt to take longer than expected. As a result, he had only earned 1 hour of life instead of 2. Nox knew that the calculations wouldn't be perfect, but the outcome was far from what he had hoped for. He acknowledged that he couldn't keep killing monsters every single hour. Moreover, he was concerned about the diminishing number of monsters in the vicinity. Over the past few days, his continuous hunting had significantly reduced their population. This posed a threat to his plan of living a prosperous life, as the scarcity of monsters jeopardized the source of his additional life hours. Sighing, Nox admitted that the lack of monsters in the area was indeed a major problem. Jitri, however, found it surprising that Nox saw this as a problem, as most people would think he had become peculiar if they heard his concern. Observing the rising sun, Nox decided it was time to return to the mansion for the day. Jitri offered to prepare warm bathwater for Nox, ensuring it would be at a comfortable temperature. Nox internally acknowledged her capability as a support genius and agreed to take a bath before dinner, requesting the timing to be appropriate. Jitri smiled, acknowledging Nox's request, and assured him that she would handle the task. During this interaction, Rona expressed her concern, reminding him not to forget about her. She mentioned that she would clean up his room. Nox was surprised, but allowed her to do as she pleased. As Rona eagerly prepared to leave, Jitri couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Nox called out to her and said that he wanted to ask her a question. He then posed an unexpected inquiry, asking whom she served. Jitri was taken aback by the question, uncertain how to respond. Nox knew that Jitri had the support genius trait, but he was also aware of the fact that no matter how beautiful or great a sword is, if he can't use it, then he won't hesitate to throw it away. Jitri hesitated to reply, but Nox seemed to understand her unspoken answer. Jitri tried to explain that she hadn't even said anything yet. She attempted to continue, but Nox interrupted and reassured her that he already knew what she wanted to say. He appreciated her honesty and stated that he had no intention of interrogating her any further. Nox expressed gratitude toward her and declared that, irrespective of whom she served, he would consider her as part of his own. As Nox started to walk away, he reassured Jitri that she could also make use of him if necessary. He believed that a relationship based on mutual trust might not be necessary, and he was content with both of them using each other for their respective purposes. In Nox's mind, the bond he shared with Jitri seemed to be more of a mutually beneficial arrangement rather than relying solely on trust, reflecting his pragmatic outlook on their relationship. That night, Rona lay on her bed, eating candies and expressing her frustration about Nox. She complained that he always said things like, "If you don't run together with me, what fun would it be for me to train?" during their training sessions. She questioned whether he was going too far with his demands. Jitri looked at Rona and agreed with a laugh. She then thought about the rumors she had heard about young Master Nox being a changed person. While she initially dismissed these rumors as fabricated, the recent events made her question their authenticity. Nox had defeated the twins and secured his place in the academy. Jitri thought that Nox was someone who was solidifying his standing within the family. He was totally different from her, having fallen all the way down despite being a legitimate successor. Jitri pondered over Nox's statement from earlier that day, where he had told her to make use of him if needed. She wondered what he meant by that, and couldn't help but be curious about his intentions. Soon after, groundless rumors began spreading within the Reinhafer family, claiming that Jitri was expelled from her own family and no longer deserved to be a maid for the Reinhardt family. Jitri, with tears in her eyes, received a letter that only added to her distress. The letter accused her of being an incompetent family head who had sold out her family, resulting in the removal of her rights as a direct line descendant. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to remain in the Reinhardt family for long, Jitri accepted her fate. She acknowledged that the Reinhardt family was one of the top dark families, and that she, as a commoner who had lost her own family, had no right to serve them. She anticipated being cut off from the Reinhardt family soon, and believed that she would end up serving someone else soon. Jitri entered the kitchen with a warm smile and greeted the other maids, but they didn't respond to her. She realized that everyone had heard the rumors about her and was now looking at her with disdain. Despite being used to such treatment, it still weighed on her heart. Just then, Rona appeared behind her, cheerful as ever, and exclaimed that she had been searching everywhere for her. Rona eagerly pulled her along, and they started walking together. Jitri couldn't help but wonder if Rona was unaware of the rumors, or if she was simply pretending not to know. She questioned whether Rona genuinely considered her a friend. Regardless, Jitri recognized that what Rona was doing now was something foolish. From her perspective, she, Rona, and young Master Nox, all three of them, were doing foolish things. Meanwhile, Nox sat near a window, holding a letter in front of him. He knew that the end was approaching, not just for Jitri. Nox concluded that Theo had probably received a similar letter. He was aware that the crimes attributed to Jitri's father were all false and fabricated. However, he was also unable to help her because there was no way to know what butterfly effect would be caused just by him helping her survive. In the missing child's forest, Nox was on the hunt for monsters. With a swift swing of his sword, he effortlessly took down a menacing wolf. Rona and Jitri stood by, observing the scene. Rona noticed a coldness in Nox's eyes and commented on how he appeared harsher than he used to be in the past when he was more merciful. Jitri, intrigued by Rona's remark, asked if that was truly the case. This left Jitri feeling uneasy about the whole situation. Nox continued his killing spree without breaking a sweat, eagerly anticipating the appearance of something. He was well aware that in the missing child's forest, a hidden boss monster randomly shows up when only 20% of the regular monsters remain in the forest. He had planned to kill the hidden boss monster to boost his stats, but it looked like his plan was not going to work as the monster had still not appeared. However, something suddenly passed by his face, leaving him shocked. He swung his sword in response but didn't hit anything, and then realized that the hidden thing's speed was on a whole different level. Nox smiled, acknowledging that the hidden boss, an elite king wasp, was indeed challenging. He prepared to fight it, confident he could handle the battle. However, when Nox was momentarily distracted, Jitri noticed the wasp attacking and rushed to save him, taking the attack head-on. Nox wondered why Jitri had intervened since he believed he could have dealt with the attack himself. He questioned why she had saved him, and pondered how many people would be able to run toward a monster that suddenly appeared. Nonetheless, Nox decided that he would use Jitri's actions to his advantage and protect her. In response to the situation, an angry expression appeared on Nox's face, and a message appeared, stating that the hour of the genius had been activated. Jitri recalled a memory from her childhood when she was crying, and her mother expressed concern about her constantly falling down. Her father agreed and mentioned that there has never been a day that Jitri's wounds on her knee were completely healed. That was what her parents had always told her. However, that doesn't simply apply to only her knee wounds, but also her heart wounds. She wondered if her parents were prophesying over her previously. She also remembered Nox questioning her about whom she serves, which made her reflect on her own allegiances. Suddenly, she recalled a chilling memory of her uncle killing her parents and claiming the family for himself with an evil smile. Voices echoed in her mind, repeating the question, "Who do you serve?" And, if needed, "Feel free to make use of me, because I too will make use of you." As Jitri opened her eyes slightly, she saw Nox panting heavily before her, calling out to her with concern in his voice. Nox had received a message saying that he had defeated the monster, and that special rewards would be given to him. However, he ignored the message, and instead reassured Jitri that everything was over, promising to take her back safely. Rona expressed concern and urged Nox to head back to the mansion quickly. Jitri observed Nox's expression and thought that he was lying. She questioned whether this was really the expression of someone who was just trying to make use of her. She wondered why she sensed a slight tremble and anger in his voice. Family head Theo read a letter and found it troubling. Head butler Rodwell confirmed that based on their investigation, the contents of the letter were true. The Lavilia family had decided to completely cut off Miss Jitri. Theo reflected on his initial plan to bring Jitri into their family and have him take over the Lavilia family. Since they had lost their previous head and were in an unstable state, he had thought that this would be the perfect time to take them over. With the involvement of Reinhafer, they should have been able to bring them into submission somehow. However, with the sudden expulsion of Jitri, their plans were rendered useless. Theo admitted that they can't do anything now, so he asked Rodwell for advice on what to do with Jitri. Rodwell remarked that if they placed a maid who didn't belong to any family besides Nox, they would be looked down upon within Eldane Academy. So he advised dealing with this quietly on their end. Theo expressed that he had similar thoughts. As they discussed what to do with Jitri, a butler interrupted with urgent news about Nox bringing back an injured maid who had been poisoned during the hunt. The maid's condition was critical, and Nox had used an expensive antidote without permission. Rodwell questioned the butler if Nox had used the Mandrake's purifying potion. The butler nodded in agreement, confirming his suspicion. Rodwell sighed and mentioned that it was actually an extremely expensive potion. Theo wondered if Nox had grown attached to the maid so quickly and expressed concern about the potential consequences of personal feelings in their plans. Rona called out to Jitri and was relieved to see her awake. Jitri, still recovering, wondered about what had happened and if Nox was safe. She questioned her decision to jump in front of the boss monster. Through her tears, Rona informed Jitri that Nox had used the Mandrake's antidote to save her life. The doctor had initially refused to administer the antidote, but Nox had forcefully threatened him, leaving him no choice but to use it unless he wanted to die. Jitri knew the value of Mandrake and questioned Nox's actions. She wondered whether Nox was truly only planning to use her. As she tried to get up on the bed, Rona expressed concern and advised her to rest more. Ignoring Rona's concerns, she inquired about Nox's whereabouts. Rona revealed that he had gone to look for the Chamberlain and had asked her to inform him once Jitri woke up. Rona prepared to leave and told Jitri that she would be back soon, also urging her to make sure to get plenty of rest. Once Rona left the room, Jitri walked toward her suitcase, contemplating her decision to leave. She packed her belongings, overwhelmed with feelings of unworthiness that made her believe she didn't deserve to stay. As she sorted through her things, she took out the pendant, which held a picture of her late parents. With a heavy heart, she removed the picture, deciding to leave the pendant behind along with a heartfelt letter expressing gratitude to Nox for saving her life and using the pendant to pay for the life-saving potion. As Jitri was about to leave, she encountered Nox in the hallway. He asked her where she was going right now. With a cold expression, he asked again, demanding to know where she was going. Nox's voice resonated with urgency as he confronted the doctor about the situation. He expressed his frustration at the doctor's apparent prioritization of the precious medicine over the critical condition of a dying person. The doctor responded hesitantly, explaining that he couldn't administer the medicine without permission from the patriarch. Nox's retort questioned the doctor's authority within the family hierarchy compared to his own. The doctor apologized in acknowledgement of his mistake. Unsatisfied, Nox made it clear that he intended to personally report this to his father and demanded the doctor to act promptly. The doctor complied, administering the potion to the unconscious Jitri. Rona, concerned about Jitri's well-being, inquired about her condition. The doctor reassured her that now that the poison had been neutralized, Jitri would recover. As Nox attempted to exit the room, Rona called out to him. Nox's response was curt, informing her to report directly to him once Jitri regained consciousness. Nox took an unexpected step to seek out family head Theo. Their conversation began with Theo remarking on the rarity of Nox seeking him out, speculating whether it had something to do with the maid. A message appeared before Nox, signaling the activation of a skill called the Master of Acting. Nox then reminded Theo that he had promised to grant him one wish, and Theo confirmed his agreement. Nox revealed his request and the name of the person he wanted as his wish, Jitri de Lovilia, who had been exiled from her own family. As Nox contemplated his decision, He realized that his actions might set off a chain of events that would impact the main story. Concerns about Theo's potential espionage seemed trivial compared to the gravity of his current realization. Knox recognized that Jitri's attempt to save him held the answer that she hadn't explicitly told him previously. The family head agreed to Knox's wish, expressing his willingness to make it happen. Knox, however, had one more matter to address. He acknowledged Theo's status as his father, and just then a warning message appeared, indicating that the master of acting was losing efficacy due to his agitated state. With a steely gaze, Knox expressed his frustration and requested Theo to stop toying with his people. Sometime later, Knox found himself facing Jitri in a hallway. He questioned her intentions and asked where she thought she was going. Jitri trembled, explaining that she intended to leave as she felt she no longer had a place there. She thanked Knox for everything he had done. Knox's inquiry persisted, asking why she was abandoning her responsibilities as his maid. Jitri admitted to being ordered by the patriarch to surveil Knox, even if it involved deceiving him. Tearfully, she questioned why Knox was trying to stop her, considering the extent of her deception and her lack of options. She wondered why he would want to hold her back despite her betrayal. In his thoughts, Knox pondered the contrast between the acting facade Jitri presented and the more genuine, resilient side he was witnessing now. He recognized her struggle and determination to persevere through difficult times. Knox's response to Jitri's guilt was unexpected. He acknowledged that people often deceive each other. Jitri voiced her concern that she had committed a grave offense against him. In response, Knox stated that was precisely why he was stopping her. After committing such a serious transgression against him, she wanted to leave without addressing it. So he asked her who had given her the authority to leave. Jitri was left shocked by his response. Knox then declared that she would be staying in this place. He expressed his disregard for her Lavilia family name and emphasized his need for her talents. Jitri was taken aback by his pronouncement. Knox reaffirmed his desire for her to stay by his side as his maid, until she repaid the offense of deceiving him. Jitri's eyes welled with tears of happiness as she accepted his offer, promising her loyalty and assistance until the end. With a smile, Knox welcomed her decision. Jitri took the conversation further by recalling a previous question he had asked her about whom she served. Knox confirmed that he had indeed asked her. Jitri questioned if he now knew whom she served. Knox smiled faintly and stated that he knew it now. Rona engaged in gossip with her colleagues while cleaning the floor. She recounted the dramatic event involving Knox threatening the doctor. However, her speech was cut short when Knox unexpectedly spoke up, scolding her for insulting him right in front of him. Rona was surprised to realize he had been listening all along. Knox's words were laced with sarcasm as he pointed out Rona's attempt to change the topic and avoid responsibility for insulting him. Rona quickly shifted the conversation, expressing concern for Jitri's well-being and offering to take over the task of laundry. She swiftly grabbed the laundry basket from Jitri's hands and hurriedly left the room, shouting that she would go dry the laundry. Frustrated, Knox sighed, complaining about Rona's consistent habit of causing trouble. Shifting gears, Knox addressed Jitri again. He brought up his upcoming enrollment in the Eldane Academy, a plan that involved them going together. Jitri confirmed her awareness and mentioned that she had already made preparations for it. She listed various items she had gathered, including basic tools, books, medicine, emergency items, clothing, and the cadet uniform for external trips. In his thoughts, Knox acknowledged her change in behavior. He appreciated that she no longer forced herself to put on a smile in front of him, allowing for a more genuine interaction. He preferred this authentic dynamic, one free of unnecessary compliments and superficial conversations. He mused that even in tough situations they wouldn't betray each other, emphasizing a sense of trust. Jitri asked if Knox was truly all right, as there were negative rumors circulating about him lately. This caught Knox's attention, and he seemed surprised by the notion of worse rumors than the ones already in existence. Curious, Knox inquired about these negative rumors, prompting Jitri to reveal that there was a rumor suggesting that Knox was keeping her as his maid because he had feelings for her. Knox reacted with a mixture of surprise and contemplation. Internally, he reflected on the fact that he was feeling embarrassed about playing the role of Knox and creating such rumors. He apologized to Jitri for inadvertently involving her in the rumors, to which she reassured him that her intention in sharing this information was to make sure he wasn't uncomfortable due to the gossip. Knox acknowledged his infamous reputation, describing himself as the useless and foolish youngest son of the family. Jitri tried to downplay it, but Knox warned her not to lie, threatening to fire her. Jitri then mentioned having heard other rumors about Knox, including ones that labeled him as perverted. She questioned if those rumors were true. Knox's thoughts wandered as he considered his evolving image. He noted that while he was previously seen as a reckless and weak individual, he now seemed to be perceived as a capable troublemaker. Despite this, he understood the need to strike a balance. He recognized his role as a villain, aiming to let the protagonist shine. He emphasized that he wasn't the protagonist of Inner Lunatic. Knox decided to steer the conversation away from the rumors and shifted the focus to a task he had in mind. He explained to Jitri that, just like her, he needed to prepare in order to survive at Eldine Academy. Jitri inquired about what kind of preparation he was talking about. Knox thought to himself that Jitri's personality trait of being single-minded indicated her unwavering trust in a particular person, presumably him. He considered it advantageous to share some of his plans with her, as her trust would make it easier to enlist her help. Knox elaborated that he was planning to study magic before entering the academy and asked for her assistance in this endeavor. Jitri appeared surprised by his intention, pointing out that practicing magic was illegal in the empire they lived in. Knox confirmed that he was aware of the illegality and was still determined to proceed. He responded nonchalantly, stating that he was used to acting recklessly. Jitri expressed her understanding and acknowledged that Knox likely had a reason for making this decision. She agreed to help him by looking for basic books on magic that could assist him in his studies. Knox noted her competence and seemed content with her willingness to help. Suddenly, they both heard voices in the distance, urgently urging someone to move quickly and prepare. Knox became curious about the commotion and wondered what could be causing such a ruckus. He glanced out of the window and saw a carriage parked outside. A voice was instructing workers to ensure that preparations were done properly, announcing the return of someone named Young Master Grain. Knox recognized the name. Grain had returned after graduating from Eldon Academy. He realized that he had almost forgotten about this important event. With a smile, Knox thought about the opportunity this presented for him to extend his life. He informed her that he would need to go on a distant mission for the time being. Jitri questioned him about what he was up to now. Later at the dinner table, the family head Theo toasted Grain's successful graduation from Eldine Academy. Grain thanked his father for the acknowledgement. Knox observed his older brother Grain, who was Theo's second son. Using his special skill, Knox activated Grain's status window, revealing some basic information about him. Grain was a 16-year-old human with a main element of darkness. Knox contemplated Grain's personality traits, describing him as a lustful man who becomes cheerful when surrounded by materialistic women, and as an opportunist. He acknowledged that Grain's true nature remained concealed because Knox himself was perceived as an even worse good-for-nothing. He recognized Grain's political adeptness and his ability to get along with others in the realm of politics. Grain had used his talents in playing politics to easily graduate from the academy. Eldine was very famous, but also very difficult to graduate from. The academy had stringent admission exams, with less than 1,000 individuals passing, and only half of those admitted managing to graduate. Family head inquired about Grain's upcoming departure to Chaders. Grain confirmed that he would be leaving for Chaders, a territory to the south, in 3 days. The family head deduced that Grain's mission would likely involve monster hunting, considering the time of year. Knox's thoughts delved into the details of Chaders. It was a neutral territory located beyond the Reinhofer family's land. It bordered Tajalin to the east, a region with an undeveloped desert along its borders that was infested with monsters. Grain's mission from the Imperial family was to counter the monster wave in Chaders. Completing this mission was essential for becoming a recognized knight of the Imperial family. Grain discussed the situation, explaining that Chaders became overrun by monsters during winter and that the Imperial family wanted to take preemptive measures against them. The family head emphasized the importance of not bringing shame to the Reinhofer name and reminded Grain of the potential impact on neighboring areas. Internally, Knox acknowledged that the Chaders mission held a significant role in the overarching story. He saw it as more than just a simple monster hunting quest. It was intertwined with various complex storylines. Recognizing the potential benefits, he realized that his involvement in the Chaders subjugation was crucial to gain what he needed. Seizing the moment, Knox turned to Grain and expressed his desire to join the Chaders mission. Grain was clearly surprised by Nox's request to join the Chaders' mission. He questioned whether Nox truly understood what Chaders was like. Nox replied that he had heard about the area's intermittent monster attacks and the increasing forces of secret bandits. Grain mentioned that he had been hearing a lot about Nox recently, particularly about his involvement with clearing the missing child's forest alongside the second daughter of the Stillreiner family. Nox admitted that it was indeed true. Nox recognized that Grain possessed a skill called precise detection. This skill allowed him to discern the reasons behind someone's restlessness, and if the target's stats were lower than his own, he could quickly identify the underlying causes. This skill had transformed Grain into an expert in navigating the world and playing politics. As Grain continued to question Nox about his victory over the twins and his decision to hire a commoner maid, Nox's skill, Steel Mentality, activated, countering Grain's precise detection. Nox confirmed that all the rumors were indeed true. Grain sighed and acknowledged Nox's achievements, but his demeanor quickly shifted to a more contemptuous tone. He stated that he couldn't allow someone who hadn't even been admitted to Eldine Academy to join him on the mission. He expressed a preference to avoid being responsible for collecting Nox's corpse. Suddenly, the family head interrupted the conversation, getting up from his seat. Grain seemed taken aback by his father's interruption and awaited his response. The head of the family stated that he would serve as a guarantee that Nox would remain safe during the mission. He then turned to Grain and issued an order, telling him to bring Nox along on the mission. Grain reacted with defiance, exclaiming, "Father!" The family head's gaze turned cold, and he reiterated that it was an order. He shifted his attention to Nox and informed them that the family would provide the necessary supplies for the mission. The family head instructed them to make preparations for the departure within the next 3 days. Nox's thoughts raced, wondering why the family head had granted his permission so easily. He considered whether Theo, the family head, had some ulterior motive behind this decision. Grain's voice interrupted Nox's thoughts as he asked him what he was up to. Grain sighed and wondered if Nox had genuinely lost his sanity. Nox retorted, challenging that regardless of how absurd he might appear, he couldn't be any more insane than he had been before. Grain seethed with anger as he questioned if Nox was just joking with him. Suddenly, Grain grabbed Nox by the collar, expressing anger and warning Nox to be cautious. He hinted that it would be a pity if Nox got injured on a rare opportunity like the Chaders' mission. At that moment, someone entered the room, and the glass fell from their hand and exclaimed in shock. Nox turned and swiftly caught Jitri as she was falling. Jitri, after accidentally spilling a drink on Nox, bowed and expressed her apologies. She offered to wash the spill and suggested that Nox should head to his room first. Grain, observing this situation, let out a disapproving sound. Nox addressed Grain as brother and acknowledged the mistake made by his maid, and excused himself and mentioned his departure 3 days later for the Chaders' subjugation. As Nox left the room, he thanked Jitri for helping him avoid a troublesome situation. Jitri responded by remarking on his talent for finding trouble. She then expressed concern about the upcoming dangerous mission in the Chaders region, but Nox reassured her, only to be interrupted by Rona's sudden appearance. Rona, in a state of worry, questioned Nox about his plans. Nox couldn't help but wonder if she had forgotten his status as her young master. He confirmed that everything had been decided, hinting at news about his participation in the Chaders' subjugation being widespread. Jitri and Rona both expressed concern about the perilous nature of the Chaders region, citing the high numbers of monsters and bandits. Nox inwardly reflected that this was precisely why he intended to go there, to extend his own life. He calmly responded that he understood the risks. Nox then proposed that he would go on the subjugation mission alone, and requested Jitri and Rona to remain behind. Jitri rejected this idea and stated that as his exclusive maid, it was her duty to assist him no matter the location, and she resolved to accompany him on the mission. Nox voiced his concerns to Jitri, warning her about the potential risks and dangers she could face during the mission. She acknowledged the risks but reminded him that he too had vulnerabilities, being weak and prone to illness. She pointed out the practical difficulties he might encounter during the journey, like forgetting things and needing assistance with daily tasks. Nox sighed, realizing that the trivial details he hadn't worried about in the game were now real concerns. Looking at Jitri, Nox contemplated the situation. He understood that if something were to happen to him, her position in the Reinhafer family could be compromised. It seemed that she had no choice but to accompany him. Nox agreed to her participation, on the condition that she follows his orders and learns to ride Carl. Jitri acknowledged her orders and mentioned that she had already gotten closer to Carl. Rona was shocked, and she questioned Jitri if she had really gotten closer to Carl and asked how she had managed to do that. Jitri mentioned that she had used half of her salary to buy high-quality sugar cubes for the horses, and after that, Carl opened up pretty quickly. Rona felt sadness and questioned Carl, asking if hay was not considered food, and went on to label him as a bad horse. She further remarked that Carl was a beast, much like his master. Nox then firmly announced his final decision. Rona would remain behind while Jitri would assist him on the mission. He instructed Jitri to make thorough preparations. Nox looked at the sulking Rona and thought that she seemed so concerned just now. He wondered if she would be all right. Their attention shifted as a knock sounded at the door. The head butler entered the room and informed Nox that the patriarch had an item to pass to him. Nox's thoughts raced as he considered the significance of this item. He recalled that Theo, during dinner, had mentioned that the family would provide necessary supplies for the mission. Nox suspected that the item might be one of those supplies, and he couldn't shake the feeling that Theo's support during dinner was part of a larger plan. Family head. Theo's gaze fell upon Nox as he entered the room, acknowledging his presence. Nox, aware of the purpose of his visit, inquired about the item Theo had for him. Theo confirmed, and then unveiled a sword before him. Nox's eyes rested on the sword, and Theo spoke, stating that the item's acquisition depended entirely on Nox. Theo explained that the sword he revealed was none other than the sword of Reinhafer's first patriarch. Nox's thoughts raced as he processed this revelation. He realized that this sword had never appeared in the game Inner Lunatic, not even in his previous 27 playthroughs. The novelty of this item left even a seasoned player like him astonished. Nox couldn't comprehend Theo's intention behind gifting him such a significant artifact. He recognized the need to obtain the sword, but was puzzled by its worn appearance. Theo appeared to have sensed Nox's concerns, and proceeded to explain that the sword, although weathered, had been the lifelong companion of the first patriarch and held equal significance to him. Nox then sought clarity and asked Theo to explain the test he must undergo to obtain the sword. Theo's instruction was simple. Hold up the sword. As Nox lifted the sword, a dark aura enveloped it. He soon realized that the sword was absorbing his mana, an unexpected and revealing turn of events. As Nox continued to hold the sword, he quickly noticed a change in the blade's color. Theo observed this transformation and expressed his satisfaction, noting that Nox had already begun to sense mana, just as he had anticipated. He explained that the sword's unique ability was to absorb its master's mana and amplify it several times over. Nox processed this information, realizing that the sword's power was intricately tied to the user's mana. He voiced his understanding, acknowledging that wielding this sword would not be an easy feat. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a warning message that appeared. His mana was rapidly being absorbed. Due to this sudden change, his trait of being a master of acting became unstable. In a flustered state, Nox realized the potential danger of having his mana absorbed so rapidly. Theo then outlined the condition for obtaining the sword. Nox had to hold on to it for a duration of 10 minutes. Nox, his face now drenched in sweat, contemplated the challenge ahead. He couldn't help but think about Theo, suspecting that his involvement had something to do with this trial. As Nox struggled to maintain his composure, Theo revealed the sword's name, Stormbringer. The weight of this revelation added to Nox's apprehension as he grappled with the task of enduring the next 10 minutes while holding onto the sword in his current mana-draining state. As Nox held the sword Stormbringer in his hands, a status window appeared, revealing information about the sword. Stormbringer was currently in a weakened state, with the potential to grow from an intermediate to an advanced grade. Its elemental attribute was darkness, and it had a special effect. Every time the user killed something with this sword, it absorbed its user's mana and converted it into its own stats. Once it absorbed a significant amount of the user's mana, it would discharge it, unlocking its power. Nox struggled to process this information, realizing that it wasn't the most pressing concern at the moment. However, another message appeared, indicating that his mana had been completely exhausted, and the sword was forcefully converting his life force into mana. Nox's life was rapidly depleting. Panicking, Nox thought about giving up, but to his horror, he found that he couldn't let go of the sword. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Darn sword!" Meanwhile, the family head, Theo, observed the situation as Stormbringer absorbed Nox's mana. He contemplated the nature of Stormbringer and the kind of sword it was. It was a magic sword that granted tremendous power, but also brought harm to its wielder. Theo remembered that the first patriarch of the family had used this sword to build up their family's reputation. However, despite their rise to prominence as a reputable dark family, subsequent generations had struggled to properly wield the sword. He knew that 9 out of 10 people would collapse immediately due to exhaustion as soon as they held the Stormbringer. Even lasting for more than 10 minutes while wielding it was considered an impressive feat. Theo himself could only manage to hold it for barely an hour. Despite the dangers, he had deliberately ordered his youngest son Nox, who hadn't fully learned how to control mana, to hold the sword. Over the course of recent incidents, including Nox saving the maid and other significant family events, it was becoming clear that Nox's involvement was not coincidental. Theo couldn't help but speculate that Nox was growing at an astonishing rate, perhaps possessing a talent akin to a sword emperor. This thought led him to test Nox. If his son could endure holding the sword for 10 minutes, it would signify that he had the potential to become the greatest patriarch in the family's history, eventually surpassing Theo himself. And if that were to happen, Nox might eventually succeed in killing him. Finally, after a strenuous struggle, Nox managed to subdue the sword's effects. Theo calmly remarked that his thoughts about Nox hiding his strength were correct. Confused, Nox questioned what he was talking about, but Theo simply walked away and told him that the sword was his from now on. As Theo departed, Nox panted heavily, his thoughts echoing with frustration as he asked him to give back his life force before he left. 3 days later, the group prepared for their departure on the Chatter's subjugation mission. G-Tree commented to Nox about the numerous supplies they had to bring along and expressed relief that the dimensional pouch could hold all of them. However, there was no response from Nox, which left G-Tree puzzled. She couldn't understand why he seemed to be in a bad mood when he had been eagerly awaiting this subjugation mission. Nox sighed inwardly, his thoughts consumed by the recent experience with Stormbringer draining his life force. He felt far from thankful for Theo's additional item request, considering the toll it had taken on him. Turning his attention to Grain, Nox noted that he had brought an excessive amount of supplies. Grain had made it a condition for Nox to carry these items in return for allowing him to join the mission. Although Nox found it a bit excessive, he reasoned that he would make use of Grain's supplies. However, the situation took a turn for the worse when he noticed that the two Pathfinders were quarreling over the correct direction. Murmurs among the group expressed concern about getting lost and wondered when they would arrive at this rate. Grain approached a knight named Ron and asked about their progress. Ron, the Knight Order captain Grain had hired, apologized and explained that he had never taken this route before. G-Tree turned to Nox, asking if they were lost. Nox, frustrated by the incompetence of the Pathfinders, muttered, "Idiots." G-Tree, addressing Nox, questioned what he meant by that statement. Nox clarified that he wasn't talking to her. It was meant for those incompetent buffoons. Nox approached Grain and began the conversation with concern, saying that it seemed like they had gotten themselves into a situation. Grain responded curtly that it was none of his business. Undeterred, Nox asserted that they had lost their way. In an outburst of frustration, Grain snapped and told Nox that it was none of his business. Nox maintained his confident demeanor and stated that he could get them to the destination. Hearing this, Grain was taken aback and asked in disbelief what he meant by that. He couldn't help but doubt the feasibility of Nox, who had spent his entire life within the mansion, being able to guide them to their destination. Nox, however, remained resolute and requested to be hired as the Pathfinder. He claimed to have talent in this area, and even mentioned that the family's vassals had complimented his skills. Grain, still skeptical, asked if the vassals had genuinely praised him. G-Tree observed the situation and realized that Nox was blatantly lying. Grain weighed the options and considered that arriving late could pose problems. However, he also contemplated the possibility of Nox failing to lead them, which could dent his confidence. Ultimately, he smirked and agreed, remarking that since he was that confident, he would let him take the lead for now. With unwavering confidence, Nox pointed the way and told them to start moving. As the sun began to set, the group set up their tents for the night. On one side, Grain shouted at his subordinates, clearly bewildered by how quickly Knox had found the right path. He pointed out that they were in the unexplored south, where even trained guides often struggled to navigate. Grain demanded an explanation from his subordinates, asking them how Knox had managed to do it. One of them argued that Knox did find the way. Grain retorted in frustration and told him to shut up. He questioned if they wanted him to believe that Knox had managed to find the way so quickly. He couldn't comprehend how that was even possible. Knox observed from a distance and couldn't help but smile inwardly. He knew the way well, as it was an easy task for a veteran player. Since the Chaders area was a strategic hub, he had visited it more than a few hundred times. Jitri approached him, curious about how he had found the way so quickly. Knox pointed to the ground and asked her what she saw there. Jitri was puzzled, prompting him to direct her attention to some footprints and feathers on the ground. He explained that they were the footprints and feathers of an owlbear, a creature with a bear's body and an owl's head that lived in the south. Its habitat was along the southern Chaders border, so by following the direction of those tracks, they would easily find their way to Chaders. Jitri then questioned whether it was safe to set up an overnight camp in the habitat of owlbears. Knox reassured her, saying that since they were afraid of fire, they wouldn't come into a camp where there were so many people. Meanwhile, within the group, conversations began to circulate. One person commented that he had heard that young Master Knox had changed a lot. He questioned whether he was much better than the second young master who had studied at the academy. These remarks fueled Grain's jealousy as he overheard them. In response, he turned to his butler, Schultz, and inquired if it was true that Hartz and Allen had lost to Knox. The butler confirmed that it was indeed correct. Grain then revealed his intentions to see just how strong Knox was. The butler, with a sinister grin, took out a small bag and revealed that he had the perfect item for this task. Grain immediately recognized the item, and an evil smile crept across his face as he remarked that it was going to be a long night for Knox. As night descended, everyone in the camp had fallen asleep, including the guards. In the darkness, a figure appeared amidst the bushes near Knox's camp. Inside Knox's tent, he opened his eyes and contemplated whether it had already started. He grabbed his sword and rose from his resting place. Jitri awoke and called out to him. However, Knox instructed her to wait there and exited the tent. Knox stood outside in the moonlight, and as dark figures approached him, he realized they were 4 ogres. He noticed something placed on his tent and suspected that it was the cause of the ogre's presence, as the soil there was mixed with a female ogre's pheromones. He believed that Grain had used this to lure the male ogres during their mating season to intimidate him. Smiling confidently, Knox drew his sword and addressed the approaching ogres, calling them his life forces. At that moment, a message appeared, indicating that the artifact, Stormbringer, was responding to the user's mana and will. An orc charged at Knox with his club, but he successfully deflected the attack with his sword. He then leaped into the air, dodging the attacks of the other ogres. His sword began to glow with dark mana as he descended towards one of the ogres. He landed on the back of the ogre and plunged his sword into it, finishing it off. The remaining ogres swung their weapons at him, but Knox noticed their movements and swiftly attacked all 3 of them. Looking at his sword, he thought that it was pretty good. He had been worried that it might consume his mana recklessly, as it had in the past when he was in front of Theo, but his concerns had been unfounded. As another ogre attacked him, Knox quickly dealt with it. He felt like the sword was moving easily in the direction that he wanted. Knox surveyed the scene, with 3 ogre bodies lying around him. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed that only 1 ogre remained. The last ogre, overcome with fear, threw his weapon aside and began trembling. Then, he turned and fled. Knox, determined not to let the ogre escape, whistled and called out to Carl. Carl, glowing with malevolent mana, swiftly arrived, and Knox mounted it. Together, they chased after the fleeing ogre. Knox quickly caught up to it, and with a single swing of his sword, he finished off the last ogre. As he breathed a sigh of relief, a message informed him that he had gained 1 day and 9 hours after defeating the ogres. Jitri exited the tent and expressed her concern for his well-being. Knox dismounted from Carl's back and reminded her that he had instructed her to wait in the tent. Jitri questioned the unexpected appearance of ogres at the forest entrance and suggested waking the others just in case. Knox, however, explained that someone had intentionally lured the ogres there, mentioning Grain von Reinhafer's name. He believed Grain had used the ogre's behavior to orchestrate the attack and had set up his tent further away from them on purpose. G-Tree deduced that Grain might be trying to keep him in check, and Knox agreed, speculating that Grain thought he lacked the qualities to become a successor candidate for the family. Therefore, Grain had decided to test his abilities in advance. Knox contemplated the situation, thinking about Grain's actions. He believed that Grain, compared to the eldest son Garen, wasn't as strong, so he resorted to cowardly plans like this to gather information. However, he was determined to show Grain that such tactics wouldn't work on him. He then crouched near one of the dead ogre's bodies and retrieved a small bottle. G-Tree, puzzled, asked what he was planning. Knox poured ogre blood into the bottle and inquired if she knew how to attract more ogres. He knew that using the ogre's blood would be a way to lure more of them, as ogres were similar to humans. They would surely seek revenge for their fallen comrades. Meanwhile, Grain suddenly woke up and noticed a reaction from a mana detection crystal. He was puzzled because it was a magical tool designed to detect the mana of monsters in the vicinity. He couldn't help but wonder if it was faulty, but he dismissed that idea as it was a new tool that he had received from his father. He pondered that they were still at the entrance of the forest, so there shouldn't have been any powerful monsters in their current location. As Grain contemplated the situation, he felt large tremors, and his butler urgently entered the tent, advising him to evacuate immediately. Grain exited the tent, alarmed, and inquired about the situation. The butler reported that a large group of ogres had appeared, and the soldiers were currently engaged in battle with them. Taken aback, Grain thought in shock that this wasn't where the ogres should have been appearing. Morning arrived, and the dead ogres' bodies lay on the ground. Grain, in frustration, shouted at his butler and accused him of planting the soil on top of his tent. However, the butler denied the accusations and found it strange, as he had definitely planted the soil on Knox's tent. Meanwhile, Knox woke up and stretched, letting out a yawn. He looked at G-Tree and remarked on the refreshing morning. G-Tree, seeming weary, agreed, and suggested they eat. Knox sat down on a box and invited G-Tree to join him, even though she protested that she was a maid and couldn't eat with him. Knox insisted, citing their current mission and the potential danger of monsters. He playfully mentioned the possibility of ogres appearing, similar to what happened near his brother's tent. G-Tree was taken aback by Knox's attitude, and she couldn't help but comment that the master she was serving was a little shameless. Knox chuckled and advised her to get used to it. Meanwhile, Grain ordered his people to pack up the tents. Knox observed the tents and thought that the blood-stained tents needed to be thrown away. He suspected that the ogres would keep chasing them if they didn't get rid of it. G-Tree asked Knox about his intentions for what to do next, and whether they should help Grain and his group. Knox responded with a nonchalant expression, questioning why he would do that. G-Tree was taken aback and pointed out that it meant the ogres would keep coming after them. Knox acknowledged this and confirmed that even if they moved away from this location, the ogres would likely continue pursuing them. However, he had his own motives for this, as he had intended for ogres to follow them from the start, but if he told her about his plans, she would probably nag at him. He needed more ogres to extend his life, and there was a hidden reason for which they would soon be needing ogres. After he was done eating, he got up and declared with confidence that it was time to pack up and depart. Somewhere in the forest, an ogre walked alone, unaware that something was closely observing it from behind. The ogre felt a sense of unease and turned to look, but saw nothing. Suddenly, it was violently pulled downward and dragged away, leaving behind only bloodstains on the ground. On the second day of Knox's journey, he assessed the terrain and thought about his progress. He had successfully mapped out the area, but Chaders was still a considerable distance away. Despite this, he felt optimistic about the situation. At this point, Grain called out to Knox and inquired about their pursuers, the ogres. He wanted to know if Knox had a plan to shake them off. Knox replied with confidence, explaining that they could indeed evade the ogres. However, he cautioned against launching a large-scale attack, as it would draw the attention of other monsters. Instead, he emphasized the importance of swiftly exiting the forest to avoid any problems. Grain, though, regarded Knox suspiciously, wondering what he meant by saying there wouldn't be any problems. As the soldiers began to praise Knox for his knowledge of ogres, Grain felt a pang of annoyance. He realized that, inadvertently, Knox had taken command of the soldiers. Just then, One of the soldiers noticed that Knox had been tapping the ground with a wooden stick since they began their journey that day. Curious, he asked him why he was doing this. Knox explained that he was tapping the ground because monsters could appear at any time. This revelation surprised two of the soldiers, who in fear questioned him further. Knox smiled and confirmed their suspicions, stating that they were indeed in a dangerous area filled with monsters. However, before he could finish explaining, the ground suddenly began to shake, startling everyone. Something ominous started emerging from the ground in front of them. With an excited expression, Knox remarked that the worm was coming out. The worm was a unique monster, resembling a hybrid between a snake and an earthworm. In the inner lunatic, it was known as a malformed dragon that hadn't fully developed yet. Knox knew that despite its inability to use magic, it was still renowned for its formidable strength. Even if 10 ogres came charging at them, the worm would still be more difficult to defeat. However, he had been seeking this very creature. He knew that the soldiers might be shocked if they realized that he had lured the worm by tapping on the ground. Nevertheless, he had a plan in mind, and he didn't seem concerned about the soldiers' reactions. After all, they had willingly chosen to enter this dangerous realm. With calm authority, Knox gave a command, instructing everyone to prepare for battle and hide in the bushes. One soldier expressed confusion, questioning the decision to hide, while another wondered why they weren't going to attack. But Knox had a different strategy in mind, letting their enemies defeat their enemies. That was the reason why he had no intentions of shaking off the ogres from the start. Suddenly, the soldiers turned back, alarmed by loud noises and the sight of a large group of ogres approaching them. G-Tree, filled with horror, called out to Knox and expressed her concern about the multitude of ogres catching up to them. Knox, maintaining his composure, assured them that there was no need to worry. He then turned to G-Tree and asked her if she knew what the worm loved the most, yet hated the most at the same time. G-Tree, puzzled, sought clarification just as a loud sound rang out. They noticed that the worm had arrived near the ogres and was screaming at them, setting the stage for an unexpected confrontation. Knox explained to G-Tree that ogres were the worm's main food source, but they were constantly seeking revenge, making them arch-enemies. This information was crucial for skilled adventurers who knew how to exploit this enmity. G-Tree, perplexed, asked Knox what he meant by "make use of that." As she inquired, the worm pinned one of the ogres with its mouth. The ogres retaliated by attacking the worm with their clubs. The shocking sight of the ogres and the worm battling each other left everyone in astonishment. Grain felt frustration, wondering how Knox had possessed such information. G-Tree asked Knox if they should just wait at this point. Instead of answering, Knox collected some small rocks and observed the ongoing battle. Then, without warning, he hurled a rock at one of the ogres, striking it in the back. He continued throwing rocks, targeting each ogre. G-Tree, filled with worry, questioned his actions. She expressed concern that the ogres might turn their aggression towards them. She couldn't fathom why he was throwing rocks at the ogres. As the worm killed one of the ogres, Knox received a series of messages indicating stat increases and a life extension due to defeating the ogres. Knox smiled and internally apologized to G-Tree, as he needed to damage the ogres at least once to gain experience points. Knox's expression changed as the worm dispatched the last ogre, and he received another series of messages, extending his life and increasing his strength stat once more. As the battle unfolded, Grain found himself growing increasingly frustrated. He thought it was already over, and despite Knox making use of the ogres, they seemed to be losing. Fear crossed his face as he contemplated how to escape safely from the seemingly invincible worm. However, at that moment, Knox's voice reached everyone. He instructed them to prepare to attack and recommended firing arrows or throwing spears at the monster's mouth. One of the soldiers hesitated, but another urged everyone to follow Knox's lead and attack. The soldiers followed his command, launching arrows and spears at the worm, causing it to scream in pain. Knox was ready to take his turn. He activated the skill Hour of Genius, causing time to seem as if it had stopped. The projectiles were in mid-air, and everyone around appeared frozen, except for Knox. He charged towards the worm, launching himself into the air and arriving near the worm's head. In a split second, he slashed his sword multiple times, landing back on the ground just as time resumed its flow. The worm's entire body was cut, and blood gushed from multiple wounds. A series of messages appeared, indicating that his life had been extended by 10 days for defeating the worm. He now had 122 days of remaining life. Nox couldn't hide his satisfaction as he thought about the unexpected bonus of 10 days. He attributed their success to the ogres, acknowledging that without them, defeating the worm wouldn't have been so easy. He received another message, this time indicating that his stamina stat was now at 5, and the effect of the trait, Blessing of Growth, had disappeared. Nox couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed at the loss of this hidden piece of power, but clenched his fist, determined to make the most of his newfound stamina. One of the soldiers, concerned for his well-being, asked if he was hurt anywhere. Nox reassured them that he was unharmed and commended their efforts. The soldiers, however, were quick to praise him, expressing awe at his actions. Nox modestly downplayed his role and suggested they reorganize themselves. Just as they were about to regroup, they felt the ground tremor once again, and another worm emerged from the ground. Panic spread among the soldiers, and they quickly took defensive positions. Nox, too, was surprised by the appearance of another worm. A soldier urgently shouted at Nox to get back, and another told him to move out of the way. However, before they could react further, a figure suddenly appeared in the air and swiftly sliced the worm with a single slash. Nox recognized the person's face and couldn't help but wonder what he was doing there. Nox found himself in a perplexing situation as he looked at the man standing over Worm's lifeless body. His thoughts raced as he recognized the man before him. Paracelsus, the sword genius, one of the inner lunatic's most formidable characters and one of the 3 sword emperors, alongside Theo and Celsus's student. He knew that Paracelsus had a deep-rooted disdain for nobles, which made this encounter all the more unexpected. Paracelsus, seemingly unfazed by the tension in the air, asked for a word of thanks for saving him. Schultz, standing beside Grain, was clearly irritated by Paracelsus's presence and demanded to know who he was. Paracelsus, in an informal manner, introduced himself and suggested that they could regard him as a mere mercenary. Nox could understand his hatred for nobility based on his past experiences when he was younger, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. According to his extensive knowledge of the game, the first encounter with Paracelsus was supposed to take place in Eldine Academy, not here. He began to worry about the implications of this unexpected encounter. As he grappled with confusion and concern, a guard approached Paracelsus, inquiring about his identity and requesting identification. Paracelsus, apparently unperturbed, readily agreed to the check. As the group continued their journey towards Chaders, Grain couldn't resist engaging Paracelsus in conversation. He asked Paracelsus if he was indeed a mercenary and whether he was also headed to Chaders. Paracelsus, with a sigh, confirmed that Chaders was his first stop, explaining that he had heard it was an excellent place for monster hunting at this time of the year. Nox couldn't help but ponder Paracelsus's intentions. He knew that in order to further his training, Paracelsus did travel everywhere within the Empire before school started. So he wondered if he was now on a quest to train in various regions. Curiosity piqued, Grain continued his questioning, remarking on Paracelsus's youth and his apparent confidence in his skills. He even went so far as to offer him a position under his command for monster subjugation and promised generous compensation. Paracelsus remained composed and remarked that since they were sons of one of the sword emperors, Theo Reinhafer, he was indeed curious about both of them. However, Schultz was angered by his rude behavior and was about to voice his displeasure, but Grain intervened, suggesting that Paracelsus take some time to reflect on it. Grain regarded Paracelsus with calculating eyes and recognized the formidable skills that had allowed him to dispatch the worm with a single strike. He was determined to recruit him as one of his people, as that would help him divert the attention of the soldiers away from Nox. As the sun began to set on the horizon, a small village came into view. Nox informed Grain that they had arrived in Chaders. Nox's thoughts drifted as he looked ahead, remarking to himself that the village appeared even more desolate than it did when he played it as a game. As they entered the city, a poor girl approached them and timidly asked for something to eat. Grain looked at her for a moment but continued on his way, ignoring her plea. Nox, too, turned his gaze away from her. Disappointment welled up in the girl's eyes, and Paracelsus, who observed the situation, couldn't help but feel disappointed in their behavior. Soon, a man named Tigan appeared before their group and introduced himself as the security chief of the village. He recognized Grain as someone who had graduated from Eldine Academy and Nox as his younger brother. He revealed that he had been informed of their subjugation mission and their arrival in advance. Paracelsus couldn't help but reflect on the coincidental meeting with one of the Sword Emperors, Theo von Reinhafer's sons. He had high expectations when he learned that the prestigious Reinhafer family was personally involved in the subjugation mission in Chaders. However, his expectations seemed to wane as he recalled Nox's fight against the worm. He regarded them as sheltered young nobles, capable of decent sword techniques but still lacking in real-world experience. Surveying the city's sorry state, Paracelsus noted that the city was unable to function properly. According to him, the Night Order was preoccupied with misappropriating funds for their own gain, leaving the city's residents defenseless against the monster wave. The people of Chaders were so desperate that they would be grateful for something as basic as food. Tigan then led them to an inn and informed them that since it was already quite late, he would provide details of their mission tomorrow. He acknowledged that while the inn wasn't much, they would be able to get some much-needed rest after their long journey. As the group members discussed the arrangements for their stay and the number of available rooms, Paracelsus approached Grain to address the offer he had extended earlier. Grain's face lit up, and he inquired if Paracelsus had made a decision. However, Paracelsus, with a simple and direct response, declined the offer. Grain was taken aback by this decision and asked what he intended to do instead, expressing concern that he wouldn't face the monster wave alone. Paracelsus calmly responded that he planned to stick to his original intentions and move accordingly. He wished Grain and his group a safe subjugation mission. Grain, not pleased with this response, muttered an insult about commoners. Paracelsus, undisturbed by Grain's comment, remarked that in the world, those with the skills would find their way, and competent individuals tend to attract rumors. With night falling, Nox advised G-Tree to get some rest, as they would be on the move again the following day. Nox entered his room, approached the window, and peered outside. There he spotted the girl and two other children sitting by a fire. Suddenly the girl's eyes fluttered open as she heard a voice calling out to them. The other children woke up and looked at Nox, who was standing near them. Nox then asked if they wanted some food. Without hesitation, he opened a bag filled with provisions and began distributing it to them, telling them to eat up. The girl's face lit up with happiness, and she asked if they could really eat these. Nox nodded, confirming that they could indeed have the food. Inwardly, he pondered the fact that he couldn't save everyone. He recognized that this act of kindness might be attributed to Yu-chan's benevolence and generosity. The girl wiped away a tear of happiness and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. However, Nox was already thinking ahead. He wanted to build a future where these children wouldn't have to beg for food, and to achieve that, they first needed to survive in Chaders. Meanwhile, G-Tree, who had been observing from behind a wall with her own bag of food, couldn't help but smile to herself. She had suspected that Nox was just putting on a cold front earlier, and now it seemed her suspicions were confirmed. The next day, the village security chief took Nox, Grain, and the others on a tour of the village. Tigan began by explaining that the southern Chaders region was typically overrun with monsters during the winter season, which prompted them to request funds and reinforcements from the imperial family for protection. Grain, noting the state of the village's defenses, pointed at a wall and inquired if that was all they had to protect the village. Tigan confirmed this, mentioning that the wall had been standing for a long time and needed repairs. Nox couldn't help but feel a sense of despair at the village's vulnerability. He understood that once the monster wave started, the village would likely be wiped out within an hour given their current state of defense. As it was just a sub-chapter of the game, it was his choice whether to intervene and save the village or not. Most of the time, he chose to help the Chaders region, and the reason was that it had a high value. He knew that Chaders would become a really expensive piece of land in the future. Tigan then revealed a new piece of information. The monsters this year seemed different, with a significant increase in the number of rampant monsters compared to previous years. Nox recognized that the villagers were unaware that having more rampant monsters could actually benefit them in the long run. Tigan dropped another bombshell, mentioning that some villagers had reported sightings of a griffin. Grain, looking thoughtful, recognized that Griffin's appearance definitely made the situation way more severe. He then asked Tigan about the location of the griffin sighting, and Tigan revealed that they had been seen in the wilderness. Knox knew that one of the most important factors in the Chater's subjugation would be whether or not they were able to drive away the Griffin. The Griffin was the king of the wilderness, designed to be stopped but not defeated. However, Knox was determined to achieve the seemingly impossible task of defeating it. Their journey continued, and soon they arrived in a barren area known as the Endless Horizon of the Wilderness, which connected to Tahalin in the east, a neutral zone famous for its desolation. Knox recognized that something was amiss here. He knew that Griffins typically stayed near Tahalin, not in the Chater's village. He voiced his suspicion and questioned whether they knew the reason why the Griffins were in the Chater's region at this time. His question left everyone present in shock, but he held a strong suspicion about a traitor within their ranks who might betray them during this subjugation. He was aware that the subquest had begun, and he decided to start by rooting out the most corrupt element within the village first. After some time had passed, in a room at an inn, Schultz, Grain's butler, tore a document in anger. He had not been worried about Knox at first because he had heard that he was just a useless brat, but now he had fallen for Knox's scheme and lost favor with Grain. He was furious because he had put in significant effort to gain Grain's trust, so now he was determined to get his revenge. Just then, he noticed Knox's maid descending the stairs. He recalled her name, Gitri, and her commoner status. In a moment of impulse, he intercepted her, gently taking her hand, which startled her. Gitri was taken aback and asked him if he had any business with her. Schultz, with a malevolent expression, asserted that he had plenty of business to discuss, and suggested having a private conversation between the two of them. Gitri, however, firmly shook his hand and managed to free herself from his grip, responding that she didn't believe they had anything to discuss privately. In frustration, Schultz sighed and attempted to justify his desire for some amusement, reminding her that even though he was a knight in service, he deserved to have some fun. He placed his hand on her shoulder and insinuated that she might feel the same way. Gitri, feeling trapped and frightened, shouted for him to let go. But in the next moment, she had a realization. If she rejected his advances now, it could jeopardize Knox's standing with Grain and bring unwanted attention from the family. She didn't want Knox to suffer the consequences. With an evil grin, Schultz claimed that she would pay for her master's actions, citing the loss of more than 10 years of his life's efforts. However, just as things seemed dire, a voice interrupted, offering to pay for something. Before Schultz could react, an object flew past his arm. To Gitri's relief, it was Knox holding his sword, wearing a cold expression. Soon, Schultz let out a loud scream of pain. Knox stared at him with a steely gaze and demanded to know how he would like him to pay. Schultz panted heavily, his shoulder injured, and his face drenched in cold sweat. He questioned Knox's actions, suggesting that even he wouldn't get away with such behavior. Then, he attempted to leverage Grain's influence by insinuating that Grain would not tolerate what Knox had done. Knox, with his eyes cold and unwavering, confronted Schultz, asking if he was trying to threaten him with his brother. Before he could react, Knox's sword swung again, and another piercing scream echoed through the room. Schultz, still in pain, looked at him and protested that this was completely wrong, emphasizing that even if he had the support of his family, he couldn't do this. Knox, however, interrupted him and asserted that he was not the one who didn't know his place because of his family being behind him. It was Schultz. Knox's sword descended and took away Schultz's life. Gitri was shocked by this sudden turn of events. She expressed her concern about what he had just done and mentioned that young Master Grain would not let this pass. Just then, Grain entered the room and demanded to know what was happening. He then noticed his butler's lifeless body and questioned Knox if he had just killed him. Knox calmly accepted that it was indeed he who had done this. Grain pointed his finger at Knox, expressing outrage by questioning how someone like him, who was good for nothing, could claim responsibility for killing his knight. Knox responded calmly, stating that his understanding of the sequence of events was incorrect. He then suggested that Grain should ask him for the details of what had transpired before passing judgment. Grain, seething with anger, grabbed his collar and demanded to know why he had killed Schultz. He warned him that if the reason wasn't justifiable, he wouldn't escape punishment. Knox responded calmly, stating that he had heard Schultz attempting to sexually harass his maid, and as her master, he couldn't possibly stand by and allow such mistreatment. In anger, Grain questioned if he had killed his knight just for a commoner like her. However, everyone present was left stunned as a massive amount of aura began to radiate from Knox. Knox then asked if Grain could take responsibility for what he had just said. Knox pushed away his hand, and Grain was overcome by fear as he felt Knox's power. He couldn't believe that the good-for-nothing youngest brother of their family was actually this talented. Grain backed off and realized that he should have reported the incident to him first. Knox reminded him of his reputation as the family's good-for-nothing, implying that he wasn't accustomed to such protocols. Instead, he proposed that they leave the resolution of the matter to their father once they returned to their estate. Grain realized that Knox wanted something from him, but he eventually agreed to leave the decision to their father. Knox smiled faintly and expressed that it was a wise decision. He then turned to Jitri and inquired if she was hurt anywhere. As Knox and Jitri walked out of the room, Grain couldn't help but question when he had become so strong. He was also sure that he had seen the sword Knox was holding before. Grain understood the gravity of the situation and realized that underestimating Knox during this subjugation mission would be a catastrophic mistake. Under the soft illumination of the moon, Knox and Jitri stood in contemplative silence near a well. Knox's mind was preoccupied with the turmoil within the soldiers, who seemed divided into factions and faced a crucial decision, whether to follow Grain or him. Knox turned his attention to Jitri and noticed her trembling. Concerned, he inquired about her well-being. Jitri assured him she was fine, but her gaze soon shifted back to him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she expressed her concerns for him, questioning his actions and the potential consequences. She feared that his actions might invite more danger and enemies. Knox was taken aback by her emotional response. In response to her concern, he assumed a stern expression and reminded her not to forget the nature of the master she served. He emphasized that he was the good-for-nothing within the Reinhafer family, stressing that regardless of the circumstances, she should never bow her head. Jitri wiped her tears and nodded, promising to keep his words in mind. On the other side, Grain set down his mug of liquor, visibly frustrated by the audacity of the good-for-nothing attempting to surpass him. Reflecting on the initial days when Knox was placed under his charge by his father, Grain had merely considered him a troublesome burden. However, as they embarked on their mission, Knox proved to be entirely different from Grain's initial expectations. Recalling the sword that Knox had wielded earlier, he pondered whether its resemblance to his father's sword was merely a coincidence. Realizing the need to be cautious, especially after the loss of Schultz, he contemplated whom he could trust to monitor Knox closely. At that moment, the Night Order captain, Ron, entered the room and reported that the situation on the first floor had been handled. Ron also expressed his observation that Knox seemed different from the rumors they had heard about him. Grain considered both Ron and Knox to be distinct from rumors. He knew that Ron was supposed to be a captain of a night order that had been operating in this area for a long time. He had even done background checks to confirm this. So, Grain couldn't understand how Knox, who had only been immersed in books, could possess a better understanding of the area than a seasoned captain like Ron. He was displeased with the potential inefficiency of his investments. But he knew that the monster wave hadn't appeared yet, so he decided to utilize Ron's night order a little more. Instructing Ron to eliminate all bandits and monsters in the vicinity, Grain emphasized the need for immediate reporting should Knox exhibit any unusual behavior. Ron acknowledged the order before preparing to leave the room. The next day drew to a close, and the village bustled with activity. As night descended, Jitri asked Knox about his activities during the day and whether he had examined the village's compromised walls. Knox confirmed their instability, prompting Jitri to inquire about their strategy for stopping the impending monster wave. However, Knox simply turned away, suggesting they depart. Surprised by his sudden decision to leave the inn and head in the opposite direction, Jitri sought clarification. Knox, with a mischievous grin, hinted at his plan to recruit a new member to their team. Internally, he mused that even in a small village there might be a character with remarkable talent. Alina, the genius potion maker, was a character that he had recruited every time he had come to Chaders, and this time, too, he intended to enlist her as his potion supplier. Sometime later, Knox and Jitri disguised themselves and journeyed through the sewer towards their destination. Jitri couldn't contain her curiosity and questioned the legitimacy of finding a genius potion maker in such a run-down place. Knox assured her of Alina's existence, but Jitri remained perplexed, unable to comprehend why someone of such talent would hide in a remote location. In response, Nox stated that she had her own reasons to stay in such a place. His thoughts wandered, recalling that this was the hidden route to clear traitors. He knew that in the future, Alina would work for someone other than the Archive Empire. Clearing traitors using the hidden route was the key to securing Alina's assistance. Nox pointed in a specific direction and instructed Jitri to follow him carefully to avoid any mishaps. Jitri acknowledged his guidance and silently wondered if such a person truly existed in this place. As they moved forward, she noticed a faint light emanating from a nearby location. Nox also caught sight of it and speculated whether that was their destination. Inside the room, Alina sat on a chair, lost in her thoughts and sipping on her drink. She expressed her disbelief about being stuck in such a place and questioned how she ended up like this. Sensing someone's gaze, she turned to find Nox and Jitri looking at her. Nox greeted her with a smile, declaring, "Found you," internally acknowledging her as his potion maker. Startled by their sudden appearance, Alina stammered and questioned their identity and the reason for their visit to such a place. Jitri was taken aback and couldn't believe that the brilliant potion maker Nox had spoken of was the drunkard before them. A few minutes later, Alina gathered herself and apologized, expressing her surprise at their connection to a distinguished family. Nox reassured her that it was all right and quickly revealed that he had come here because he had something to talk to her about. He told her to stay focused, and Alina agreed to pay attention. In his thoughts, he recognized that at this point of the story, Alina was a genius character who had the highest potential for development and was a skilled potion maker. So he was determined to get her on his side here. But he also recognized that she had some flaws. His eyes scanned Alina's status window, revealing her basic information. Alina was a 21-year-old half-elf, with her main element being wood. Most of her statistics were average, but her charm was notably high, and she possessed the passive skill, Blessing of Production. Her positive traits included being cheerful, a genius potion maker, and an unawakened low-rank spirit mage. However, Nox couldn't help but sigh when he noted her negative trait. Drunkard. Nox questioned how many genius characters the good-for-nothing of the Reinhafer family could recruit, and the answer was none, let alone a precious genius potion maker. Despite her problematic traits, Nox declared that he didn't have a choice. With teary eyes, Alina apologized for any perceived offense she may have caused. Jitri, however, discreetly voiced her concerns to Nox, suggesting that recruiting a drunkard might not be a wise decision. Nox concurred but explained their lack of alternatives, and Jitri guessed that the reason why Nox was still trying to recruit her might be complicated. Alina was listening and finally spoke up, questioning why they had come here looking for her. Nox didn't beat around the bush and made a straightforward proposal, inviting her to join him and offering to provide what she needed most. Alina was initially shocked by the offer, struggling with her response. After some contemplation, she respectfully declined his offer, stating she had a personal mission to fulfill in this place. But when Nox questioned if she was refusing because of something related to her friend May, her eyes widened in disbelief. Alina questioned how he knew about this, and Nox revealed that in the near future, May would be executed. Alina stood up with a shocked expression, about to question, but before she could speak, Nox added that if Alina accepted his offer, he might be able to save May. With a confident smile, Nox extended his hand toward her and asked if he had changed her mind even a little. Alina pondered as she recalled Nox's words. In the near future, May will be executed. So, if she joins him, he will rescue May for her. She couldn't shake the thought of May, her one and only friend, from her mind. She recalled a vivid memory of May standing confidently before a group of knights, fearlessly confronting them about the unjust imposition of additional taxes. Despite the disdainful looks from the knights, May persisted, pointing out the suffering of the people and the neglected state of the walls, even with funds provided by the imperial family. Alina couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, wishing that it had been her who was dragged away. She thought about how the situation might have been different if she had reacted more aggressively back then. As tears streamed down her face, Alina admitted her inability to save her friend alone. She couldn't shake the doubts about Nox's ability to rescue May either, doubting whether he would even try. The weight of the situation lingered in her thoughts, leaving her with a sense of helplessness and a fear that this memory would haunt her for a long, long time. In a bustling bar, members of the Night Order reveled in laughter and clinking mugs of liquor. As Ron emptied his mug, his friend prepared to fill his own and asked for his opinion on Grain. Ron dismissed Grain as a gullible fool, recounting how they duped him by posing as members of the Night Order, and he had believed them without any suspicion. Everyone started laughing after hearing this. Ron's friend reached into his pocket and mentioned that, although they had obtained it by coincidence, it was worth rummaging through the real Ron Night Order's living place. He then pulled out a token and gleefully remarked that with this token, they could aim for even bigger jobs. Ron displayed a similar token and shared his plans to showcase this badge to the Reinhafer family. They would assume that he was the captain of the Ron Night Order and would provide him with benefits befitting someone of that position. Another member chimed in, mentioning that while the thing did happen due to coincidence, it was interesting that both their names were the same. Ron then remarked that if they held Grain as a hostage, they could secure a substantial payout. Considering that they were discussing a member of the Reinhafer family, the possibility seemed even more likely. Laughter filled the air as everyone agreed with the suggestion. However, one member expressed a hint of hesitation, voicing concerns about the potential repercussions of their actions, particularly when dealing with the formidable Reinhafer family, the most influential among the 3 dark families in the region. He wondered if there were any bandit groups that had survived after meddling with that family. However, before he could finish his sentence, the group's disapproving glances silenced him. One of the members resorted to calling him a fucking coward, while Ron's friend pointed out that this was why people called him an idiot. The hesitant member was silenced, and Ron raised his hand to halt the argument. With a menacing smirk, he demanded to know if everyone understood where they were. He revealed that they were in the Chatters, an area even abandoned by the Imperial family. Ron detailed his plan, proposing to hold Grain hostage, extract the ransom, and then flee to the east, an enemy nation surrounded by deserts where even the influential Reinhafer family's power would hold no sway. He emphasized the prospect of living a life of luxury after seeking asylum in the foreign land. Ron's friend praised his cunning strategy, reaffirming his position as their captain. The hesitant member voiced his concerns about the involvement of Nox, wondering if their deception had gone undetected by him. Ron, with a pensive expression, acknowledged Nox's dangerous nature, cautioning the group to steer clear of him until their affairs in the current territory were settled. Another member dismissed Nox's significance, labeling him as a mere child and deeming any worries about him unnecessary. The group collectively laughed off Nox's potential threat, affirming their confidence in their ability to handle any obstacles. Ron, signaling for the group to enjoy themselves, encouraged everyone to drink up, intensifying the revelry within the bar. But suddenly, the candles illuminating the room were extinguished by an unseen force, plunging the room into darkness. Everyone present was taken aback, but none showed any panic. Soon, one of the members questioned what had just happened, and another member asked, "Who the hell turned the lights off?" Ron attempted to calm the others, but his efforts were cut short as some liquid substance fell on his face. As Ron wiped his face, he noticed a crimson hue on his hand. He sniffed the air and questioned whether it was the scent of blood. Soon, his eyes fell upon a gory sight, a crimson fountain gushing beside him. In a state of panic, he stood up and in a loud voice questioned what was happening right now. But just then felt something beneath his feet, and when he looked down, he saw one of his subordinates lying dead there. Alarmed, he realized that enemies had infiltrated the bar and questioned the assailant about his identity. But he didn't realize that a figure had appeared behind him. Nox gazed at Ron with cold, unwavering eyes as he addressed him with a chilling demeanor, questioning why a vermin like him was speaking so rudely. Ron, displaying his combat prowess, swiftly distanced himself from Nox. Even in the darkness, he recognized that it was Nox who was attacking them. Nox chastised their attempt to rob the formidable Reinhafer family and accused them of overestimating their own capabilities. Ron attempted to maintain his facade of innocence, but Nox cut him off and revealed his comprehensive knowledge of the various criminal activities Ron and his accomplices had committed, including the misappropriation of funds with Taigen. He also showed awareness of Ron's manipulative intentions with Grain, leaving Ron internally cursing as his cover was blown. Ron attempted to persuade Nox and questioned what he wanted. He then suggested to Knox that he should think carefully, as getting rid of Grain could elevate his position within his own family. All he needed to do was to look away this one time. Ron emphasized that there was no need for him to take unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, Ron's subordinates encircled Knox, seemingly ready to attack. In response, Knox's sword emitted a dark aura as he swiftly eliminated one of Ron's men. With his cold eyes fixated on Ron and a knowing smile, he questioned if Ron thought he was naive enough to believe his words, considering he was openly emitting such murderous intentions. Ron was unable to contain the tension any longer, and ordered his subordinates to attack Knox from all directions. Despite their coordinated efforts, Knox effortlessly dodged their strikes and swiftly dispatched them with precise and lethal sword movements. Chaos filled the room as Knox retaliated against Ron's men, his fluid and calculated movements leaving a trail of fallen adversaries in his wake. Ron was taken aback and wondered if Knox had been hiding his skill this whole time. He realized that the situation was getting dangerous, so he decided to end the confrontation swiftly. Soon, a bluish aura began to envelop him, and he reminded Knox that he was dying because of his own arrogance. One of Ron's men remarked that Knox was done for this time since his captain was going to use the Southern Sword technique. Soon, Ron launched a fierce attack at him, fully confident in the power of his technique. However, Knox remained composed, standing his ground without flinching as the attack approached. He calmly observed the straightforward assault and remarked that Ron was more simple-minded than he had expected. With a swift swing of his sword, Knox effortlessly nullified the incoming strike, and a message appeared before him mentioning that he had destroyed the enemy's attack as a genius swordsman. Frozen in shock, Ron could only watch as Knox dismantled his all-out assault with ease. Ron's men, lying at Knox's feet, expressed disbelief and questioned how he had managed to stop this technique. But before he could fully process the turn of events, Knox swiftly disposed of him. He then approached Ron and demanded to know how a lowly vermin like him dared to ask for what he wanted. Just then, a message appeared before Knox, confirming his successful mastery of the Southern Sword technique. With a smirk playing on his lips, Knox basked in the bluish aura and stated that he had already obtained exactly what he wanted. Knox's successful mastery of the Southern Sword technique was evident as a bluish aura enveloped him, and he prepared to unleash its power. His eyes closed briefly as he contemplated the concept of genius. He questioned what it truly meant to be a genius. Did it simply imply that one was more exceptional than others? If that wasn't the case, did it mean someone who had proven that they could reach a higher level that most people couldn't? Throughout his perilous journey, Knox had continually questioned himself, seeking to unravel what it meant to be a genius. With renewed focus, he opened his eyes and swung his sword, acknowledging that while this technique might seem minimal compared to what awaited him in the future, it would be more than sufficient to overcome his adversaries. Ron, fallen to his knees, could only watch in astonishment as his subordinates fell one after another. Knox's mastery of the Southern Sword technique caused mayhem, leaving the subordinates at the mercy of the relentless onslaught. Their pleas for their captain's aid echoed futilely as Ron found himself frozen in shock, unable to assist. A sense of disbelief consumed Ron, and his eyes lost their luster as he recognized that Knox was currently using Chater's Southern Sword technique. He couldn't help but question how a kid like him was using the sword technique that had taken him more than 10 years of his life to master. However, Ron snapped back to reality upon witnessing Knox standing before him, looking down at him with an icy, cold gaze. Ron recoiled, creating space between himself and Knox, his expression wrought with panic and warning. He urgently emphasized the potential repercussions of Knox's actions, asserting that Taigen would not let him escape unpunished, and that he might already be aware of the situation here. In response, Knox dismissed his concerns with a confident retort, refuting any possibility of witnesses observing his actions. Ron persisted, arguing that the surviving individuals present would bear witness to the event. But Knox hushed him and proceeded to elucidate his intentions, addressing Ron directly as Bandit Captain Ron. He emphasized that what he was doing could simply be construed as an act of assassination. Ron was clearly taken aback by his words and sought clarification. Knox, wearing a smirk, noted Ron's confusion and implied that he might have failed to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Knox emphasized that if no one survived to recount the events, this incident would be perceived as a mere assassination. Drawing his sword with a sly smile, Nox embraced the imminent course of action, leaving Ron to confront his fate. Elsewhere, within the confines of a dimly lit prison, the flickering fire torches cast eerie shadows across the space. A young girl, her face marred with bruises, was shackled and visibly exhausted, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. Standing before her, Taigen's menacing figure loomed. Taigen addressed the girl as Mei and questioned her reluctance to comply with his demands. He emphasized her options, to work for him or be sold off to other nobles. He then slapped her and questioned her about refusing the options. However, Mei faced him defiantly, fearlessly meeting his gaze despite the dire circumstances. She adamantly refused to yield to the likes of him. In response to her defiance, Taigen caught her face. With a disdainful expression, he belittled her, asserting that her current situation left her with no choice but to struggle helplessly on the ground. Unbroken by his cruelty, Mei defiantly spat at him, an act that visibly startled Taigen. Infuriated by her defiance, Taigen struck her once more, his patience wearing thin. He sneered at her, taunting her with the possibility of being sold off to a black mage, a fate undoubtedly more perilous than her current predicament. As Mei grappled with the oppressive circumstances, her mind wandered back to a poignant memory from her time in the orphanage. She recalled a sister gently reprimanding her, expressing disappointment in Mei's persistent struggles with alchemical mixtures. The sister attributed this difficulty to what she perceived as an inherent lack of talent on Mei's part. Mei acknowledged that she had zero talent from the start, not just in alchemy but also in swordsmanship and various other pursuits. However, her thoughts shifted to Alina, a fellow orphan who stood in stark contrast. The sister's demeanor changed as she praised Alina's exceptional abilities, remarking that there was nothing left for her to teach. She questioned how they could have someone as talented as her in the countryside. The memory of the sister's admiration for Alina lingered in Mei's mind. Sister's words about Alina's brilliance and her regret over her background as a war orphan stirred a complex blend of emotions within her. In her eyes, Alina embodied an alchemical genius, an individual who seemed to emanate a radiance beyond the confines of their humble beginnings. She recalled how Alina had always shone brightly, as if destined for a different fate altogether, one far removed from the confines of the orphanage. In a moment of reminiscence, Alina's bright smile and her invitation to play still lingered vividly in her thoughts. And this was why Mei had decided to sacrifice herself for Alina's sake. She was certain that Alina was destined for greater things, far beyond what someone like her could ever hope to achieve. Undeterred by Taigen's threats and violence, Mei confronted him with a smile, revealing that a life of struggle was all too familiar to her. Dismissive of any consequences that might follow her demise, she playfully stuck her tongue out at Taigen. Taigen, overcome with anger, raised his hand to strike Mei, but his action was abruptly interrupted by a voice from behind. Nox's figure emerged from the dimly lit corridor as he urged Mei to cease harming herself. He emphasized that if she were to perish within the confines of the prison, it would undoubtedly bring sorrow to Alina. Taigen was surprised by Nox's unexpected intervention, but he inquired about the reason for his sudden appearance with a faint smile. Nox, devoid of emotion, addressed him directly, declaring that, by the decree of the imperial family's law, Taigen was to face execution. Nox then suggested that he surrender, pointing out that his partner, Ron, had already met his end. Taigen wore a pensive expression and lamented the unfortunate turn of events. However, he quickly shifted his focus to Nox and asked if he had come alone. Nox, unafraid, affirmed that he had indeed come here alone. A smirk appeared on Taigen's face as he remarked that it seemed like the young master of a noble family had underestimated him too much. He then questioned whether Nox really thought that he could defeat him alone. Nox maintained his composure and responded with a subtle smile, affirming his belief in his ability to overcome the odds. Taigen's anger surged as he drew his sword, remarking that even though things were progressing faster than he had expected, it didn't matter anymore. Suddenly, reinforcements flooded the room, effectively blocking any possible escape routes for Nox. Taigen gave the order to eliminate Nox, and the soldiers, armed and eager, heeded his call, charging forward with resounding battle cries. Despite the overwhelming odds, Nox remained a picture of calm and collected composure. He closed his eyes, seemingly undisturbed by the chaos around him, hinting at a hidden confidence or a planned strategy. As Nox's eyes opened, a message materialized, declaring the commencement of the Hour of the Genius. The world around him appeared to halt, suspended in a surreal moment in time. A notification flashed, indicating that the skill's duration was limited to a mere 5 minutes. Nox strode confidently towards the soldiers, his progress unimpeded by any obstacle. Strands of yellow light swirled around him as he moved, time slowing to a crawl, with only a single second having passed. By the time he had passed through soldiers, only 2 seconds had passed. Continuing on his determined path, Nox swiftly approached the prison cell. He effortlessly unlocked the door, his focus unwavering as he made his way to Mei. While passing Taigen, he paused briefly, locking eyes with his opponent. 4 seconds had slipped by since the initiation of the Hour of the Genius. Nox then resumed his stride toward Mei. With Mei nearby, Nox extended his hand towards her face, and a message materialized once more, indicating that there were 4 minutes and 55 seconds left. Nox decided to disengage the activated skill, allowing temporal normalcy to resume its course. Drawing out a potion, he administered it to Mei, prompting her to open her eyes. Barely conscious, Mei inquired about his identity, prompting him to reveal himself as Nox von Reinhofer. He assured her that by the time she woke up from her sleep, everything would be over. As Taigen's gaze locked onto Nox, a sense of disbelief enveloped him. He couldn't help but question how he had defeated his subordinates so quickly. But suddenly, he felt something amiss, and the next moment, he collapsed to the ground. As he looked back, he saw blood trickling from his wounded legs. What shocked him even more was the sight of his subordinates succumbing to unseen sword strikes. Horror gripped his heart as he tried to comprehend what was happening here. Taigen's focus shifted back to Nox, who let out a chilly warning that his death wouldn't be easy. Taigen looked into Nox's eyes, devoid of any empathy. He was covered in cold sweat, finding himself questioning if he was seriously supposed to believe what was happening right now. That he, the great Taigen, was losing to a mere brat. Amidst the chaos, Nox's mind circled back to the question that had plagued him throughout his journey. What does it mean to be a genius? But a sudden shift of perspective pivoted his thoughts. He then wondered what genius meant to the character Nox, who himself was a genius. Nox lunged his sword toward Taigen, painting the ground in a deep crimson hue. Taigen stared at Nox in horror, grappling with the disbelief that he, the great Taigen, had been defeated by a mere brat. At that moment, he recalled the knight captain of the Chaytor's mercenary corps, who was his father and the most outstanding person in the village. Every man wanted to be like him, and everyone respected him. However, a childhood memory of witnessing his father abusing a woman haunted him. His father turned to him and asked if he knew the reason why the people here followed him. Taigen averted his gaze in fear and replied that he didn't know. Suddenly his father grabbed his hair, and with an evil smile, imparted a harsh reality to young Taigen, that the reason was strength. If you possess overwhelming strength, then you can get away with doing anything, and that was the law of a city on the borders of the Archeim Empire. Taigen mustered some courage and asked his father if he was the strongest person on the continent. His father, releasing the woman from his grip, admitted his own insignificance. He revealed that he was just a nobody on this continent. There were numerous unbelievably strong swordsmen on this continent, and there were also many genius kids that were Taigen's age who were stronger than him. That was what it was like for a continent that was experiencing war. The revelation struck him, and he realized that the reason he had survived so far was because he had chosen not to fight those geniuses. But now he realized that Nox must be one of those unreachable geniuses his father had mentioned. He understood what it meant to be so talented that no one could reach you. In a moment of resignation, he sighed and acknowledged that his impending demise was a consequence of his choice to engage with Nox. The clash between Nox and Taigen reached its climax as Nox thrust the sword, bringing an end to Taigen's tale. The once great Taigen succumbed to the prowess of the rising genius, his story concluding on the battlefield. In Alina's cabin, she sat alone in her room, enveloped in a sense of hopelessness, lost in thoughts about Mei. The weight of uncertainty hung heavy until, unexpectedly, Mei entered the room and called out to her. Alina, her voice tinged with shock, uttered Mei's name. Alina rushed towards Mei, embracing her tightly, tears streaming down her face. Amid sobs, she expressed the fear that Mei had truly left her. Mei, with a gentle reassurance, apologized, recognizing the distress she had caused. Internally, she reflected on her own actions, acknowledging the selfishness of wanting to do things alone while leaving Elena behind. Elena gradually calmed down and, with a still quivering voice, asked about young Master Nox's whereabouts, expressing a deep need to thank him. Jitri responded, mentioning that Nox was likely resolving the situation and engaging in a conversation at that moment. Elena, intrigued, inquired about the nature of the discussion. Jitri revealed that it seemed like Nox was taking some time for a heart-to-heart conversation with his brother. Jitri's internal thoughts, however, hinted at a skepticism about the true intentions behind this seemingly heartfelt conversation. In Grain's room, Grain grew increasingly impatient and wondered how long Ron was going to keep him waiting. He questioned the audacity of Ron for making a noble from the Reinhardt family wait. However, he couldn't help but wonder if something had gone wrong. A knock at the door interrupted his impatience. Cautiously, he inquired about the identity of the visitor. Nox directly entered the room and revealed his presence, prompting a surprised response from Grain, who questioned him about his sudden appearance. Nox, however, simply urged his brother to talk for a moment, emphasizing the importance of the matter. Grain, wearing a frustrated expression, questioned the necessity of a conversation with him. Nox, however, stared at him with cold eyes, his attire bearing stains of blood. It didn't take Grain long to realize the seriousness of the situation. Despite his reluctance, Nox emphasized the gravity of the situation and compelled him to take a seat. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the Reinhardt family, the head butler read a letter detailing Nox's actions. The letter conveyed that Nox had purged the corruption within the Chaders and administered suitable punishments to those involved. Furthermore, Nox had submitted a request for a separate reward from the family head for accomplishing these tasks. However, the head butler was unable to discern what Nox desired, so he apologized and handed over the letter to the family head, Theo. As Theo read the letter detailing the situation in Chaders, he contemplated the worsening corruption in that region. The complexities surrounding Chaders were rooted in the fact that, while the corruption there escalated daily, nobody bothered to address it simply because it wasn't considered profitable. However, Theo acknowledged the issue was not that straightforward. Chaders was a significant headache for the imperial family. He delved into the strategic importance of Chaders, situated to the east as the last line of defense. If Chaders were to fall, monsters would likely advance toward the center, posing a severe threat. The central government had invested considerable resources, funds, troops, and mercenary corps, to safeguard the relevant areas. Chaders, although seemingly useless, couldn't be entirely abandoned due to its critical role in preventing a greater catastrophe. Theo voiced his concerns about the dangerous bandit groups, especially singling out Taigen as a formidable threat. Even for Grain, dealing with these groups posed a significant challenge. The head butler concurred, stating that if the Ron Knights, or rather the Ron Bandits, were to attack Grain, the situation could take a dire turn. In response, Theo asserted that if Grain and his group couldn't handle a situation of that level, they didn't deserve to be called a part of the Reinhardt family. He revealed that he had already assigned the Black Sword Knights to them to ensure their safety. However, he redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand, Nox. Theo contemplated the motivations behind Nox's actions and expressed his difficulty in understanding why Nox would purge the corruption in Chaders without any clear gain. The same applied to Nox's request for Chaders. He wanted the imperial family to give him authority over it, but Theo couldn't understand just what could be gained from such a desolate place. Nox had even mentioned that if he were unsuccessful, he was willing to give up his rights as the youngest son of the Reinhardt family. Theo found this proposition perplexing, wondering what could be gained from that decision that would prompt Nox to give up his familial rights. The head butler hesitated before asking if Theo would reject Nox's proposal, but Theo ultimately decided to accept it. If Nox could genuinely overcome all threats in Chaders, he would undoubtedly gain jurisdiction over the region, allowing Theo to grant it to him. Theo smiled, considering this a good opportunity to assess Nox's ability to manage a territory. The head butler acknowledged his decision and mentioned that he would send a letter to the Empire to initiate talks to obtain Chaders. Theo granted his permission to proceed with this. After the butler had left, he glanced at the letter, and a serious expression appeared on his face. He couldn't help but question just how far ahead Nox was planning. Grain found himself shaken to the core as he tried to confirm whether Nox meant that Ron and Taigen wanted to kill him, and that he had been their underling all this time. Nox affirmed that all of this was true. His mind raced, contemplating the audacity of those who would attempt to deceive the prestigious Reinhofer family. Frustration clouded Grain's thoughts as he shifted his gaze towards Knox. In his internal reflections, he acknowledged that Knox was proving to be more troublesome. Sensing Grain's scrutiny, Knox smiled and casually inquired if he was afraid of him. Grain's face contorted with a mixture of emotions, and he replied cryptically, "How amusing." Internally, he acknowledged the need to restrain himself. Passing the upcoming test to become a knight was paramount, and succumbing to the provocations of someone like Knox could jeopardize that. Resigned to the reality of the situation, he reluctantly accepted Knox's offer, realizing that his life hung in the balance. Suppressing his pride, Grain asked Knox what he wanted in return. Knox was pleased to learn that his brother was quick to calculate the pros and cons. He then outlined his demand: the right to command all the soldiers under his jurisdiction. Grain immediately agreed to Knox's condition. He knew that even if he withheld the army, his life now rested in Knox's hands, and he had to admit that he was uncertain about Knox's true strength. Seeking to balance the scales, Grain laid down his own condition. He asked Knox to guarantee his life and ensure that the outcome of their collaboration favored him. Knox agreed to his conditions, but he pointed out that he had made two requests: guaranteeing his life and influencing the outcome. Grain restrained himself and reluctantly offered the mineral rights and artifacts of his large mine in exchange. He then asked Knox to ensure that he took care of things properly. Knox assured him that it was a small price to pay compared to his life. Rising from his seat, Knox smiled and conveyed his appreciation for Grain's cooperation during his stay in Chaders. However, his expression turned serious as he cautioned Grain against any impulsive actions. Sometime later, in Alina's cabin, she sat on the ground engrossed in documents, expressing uncertainty about creating metallization and corroding potions, as she had never made them before. However, after contemplation, she concluded that it was indeed possible. Knox, seated nearby, praised her for her thoughtful response. Jitri expressed concern and questioned whether it would truly be okay, as his plan seemed too dangerous. She acknowledged that as an ordinary maid, she shouldn't be asking such questions, but wondered if there was a specific reason he needed to kill the griffin. May echoed this sentiment, emphasizing the importance of not losing their hero in vain. Knox reassured them, dispelling their fears. He stated that if the plan were impossible, he wouldn't have proposed it. He could understand why they were so worried, but he couldn't tell them that there was something he needed to obtain after killing the griffins, so he had no choice but to lie. Responding to the lingering questions, he firmly declared that he had thoroughly considered the plan, discouraging any further inquiries. Jitri, understanding the situation, pledged to prepare everything needed for the task. Knox knew that killing the griffin in Chaders at the beginning of the game was actually close to impossible, as no one had succeeded in doing so. Suddenly, a sly smile spread across his face as he revealed that this was only true when they excluded him. He then started to explain the plan to the group and warned them to listen carefully, as he was not going to repeat it. It was impossible to defeat Griffin using a conventional playstyle in this particular scenario. However, there existed a hidden route that allowed for Griffin's demise, and this secret was exclusively known to the so-called stagnant water gamers. Knox fell into this category, having successfully completed Inner Lunatic 26 times. This explained his determination to vanquish the Griffin in the shadows of Chaders. The task was challenging but straightforward, with the promise of a significant reward motivating him to pursue it. Knox questioned the group, asking if they understood the plan. In response, they enthusiastically affirmed their understanding. With a concise end to the explanation, Knox declared the plan would be set into motion the following day. As the next day dawned, Knox, in a moment of contemplation, patted his horse. The gravity of the situation settled in. He had to put his life on the line, a necessity in the unforgiving world of Inner Lunatic, to which he had transmigrated. The ground began to shake as numerous monsters of diverse races charged toward the defensive outpost, signaling the commencement of the plan. Knox stood atop the defensive wall and surveyed the approaching menace. He barked orders, and Alina and May responded with crisp voices, while Grain, wearing an annoyed expression, grunted his acknowledgement. Knox addressed the soldiers, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and reminding them that they had only one chance. The soldiers responded with a resounding affirmation. In a moment of reflection, he wondered why this moment felt so new. The realization that he had become Nox von Reinhofer, the sole strategist, weighed heavily on him. Dietrich arrived behind him, expressing concern about whether he would truly be all right. As she had mentioned the day before, the plan seemed too dangerous. But Nox silenced her, gesturing for her to stop. He then looked at her with a calm demeanor and told her to trust her master, assuring her that he wouldn't die. Nox then jumped off the wall, and thoughts surfaced in his mind about the moment he made a promise that he could not keep since he was terminally ill. Skillfully slowing his fall by sticking his sword into the wall, he propelled himself toward the approaching horde of monsters. Initiating the assault, he hurled a corroding potion at an iron golem, making it an easy target. A swift slash was all it took for the iron golem to fall. A series of messages appeared, indicating that he had successfully defeated the iron golem, and the proficiency for Chater's southern sword technique had increased. Nox began killing monsters left and right, stating that if he hadn't made that promise, he might actually die. A sly smile crept onto his face as he started slaughtering the monsters, urging them to become his stepping stones so that he could finally enjoy the game more, which had now become his reality. His expression widened as he noticed a colossal griffin soaring overhead. Facing the griffin, Nox greeted it with a determined look and questioned whether they should get started. The shock was palpable among the onlookers. Elena, overcome by the spectacle, questioned the reality before her. She couldn't fathom a knight capable of such combat prowess. Was it truly humanly possible? May, equally astonished, expressed her thoughts on Nox's speed, noting that his movements surpassed the limits of their eyes to follow. She couldn't help but wonder just what kind of place the Reinhofer family was. Dietrich provided some background on the Reinhofer family, a family renowned for swordsmanship and also a place where internal conflicts take place to determine the worthy inheritor of the Black Sword. Dietrich confidently asserted that Nox was the most talented among the candidates. Meanwhile, Grain, feeling a tinge of jealousy, grappled with a headache induced by the constant praise lavished upon Nox. Dietrich found herself contemplating the reasons behind Nox's decision not to address the circulating rumors about him. She harbored a certainty that Nox had his motivations, even if they remained elusive. Just then, May spoke up and admitted that the rumors about him might not be entirely accurate. She speculated that there were compelling reasons for Nox to maintain a facade of being a good-for-nothing, though she couldn't fathom what those reasons might be. Dietrich, wearing a knowing smile, acknowledged her sentiments. She then bowed and urged the others to play along with Nox's act, emphasizing that he was a wise person after all. Before she could articulate her thoughts fully, Elena cut in and questioned if she wanted her to hide Nox's true nature. Elena reassured her with a smile, and May also pledged to keep silent. After seeing this, Dietrich couldn't help but smile at the camaraderie forming among them. Suddenly, Griffin's war cry reverberated, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present. Grain, witnessing Griffin's formidable presence, couldn't believe that Nox intended to face such a powerful opponent. In his mind, Nox seemed to be teetering on the edge of insanity. The battle commenced with Griffin launching its claws at Nox, who agilely dodged the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Nox aimed to strike with his sword, but Griffin swiftly evaded by employing its powerful wings to ascend. After the Griffin flew in the air, Nox turned his cold gaze to Grain, as if silently instructing him to take action. Though frustrated, Grain recognized the necessity of following orders. Thus, he obediently directed the troops to refrain from firing until the Griffin neared the fortress walls. Once it approached closely, they were to unleash the ballistas upon his command. Ensuring clarity, Grain asked if everyone comprehended the task, and in response, he received a resounding acknowledgement from the soldiers. They then began to prepare the ballistas for action. Finally, the moment arrived when Griffin neared the fortress walls. Grain signaled the soldiers with a green light, and ballistas were unleashed towards Griffin. Upon realizing the imminent danger, the creature emitted a fearful cry. Unfortunately, it was too late. A ballista pierced its wing, prompting a painful scream. The Griffin soon entered a free fall towards the ground. Nox observed the unfolding events with a satisfied smile and recognized the need to neutralize Griffin's flight ability to defeat it effectively. Without hesitation, he consumed a metallization potion that increased his stamina by 1. Confident in his preparations, Nox reveled in the unfolding strategy to bring down the formidable foe. Some days ago, Grain, overwhelmed by anger, protested Knox's request to create ballistas, considering it beneath him. He suggested that they could ask someone else to do that. However, Knox's response was straightforward. He suggested Grain face the griffin on the battlefield if he found the task distasteful. After a brief contemplation, Grain gave in and questioned how many ballistas he needed. Returning to the present, Knox approached the fallen griffin and considered Grain's potential usefulness, noting his good instincts. Knox's gaze, cold and calculating, locked onto the injured creature as he acknowledged that the only thing left would be the effectiveness of Alina's potion and proving himself by defeating the griffin. The griffin was overcome with fear and attempted to flee, but it encountered an unexpected obstacle. Despite its attempt to take flight, the pain from the wound on its wing forced it back to the ground. Knox advanced toward the struggling creature and taunted him. He noted Griffin's frustration at the unexpected turn of events, emphasizing that normally such injuries should be nothing for him, since he was the griffin, a high-level monster. But the ballista bolts that pierced through his wing were not normal. They had been slathered with tons of poison that the griffin liked so much. Knox ominously told him to look forward to what was coming, as the real pain would set in within the next 5 minutes. As the griffin swung its claws towards Knox, he coolly responded, stating that 5 minutes were all he needed. The skill, Hour of the Genius, activated, and everything in Knox's perception seemed to be frozen in place. Knox was overwhelmed by the pressure radiated by Griffin and realized that it was definitely different from the game. However, he knew that he would not be the one who would be dying today. The griffin, initially confused, was suddenly slashed multiple times from different directions. By the time the creature realized, Knox had already maneuvered behind it. Knox, seizing the opportunity, looked at Grain and called out his name. Grain, in shock, questioned whether this was truly the Knox he used to know. Nevertheless, he reluctantly acknowledged the situation and ordered the soldiers to fire the ballistas. Ballistas rained down at Griffin, piercing him from multiple angles, and Griffin's painful cries reverberated through the air. Knox let out a chilling laugh, and his sword began emanating a dark aura. Pointing the weapon toward the wounded Griffin, he wore a cold smile and declared that it was time to put an end to this. Griffin's anguished scream echoed through the battlefield as bolts pierced his formidable form. Onlookers, both soldiers and civilians alike, stood in shock and disbelief, witnessing the intensity of the unfolding battle. Knox, undeterred by the agony he had inflicted, charged at Griffin, unleashing a technique known as black execution. In a swift and calculated move, Knox severed Griffin's retaliatory claw with a single slash. Before Griffin could comprehend the rapid turn of events, Knox's sword cleaved through the mythical creature, splitting it in two. As Griffin crumpled to the ground, lifeless, Knox declared his victory by calmly sheathing his sword. The skill Hour of the Genius ended, and the strain of the technique took its toll, evident in his heavy panting. When his cold gaze met the surviving monsters, it sent shivers down their spines. Gripped by fear, the monsters fled the battlefield in a desperate bid for survival. Witnessing the monsters' retreat, the people of Chaders erupted in victorious cheers. Knox received a message notifying him that he had gained a 60-day extension after defeating the Griffin, and the remaining life he had left was 179 days. The joyous cries of the people echoed, and some shed tears of happiness. Observing the jubilation around him, Knox couldn't help but smile and express that it felt pretty good seeing everyone happy. Meanwhile, Grain was frozen in shock at the unexpected ease with which Knox dispatched the formidable monster. Griffin was a high-level monster, so he couldn't believe that a monster like that was stumbling around because of Knox. His thoughts echoed with the notion that taking down such a creature should require at least the prowess of an academy professor. The realization weighed heavily on Grain as he contemplated whether he had no choice but to acknowledge his strength. He realized that if everything Knox had shown so far was true, he might bring about a significant change to the successor ranking within their family. After a moment of contemplation, Grain made a firm decision. He acknowledged the need to align himself with the right side of this unfolding scenario. Approaching Knox along with the soldiers, he asserted control over the situation, stating that he would oversee the safe removal of Griffin's corpse, leaving Knox in charge of loot distribution. Knox was puzzled by this unexpected move from his brother. Before leaving, Grain advised Knox to go back and have some rest. With a knowing smile, Knox recognized the impact his display of strength had on Grain. As Grain departed, Knox seized the moment to access hidden clear rewards. A message materialized, presenting the details of the obtained item. Griffin's Heart. It was categorized as a miscellaneous item with an advanced grade and a wind attribute. The Griffin's Heart was also known as the Outlaw of the Wilderness and held a special effect. It could be utilized to create an elixir. This elixir had the unique capability of altering stamina and agility. Depending on how skilled the alchemist was, the elixir would either increase or decrease those stats. Sometime later, in Alina's room, the Griffin's Heart lay in her hand, and she agreed that, as Knox had said, there was power of wind within this heart. She speculated that if they made good use of this, they could create elixirs or equipment that had only existed in rumors. Knox didn't have much time to wait around, and was determined to use the heart to make an elixir. So, he asked Alina about the time required to create an elixir. Alina explained that it depended on the situation, and with the tools she currently had, it might take a while. Knox, determined to accelerate the timeline, offered to provide all the necessary tools. But amid this conversation, he extended an unexpected proposition. With a casual demeanor, he expressed his desire to hire both Alina and May as servants of the Reinhafer family. The shock on their faces was palpable. May expressed their commoner status and questioned the feasibility of such an arrangement. But Knox remained unfazed and questioned if something like that was important. He asserted that if they possessed something he needed, he would utilize them, and there was no reason for them to not make use of him as well, but he emphasized that he would not allow a subordinate to harm their master. Knox recognized that no one was able to make use of the monster's core properly at this point in time, especially since it was an item that had never been seen before, particularly as it was a unique item obtained by defeating a hidden boss that wasn't meant to be beaten. Crafting with it would be impossible for anyone other than a genius. Just then, Alina spoke with a firm declaration of trust, stating that they would follow and trust Knox for the rest of their lives, given that he had saved them. Knox's smile revealed his satisfaction with her answer. He contemplated the acquisition of two genius characters and recognized the potential they held. As he prepared to depart, he informed them of their departure in 3 days. The elixir would be crafted secretly upon their return to the family estate, away from prying eyes. Emphasizing the need for secrecy, both Alina and May affirmed their understanding with a resolute yes. Knox and Jitri ventured out of Alina's hideout, making their way toward the inn through the sewers. Amid their journey, Jitri abruptly halted, prompting Knox to inquire about the reason for the sudden stop. Jitri expressed her observation that he was different from what she had heard about him. Knox, confused, asked for clarification. She pointed out the rumor about him being a selfish person who only cares about himself, but she knew that at least that part was not true. She then requested Knox to promise her that if he ever found himself in a difficult situation, he would let her know if she could be of help, despite her lowly status. She also expressed confusion about why so many people disliked him. Knox turned around and started leaving, assuring Jitri that he would seek her help if the need arose. He then shifted the conversation, expressing concern about the chilly night and urging her to move quickly to avoid catching a cold. As they continued their journey, Jitri couldn't help but smile at Knox's nagging. However, an embarrassed expression later clouded her face. In front of her, Knox was lying on the bed, ill, and he knew what she was about to say, so he stopped her from doing so, finding it humiliating. Jitri reassured him, acknowledging that such things happened, emphasizing that he was still growing. Just then, a message appeared before him, revealing that he had contracted a negative ailment, cold, due to frequent sickness, and another negative ailment, chronic cough. Knox sighed in frustration, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Some days later, as Knox and Grain returned from their expedition to Chaders, a guard's announcement echoed through the territory welcoming them. The news of their return quickly circulated among the people, drawing attention to the presence of May and Alina alongside them. Whispers rippled through the crowd as onlookers speculated about the newcomers. A debate unfolded among the spectators, questioning whether May and Alina were the new servants of Knox. Some expressed skepticism, citing Knox's history with women and insinuating that his apparent improvement might be a facade. Concerns about potential consequences for speaking ill of Knox arose, warning against potential beheadings for those who criticized him openly. Amid the chatter, doubts emerged about the truth of Nox clearing the missing child's forest. Some dismissed it as a lie, while others countered, referencing the patriarch's affirmation of the events. Nox was accustomed to the persistent image that seemed to cling to him and realized that, regardless of his actions, the perception of him as a good-for-nothing persisted. Resigned to this reality, he decided to confront the murmurs. Suddenly, Nox's gaze turned cold as he addressed the crowd, questioning if they didn't have any work to do. He remarked that they must have plenty of time on their hands to waste. The rebuke prompted a swift dispersal of the onlookers, creating a hasty retreat. As the crowd scattered, head butler Rodwell approached Nox and delivered news that the patriarch had requested a private meeting with him. Nox's expression shifted to seriousness, and he began anticipating the impending conversation. A couple of minutes later, the young master stood in his father's office. Theo looked at him and acknowledged his arrival. Nox immediately knelt, bowing deeply, and conveyed that he understood he had been summoned. The head of the family narrowed his eyes, mentioning they needed to discuss certain matters, and hinted that his youngest son might also have something to share. Theo continued, noting that rumors praised Nox's critical contribution to the mission's success, crediting him with ensuring everyone's safe return, save for the traitors. Even Garen had acknowledged his accomplishments. Nox tensed, and cautiously asked if his elder brother had truly reported everything. A letter lay on Theo's desk as he responded affirmatively, stating that Garen admitted he could hardly have completed the mission alone. The young master frowned, casting his gaze downward, wondering what Garen might be aiming to achieve with such praise. Theo calmly closed his eyes, pulling out a small bundle of papers, and told his youngest son that he didn't summon him for trivial matters. He handed the papers to Nox, commending him on accomplishing an almost impossible task and glorifying the Reinhofer family name once more. In keeping with his promise, Theo would grant him what he had asked for. Nox took the papers, opening them to reveal 2 red seals at the bottom. Theo then informed him that Chaders now officially belonged to him. The young master rose, smiling as he bowed in gratitude before thanking his father for his generosity. Afterward, Theo tapped a thoughtful finger on the table and rubbed his chin, watching his son intently. Nox, sensing a lingering question, wondered what else his father might want to address. Theo soon voiced the thought. Nox was Nox Reinhofer, the family's youngest son. Would he consider taking his father's place? Nox's eyes widened in surprise, fear flickering across his face. Theo narrowed his gaze, studying his son's reaction as Nox bit his lip, pondering why this topic had come up so suddenly. Meanwhile, in a distant desert, an unusual palace stood tall. A red-haired masked man held a device resembling a watch, displaying how Nox had killed the griffin. He reported to an older man who wore a pink feather on his shoulder that the griffin was dead. The older man noted that the Reinhofer brat had been victorious, and that Chaders had been completely conquered. Rumors circulated about the youngest son's achievements. The red-haired man, addressing the elder as Crumbs, expressed the need to prepare for war. When Kemi asked if it was truly worth it, the red-haired man replied that the Reinhofer family had stolen something priceless from him, leaving him with nothing to lose. Kemi bowed respectfully, agreeing with him. They both wore golden jewelry on their necks and arms, their skin a shade darker than most others around them. Smiling, the red-haired man rose and took the hand of a young girl with short red hair, who wore a pink scarf. Crumbs tenderly stroked her cheek and told her that the day they would subjugate the kingdom, and the day she would awaken, was close. Back in his father's office, Nox remained unsure how to respond to Theo's question. Their conversation was interrupted by Rodwell, who suggested that such a question might be premature for the young master, reminding Theo of the heavy responsibility that came with leading the family. Nox looked at Rodwell with intensity, yet Theo disagreed. He asserted that now was indeed the right time. Feeling panic rise, Nox apologized to his father, respectfully declining the proposal. He clarified that he couldn't assume the title, not now, and even suggested that Garen would be a more fitting choice. Theo slammed his fist on the table, declaring that it was not Nox's decision to make. Bowing again, the young master confessed that he didn't want the headship, deeming it too burdensome and beyond his capability. Theo questioned whether his son feared responsibility, to which Nox calmly replied that he found such feelings to be natural. After a pause, Theo closed his eyes and told Knox he understood and respected his choice. For now, Knox expressed his gratitude, and Theo warned him that his extraordinary talent wouldn't remain hidden forever. People would continuously test him, and he must be prepared for it. Knox wanted to respond but simply nodded in agreement. Theo then dismissed him, knowing he was likely tired from his journey. Thanking his father for his consideration, Knox left. Minutes later, Knox was back in his room, sitting as Gitri, his maid, stood nearby. She asked if the head of the family had truly not scolded him. He reassured her, saying there was nothing to worry about, as nothing negative had happened. There was no mention of him needing to reject anyone. Gitri looked away with a sigh, then turned back to him. She mentioned that chambers for Alina and May had already been prepared. Knox praised her, calling it excellent work. She dismissed it as merely the duty of a maid. Yet before she could finish her thought, the young master interrupted. He told her that if everything in the world was done as it should be, then there would be no hatred, theft, and murder. Gitri awkwardly placed a finger on her lip, and he again praised her, telling her that she did well. She bowed before him and thanked him. Knox looked serious. He was thinking that it seemed like everything was serious now. He would become the best student at the best educational institution for magicians and knights, the Elaine Academy. At this time, Theo told Rodwell that their conversation with their youngest son had been difficult, as he thought. Butler told him that he still felt that he had raised the subject too early, because if Knox had known thoroughly everything there was to know about his position, his answer might have been different. The head of the family did not agree with him, and told him that the young master's look was as if he had already written out his own future for himself. If Knox is afraid of anything, it is not his position, or even him, but something more inevitable. He was afraid of something like when you look into the abyss. Theo thought that, at the moment, Knox was only afraid of death. He wondered why, in his reality, he was still afraid of this. Rodwell told him that he was not supposed to say such things, but he thought that his youngest son was greatly affected by what happened to Madame. Theo smiled sadly and agreed with him, then told him that Knox might even blame him for this, because for him he was just a pathetic person who could not protect his mother. Rodwell wanted to discuss one more thing, so he told the head that he believed that Mr. Guerin would soon become active and was planning something big. Theo frowned and told him that he would take that into account. In an unknown place, there were many corpses. The whole earth was red with blood. Many demons flew towards Theo. Suddenly, one of his grown-up sons appeared in front of him. He told him that his father should just give in and go along with it. Theo thought that this was the power of the Grand Duke. Talia stood in front of the mirror. She was wearing a beautiful fluffy yellow dress, and there were many more clothes lying around her. Emma was folding her clothes and asked her if she looked good. The maid looked tired, holding a burgundy dress in her hands, and called out questioningly to her mistress. Emma told her that she had shown her this kit almost 20 times. Talia ran back and forth and examined the new dresses. She said that this dress looked good, and the other one too. She asked what accessories to match the dress. There were accessories and beautiful pink shoes on the table. Emma told her that she was too excited. There was a slight blush on Talia's face. She happily told the maid that everything was so beautiful. Emma sighed heavily and told her that wasn't what she meant. She was talking about young Master Knox, since this would be their first meeting since he was officially announced as her fiancé. Talia turned away from her and blushed, then asked if maybe that dress with ruffles would look better on her. After that, she frowned with displeasure, and Emma said, offended, that she was not helping her at all. She had to admit that she didn't care about it. The maid looked to the side wearily and told her that she always said that. Meanwhile, at the Reinhofer family estate, Knox looked handsome, wearing a black suit with purple details and a beautiful jewel on his collar. He saw Alina. She buried her head in the sofa. She heard his steps, raised her head, and then told him that he had come. Alina looked shabby, and there were bags under her eyes. He agreed with her and told her about the elixir, but he didn't finish the thought and asked her worriedly how she was feeling. The young master told her that she didn't look very good. Alina smiled awkwardly and crossed her arms, telling him that she was always like that when she was focused on her goal. She'd take care of her friend so Knox didn't have to worry about it. Alina smiled and told her that she was the best. She laughed sweetly and then told the young master that he didn't need to worry about them, and he'd better take a look here. She pointed her hand to the side. Knox looked there and saw a bottle of blue liquid. It glowed. The young gentleman walked up and took the bottle into his hands. Basic information about this item appeared on a black screen. It was a disposable type wind elixir with an advanced level. The attribute of the elixir was wind, which gave +1 point to endurance and +3 points to agility. The elixir had no requirements or special effects. The bottle of liquid levitated above Nox's hands, and Alina looked at him expectantly, asking him if he liked it. The system notified him that the effectiveness of this potion was increased by 200% since it was made by the genius of alchemy, Alina. The young master smiled and thought that he had finally got it. The elixir of wind. Not only increases stamina, but also has a hidden agility indicator. Agility greatly influences the skill hour of genius. Therefore, he simply needed to get this potion. It was good that he had the genius of potions, Alina. If he hadn't recruited her, everything could have been much more difficult. She waited for his answer. The young master continued to smile and told her that she had done a great job. Alina blushed with joy and smiled. Nox immediately drank the liquid. Turquoise energy appeared around his body, and for a second, it was as if the wind blew. He told them that they were all finished now. The young master went out into the corridor, followed by Jitri. He smiled and confidently said that it was time for them to visit Alina. At the moment, his main characteristic was this. His name was Nox. He was male, 15 years old, his race was human, and his attribute was darkness. Nox had no accomplishments. His bonuses were a genius in close combat, a genius in magical perception, a strong mind, and a master of acting. His limitations were mortally ill, cold limbs, morbidity, and obsession. Nox's stats were better. His stamina was 6, +1 point. His mana was 9, +1 point. His luck was 11, +1 point. And his charisma was 26 points. In addition, he possessed skills such as Genius Hour, mid-level heirloom sword mastery, southern sword, and ignition technique. Nox's remaining life due to his fatal illness was only 150 days. The system notified him that the magic perception genius bonus had been activated as his mana had reached 10 points. Sometime later, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. It was the Elaine Academy building. It looked luxurious. A HSE-drawn cart arrived at the academy grounds. Nox came out, and Jitri was behind him. The young master looked very handsome, even wearing white gloves. Everyone began to discuss his arrival. One student said that he had white hair and lavender eyes. He asked if this was the youngest son of the Reinhofer family. The guy with blonde hair told him that he had heard that Nox was the one who would be entering the academy this year. The guy asked if this lousy son really went to the academy. He was told that he needed to watch his words, otherwise he might lose his head. Nox smiled and then asked why it was so noisy here. He rubbed his neck with his hand, looked at them arrogantly, and then asked if there were dogs yapping around somewhere. The men immediately fell silent and left. The young master also walked toward them. Jitri looked at him worriedly, and then opened her eyes wide in surprise. She saw another cart with a horse, and Emma emerged from it. She smiled and called out to the young master. Jitri bowed before her, while Nox looked displeased, telling her that they had already arrived earlier. The system notified him that his acting skill was temporarily unavailable because he was too shocked. Emma agreed with him, saying it was because it was the Elaine entrance ceremony. She pointed to the carriage and told Talia she needed to get down and greet Mr. Nox. Talia began to panic, loudly asking if Nox was really there. She quickly slammed the carriage door and told Emma they needed a moment. After a brief pause, Talia exited, dressed in a beautiful academy uniform, her face red with embarrassment. Nox looked at her, thinking that although he expected her to be here, everything felt unexpectedly strange. He remembered practicing with a sword in the training room, suddenly dropping it in shock and asking Ron what she had just told him. The maid looked at him questioningly and replied that she'd only mentioned they were planning to betroth him to Lady Talia. She was about to elaborate, but Nox, panicked, grabbed her shoulders and asked how he was supposed to know. He told her it was a huge problem. But now he hopelessly closed his eyes, realizing that after checking, it was true. Their families had arranged the marriage without their knowledge, and he was not pleased. Talia was visibly embarrassed, stuttering slightly. She smoothed her hair and greeted him awkwardly. Nox looked away and returned her greeting emotionlessly. Talia seemed thrilled, smiling as she looked at him. Jitri approached her master and whispered, asking if this was Lady Talia, his fiancée. Nox responded irritably, telling her not to say that. Talia happily asked how he was doing. Coldly, he replied he was fine, and asked how she was. She answered that she was fine too, blushing. Their conversation was interrupted by a horse's neigh. Everyone turned toward the sound. In front of them was a green carriage. Knox thought of another renowned genius of Elaine Academy, Eleanor de Rival, who was from a rival family secretly ruling the continent. She was beautiful, with blue eyes and red hair, exuding an air of grace. Eleanor stepped down, smiling as she announced her arrival. Knox thought about her intense dislike for the original Knox in the game. Eleanor laughed, covering her mouth with her hand, and addressed her servant, calling him Mr. Knox. She remarked that she hadn't known he'd been selected to enroll in the academy, expressing her gladness to meet him. Knox asked if she was Eleanor, to which she smiled and confirmed, recalling a childhood memory. She added that she was the same heir to the merchant family he had looked down upon, giving him a slightly menacing look. Eleanor smiled, mentioning that she never thought they'd meet again. Knox reflected on her status as the only daughter of the richest merchant family, owning nearly half the continent, and her future nickname, the Money Fox. He panicked a little, remembering their childhood argument. The system notified him that his master acting skill was again unavailable. He recalled his childhood, seeing a young girl with red hair, looking at her displeased and calling her a non-entity, scoffing at the notion that status could be bought with money. Little Eleanor had blushed in shame and cried. Knox looked at her, realizing their tense relationship was a consequence of his actions. He thought that it seemed there were more people than ever ready to pierce his heart with a blade. Eleanor smiled and asked if something was wrong, noting he wasn't acting like himself. Crossing his arms, Knox asked how she thought he usually behaved. She told him to stop pretending, asking if he really enjoyed hearing insults. Knox narrowed his eyes in irritation, thinking she was a stubborn fool. He suggested she leave if she intended to quarrel. Eleanor laughed, telling him she knew he was still the same nasty fool. The young master frowned, asking her what she wanted, and if she was really that desperate for his attention. Eleanor, laughing sweetly, apologized, saying she had no desire to covet anything from the black sheep of the Reinhofer family. Knox thought to himself that he knew her disdain for Knox wouldn't vanish. He activated his vision skill, and information about Eleanor appeared. Her main attributes were, she was female, 15 years old, of the human race with a wind attribute, and held titles as a genius at counting and acting. However, she had limitations: vanity, pride, and a weakness against southern sword techniques. As Knox studied her stats, he noted that her characteristics remained the same, which, in his view, was better. The rival family, he thought, was willing to pay dearly for the title of D in their name. Alina's father paid dearly. She hated it. But still she made the most of this fact. She was too vindictive and touchy, and old Knox foolishly decided to quarrel with her. Knox tested her patience and quietly remarked that she shouldn't have been meddled with at all. Alina bowed before them and told him she would leave, but they wouldn't say goodbye, as they were not close enough to wish each other well. Knox, calm as ever, told her that it didn't bother him since he didn't expect anything better from a hillbilly like her. She smiled, agreed, and simply walked past him. The young master then told Talia that they also needed to go, as the entrance ceremony would begin soon. She looked a bit worried and thoughtful, but quickly agreed with him. They headed toward the academy entrance, and Knox thought that now he definitely wouldn't be able to get rid of Talia because she was his fiancée, but he would try to make the most of this situation. As he glanced at the Elaine building, he thought it was time to get back on his feet. A couple of minutes later, they were inside. The young master looked around and told his bride that, as expected, the children of many renowned families had gathered. Some newcomers were already talking to each other, and Knox considered that although some of them might be useless and not align with the original story, it would still be advantageous to enlist their support. He remembered several individuals: Paracelsus Lenore, the girl with yellow hair, the guy with black hair, and the girl with pink hair, the strongest characters in the game. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he decided it would be best to avoid them to prevent completely derailing the plot. A cautious approach was necessary. Suddenly, he asked the maid and Dias if he thought too many eyes were on him. Gitri told him that this was indeed the case. The aristocrats glanced at him every now and then, with shock and occasional contempt in their gazes. The maid furrowed her brows and told him she thought he would be popular in Elan. The young master crossed his arms, repeated her words, and asked if she thought the looks were too unkind for him to consider himself popular. Talia looked at him worriedly. Suddenly, someone coughed loudly, asking if everyone could hear him. Silence fell, and Nox looked at the stage, realizing everything would finally begin. Servants bowed before a man as a girl with white hair stepped onto the stage. She was barefoot, eating caramel on a stick, and greeted everyone with unusual clothes, azure eyes, and a strange mark on her chest. She looked somewhat human, though the students murmured, questioning if she was a child or a dwarf and where the professor was. Nox thought they were idiots, for before them stood an unimaginable monster that could not be judged by appearance. A black screen appeared before the young master, detailing the girl's information. Her name was Noah Avon Trinity. Her age and race were unknown, her attribute was ice, and her achievements included being a pillar of Elaine Academy and one of the 4 sages. Noah's bonuses were genius for mana detection and goodwill, with limitations like inferiority complex, short stature, and laziness. Her stats showed 21 strength, 26 mana, 8 luck, 22 willpower, and 10 charm points. She had 2 passive skills, Sea of Mana and Ruler's Aura, along with active skills, Water Bubble, Cold Beam, and Blizzard. The young master turned pale, realizing this was a character he should stay on good terms with. Talia looked at him questioningly, but he warned her to say nothing about this girl if she valued her life. Noah smiled widely, introduced herself, and sweetly announced she was the new dean of the academy. Raising her finger, she warned the students, not finishing her thought before her hair stood on end and her eyes glowed blue. Threateningly, she warned that if anyone called her Shorty again, she would kill them. Afterward, she sweetly asked if they understood. She told everyone they would begin the trial entry into Elaine Academy. Surprising them, as the code did not mention such rules, Noah looked arrogantly at a student who raised an objection, telling him that this was the rule of the new dean to weed out the rabble. A huge, strange seal glowed with blue light beneath the students. She wished everyone to experience it, and sinisterly wished them good luck. Nox widened his eyes, realizing it had started. Suddenly, all the students disappeared. They found themselves in a forest, with the sun shining brightly. The students lay on the ground, breathing heavily. A bearded man with a bald head shouted at them to get up, calling them idiots for lying down in front of him. The students trembled, exhausted from the ordeal, but the man turned his attention to Nox, the young master, who stood on shaky legs, struggling to stay upright. The man squinted and examined Nox, who swallowed nervously, noting how the man's bald head gleamed like a halo. This was Bernan, a martial arts instructor and academy graduate known among players as Takaki, an incongruous nickname due to his shiny bald head. Despite his appearance, he was a competent instructor. Nox thought it would be challenging to prove himself to him. Bernan scrutinized him and, with a loud voice, called him Snow White, asking if he pitied himself. The young master frowned, hoping his expression didn't betray him, and replied that nothing was wrong. Activating his master acting skill, Bernan told him to stop talking about the future and learn to use his instincts, warning him against thinking nasty thoughts. Nox calmly raised his hand and asked Bernan to tell them about the entrance test. He told him that for now, he could put aside topics of conversation that did not relate to the matter. The instructor agreed with him and then told him that first, they needed to wake up all the sleeping students, so he had better cover his ears. Of course, he still needed it. Nox obediently covered his ears with his hands. Bernan's hands glowed with a blue glow, and then he sharply clapped his hands. After this, a very loud, obnoxious sound was heard, so the students started screaming. They stood up and asked what that sound was. The guy with brown hair asked loudly, "What kind of freak did this?" The instructor hit him hard on the head with his hand and told him that he was that freak. He asked him if he really had any problems. The guy looked at Bernan's bald head. His head seemed to be glowing, so he and the other students squinted at it. The instructor folded his hands on his chest and asked him if he not only called them names but also decided to make a dissatisfied face. "Does he have an extra life?" The guy quietly apologized to him. A couple of minutes later, students were carrying other students on stretchers. The instructor shouted to them that they needed to move the students who could not wake up to a safe place. After this, the remaining students stood in front of Bernan, and he told them that since they had come to their senses, he would tell them about Eldine's entrance test. Jam listened calmly to his speech, and then thought that this test was to diligently catch monsters on this island of magic. As a reward, after the death of the monsters, gems of different colors would remain. The fewer mana gems, the higher their value. He wondered why everything was like this. Wouldn't Mora be better? The young master answered this question to himself. He smiled and thought that this was only half true because in a test, they look at two things. The first is sensitivity to mana. Of course, this had already been tested with the help of Noah's mid-level magic. Whoever woke up first from its spell was the best. The second test checks the student's ability to detect even the smallest grains of mana. It is these two indicators that allow magicians to perform best in battle, and that is why the gems are specially selected in this way. That was the whole point of the test. Bernan told the students that this place was created through the spell of Noah, the current dean. There are a lot of creatures here, and pathetic worms like them don't even know how to fight, so they will be given an indulgence. They can unite in teams. The students immediately began to look at each other to spot a partner. Suddenly, a sword began to appear next to Nox. A sword also began to appear in the disciples' hands, so everyone looked at it in surprise. The instructor told them that the maximum number of people on a team is 8, and that it would be better for them to hurry up and decide. After that, he turned around and told them that he would be waiting for them at the top. Everyone looked at him in shock. A girl called him and told him that she still had questions for him. The guy asked if he really just left like that. The man told him that he had left. The guy with the brown hair rubbed his head with his hand and said that the place where he was hit still hurt. He asked why the instructor needed to hit him on the head. Everyone else watched him leave seriously. Suddenly, a girl with pink hair raised her hand and asked if there were anyone who wanted to help the princess besides her. Behind her stood a girl with long yellow hair. Alina smiled and said that she would generously reward those who went with her. She swore on the name of her family. The students looked askance at Nox, and he turned away from them and walked into the depths of the forest alone. He smiled and thought that in the game of prophetic dreams, a mediocre person simply would not survive here. And what matters most here is a person's knowledge. In order to strengthen his terminally ill body, he needed to use this. He approached the cave and said that for this, it would be best for him to act alone. Jan smiled and quickly ran inside it. Meanwhile, the instructor stood at the top and his subordinates stood behind him. Everything around was covered in snow. He straightened his headdress and then thoughtfully rubbed his beard with his hand. He said that no matter how you look at it, it's very strange, because the new student not only withstood the dean's magic but... He didn't finish the thought and asked if Nox had also gone into the forest alone. Does he have no sense of fear at all? Or what? Bernan said that's definitely not the case, and there's another reason he's not worried. It was clear in his gaze. Even an uncut diamond is still a diamond. He said he's waiting for Nox to show him what he's worth, calling him the hidden dragon of the Reinhofer family. He looked down and waited for him to show them everything he could do. After some time, Nox's sword was covered in blood. There were many dead monsters lying on the ground, and gems lay next to them. He walked further, and a man watched him. It was a girl with long white hair who seemed to be following him. Meanwhile, Talia, the yellow-haired girl, and the pink-haired girl were fighting together with goblins all around them. They held swords in front of them. It was bloody, and the girl with yellow hair was without a sword. Talia thought worriedly about where Nox had gone. She planned to stick with him. The girl with pink hair suddenly called out to her loudly, telling her that she had the great honor of protecting Princess Penelope. The girl told her that she needed more enthusiasm. Talia agreed with her. The girl with yellow hair was called Penelope, and she was holding a large purple gem in her hands. It glowed and sparkled beautifully. Penelope told them that they had gone quite far. She believed that purple crystals were valued far above the rest. The girl with pink hair told her that maybe this is not so. After all, this is a test for Noah, one of the 4 wise men. She was sure that there was something hidden behind all this. Penelope agreed with her and then looked around excitedly. The rest of their teammates were already tired and exhausted from the battles, their clothes bloody, and they were sighing heavily. The princess told them that she thought that in their current state, not everyone would be able to make it further. The girl with pink hair frowned, thinking that this would not work because she promised Penelope to take her to the top. The current Aram Empire is rotten to the core, so in order to restore the empire to its former glory, Princess Penelope must take the throne. She thoughtfully rubbed her chin and thought that she needed to do everything possible to make this happen. Talia confidently told the princess that she could still fight, so they could simply gather those who were still able to stand on their own feet and move on. She asked her what she would order them to do. The girl with pink hair told her that she had thought about it too. Penelope frowned, squeezed the purple crystal tightly in her hand, and then relaxed it. She remembered the guy with yellow hair who looked at her arrogantly. After that, she looked down and agreed with them. She told them that they would move on. They needed to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Nox had already left the cave. Steam was coming out of his mouth because everything around was covered in snow. He rubbed his hands, trying to warm them up. The system notified him that the third-level chilly limbs restriction was now in effect. His movement speed was limited, and his character's breathing would work intermittently. Additionally, all of his character's stats would temporarily drop. Nox frowned and closed his eyes. He exhaled heavily, thinking about how he knew this would happen. Clenching his hand into a fist, he then snapped his fingers. A fireball appeared above his palm, and the system notified him that the restriction of chilly limbs had been lifted due to the owner's fire magic. The young master looked at the screen and thought that if he wanted to go far with a body like his, he would need to come up with something for this limitation. Looking forward, he muttered that this was quite enough for now. He walked further, and a small fireball levitated beside his shoulder. Nox looked around. Snow and snowdrifts were everywhere, and the wind was blowing. He noted that this was quite fitting for the frost witch, Noah. The young gentleman looked up and smiled, commenting that he understood this was the top of the mountain, but there was too much ice here. Breathing intently, he closed his eyes and sat down. Placing his palm on the ground, purple energy began emanating from his hand. He wondered how this explanation would work if this place were an ordinary island. The ice began to crack, and purple energy glowed within the entire mountain, resembling the roots of a tree. He thought that this place was artificially created by Noah, and that everything here was of magical origin. Suddenly, ice monsters appeared. He realized that these monsters were also created by magic. Nox stood up, his hand glowing purple as if absorbing energy. He mused that it was difficult to imagine the amount of mana possessed by the dean of the academy. Smiling, he clenched his fist and muttered, "Who cares?" The ice continued to crack, and huge ice monsters emerged, their bodies several times larger than Nox's. The young master observed them and noted they were ice trolls, creatures known for their high regeneration and vitality. He commented that such monsters could easily kill a beginner, but for him, they were just dust beneath his feet. One troll swung at him sharply, but Nox quickly dodged. Another giant swung a huge wooden stick at him, but the young master crouched, dodging once again. When the troll tried to hit him a third time, Nox blocked the blow with his sword. His eyes glowed purple, and he thought about Noah's obsession with talented students. She wouldn't put students in a corner before they blossomed. Ice trolls weren't weak enough that any student could handle them. In the real world, encountering them would only make a person wish for a swift end. He looked seriously at the monsters, deep in thought, but didn't finish his contemplation as 4 huge trolls stood in front of him. A girl with long white hair watched him from behind a tree. Hidden, Nox darted forward, past the trolls, thinking about how Noah's monsters might have a specific behavior pattern as an indulgence. The first troll would always hit vertically and stay in the center, while the next would strike horizontally, slower due to a wide swing. He ran toward the last monster, thinking that this one would try to pierce him, but had the weakest blow of all. As the last troll swung, Nox blocked the attack with his sword, smiling as he realized he could parry the strike. He immediately swung his sword, cutting through the monster. Moving swiftly, he began to strike the other trolls with his sword. Blood spilled from their bodies as he withdrew his weapon and struck another monster sharply. With all the opponents defeated, they collapsed to the ground. Nox bent down, picking up a gray gem that had fallen from one of the monsters. Holding it, he pondered why he ignored the other gems. The gray crystal was a hidden marker that Noah specifically placed here, and he would be able to exchange it for a very important scroll. The young master would strengthen his hour of genius skill after completing this story. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair held a purple crystal, telling his partners that at this rate, they would be the first among their peers. Elena appeared displeased, but a girl with brown hair looked at the gem with interest, expressing hope. The girls smiled joyfully, clapping their hands, and agreed that they had done well. Eleanor, lost in thought, agreed, and said this should be enough to pass the test. Her thoughts trailed off as she remembered Nox going into the forest alone. She felt haunted by a strange feeling, and looked down, emotionless, recalling her childhood. A man shook her shoulders, demanding why she had quarreled with Reinhofer's son, clad in a long burgundy coat. He shouted, reminding her that they must rise above others. He asked if she understood that they needed to reach the top. Elena looked at him in fear, crying, as he shouted that she needed to find a way to approach Nox at any cost. She thought that this man had never seen her as his daughter. Currently, she rubbed her chin thoughtfully, wondering where Nox had disappeared to, thinking that facing this test alone would be of little use. Maybe he knew a secret way to pass this test with a high score. Suddenly she raised her hand and told everyone that she had a proposal. She smiled and told them that if any of them wished to rise even higher with her, then, in the name of the rival and family, she would guarantee them an even greater reward. Everyone began to discuss her proposal. The girl with short hair asked her if she didn't like this gem, warning that they might get hurt if they went any further because it was too dangerous. Elena smiled sweetly and agreed with them. Then, she asked if they agreed that the higher the risk, the higher the reward. The guy with blonde hair confidently told her that he would go further with her. She agreed with him. And a guy in dark clothes asked if he could join them too. Elena looked down sadly, thinking that everything always came down to money. She didn't know what Nox was up to, but it wouldn't hurt to find out. After that, she smiled artificially and asked them if it was time to move on. At this time, Nox was on the top of the mountain. He thought that the reason to take risks and go alone was simple, because everything would be rewarded in full. He looked at the corpses of the ice trolls, thinking that there was almost no opportunity to improve the Hour of Genius skill in this game. It was almost impossible until he discovered the hidden agility attribute. Nox said that nothing could be done about it, even if he attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, turned around, and his sword quickly flew to the side. He was surprised by this because he had held his sword tightly in his hands. Paracelsus stood before him. Smiling, he told Nox that he hadn't expected to meet him again in this way. The swordsman smiled sweetly and told Nox that he was truly glad to see him. The young master looked at him in shock, clenching his teeth. This was not in his plan. A black screen appeared in front of him with the basic information of Paracelsus written on it. Male, 15 years old, of the human race. Attribute steel. No achievements. His bonuses were a genius of the sword and melee, a brilliant physician, strong in spirit, merciless to strong people, and compassionate to weak people. His limitations were lazy, obsessive, despises aristocrats. He had 10 points of stamina, 8 points of mana, 2 points of luck, 10 points of willpower, and 25 points of charm. His skills were fourfold: passive, maximum sword techniques, divine sword fusion, wanderer sword, and basic living sword. Nox thought that Paracelsus was one of the strongest characters in the prophetic dream game, and one of the 3 sword emperors. He wondered what such an exceptional person was doing here. The young master remembered that Paracelsus should fight the main character of the prophetic dream game at this part, and be inspired by his kindness, since he would protect Eleanor, who would get into trouble. Suddenly, Nox's eyes opened wide, as he realized something might be wrong here. Paracelsus looked at him angrily, abruptly pulling out a small dagger and throwing it at Nox. The young master managed to react, deflecting the dagger with his sword. He wondered where the main character was, who was supposed to entertain the swordsman. Paracelsus grabbed his sword and smiled, then told Nox he was interested in the crystal in his hands and demanded he hand it over. The system notified the young master that the master acting skill had been activated. Nox frowned, his eyes glowing purple, and called him a dirty worm with contempt. Paracelsus began to attack him with his sword, and the young master quickly leapt back from the strikes. He thought he must be mistaken, or perhaps the main character simply hadn't appeared in this world. The swordsman smiled and struck with his sword again, but Nox blocked the blow. Paracelsus was fast, and he immediately swung at Nox again. The sword's tip almost struck the young master, who pulled his head back, frowning. He thought he would really have to entertain Paracelsus. He asked him if he realized he was now confusing all the plot cards. The swordsman smiled ominously, saying he had no idea what Nox meant, but something had bothered him when they'd met before. In Chaders, he had already wielded a sword perfectly. The young master asked him what he meant, and Paracelsus sweetly replied that he apparently had many worries. He asked if Nox could simply do as he asked, so they could each solve their own problems. The swordsman remarked that the gem would likely yield the highest score. Nox asked what would happen if he refused. Paracelsus calmly told him he'd leave him no choice but to take the crystal at any cost. They stood opposite each other, the atmosphere oppressive. The young master told him he was acting basely, asking if he'd planned this from the beginning. Paracelsus smirked and told him that he'd fallen for it himself. Nox thought that he might be the strongest character, but his talent had yet to fully awaken. Even as a genius, he had his genius hour skill for such situations, but now wasn't the time to fight seriously. The young master looked serious, considering that he might need this skill if the main character truly didn't exist, and he had to save Eleanor. He pursed his lips, realizing it was risky but unavoidable. Nox told Paracelsus that he wasn't the only one who knew everything. The swordsman smiled, asking if he really remembered his name, and teasing if Nox would ask him to be gentler out of old friendship. The young master frowned and called him by his name. Kelsis. The swordsman smiled slightly. Nox pointed his sword at him, saying he knew he only joined the academy to uncover the mystery of his teacher's death. Paracelsus glared at him, calling him an idiot. The young gentleman smiled and asked if he was ready to talk now. After some time, Elena's team climbed to the top. Snow surrounded them. Suddenly, Penelope called out to her, saying she knew she'd get there too. Elena bowed before her, telling the princess that she wouldn't stand in her way. She just needed to verify something. Meanwhile, Nox and Paracelsus continued to fight nearby. The swordsman swung his sword, but the young master dodged the blow. Penelope agreed with Elena, adding that she herself didn't want meaningless battles. The girl with pink hair called her the princess, and said it would be difficult to overcome the son of Reinhofer and Paracelsus, unless they received mortal wounds. The girl, Edna, put her hand to her chest, and told the princess she'd follow whatever she decided. Elena watched the fight between Paracelsus and Nox. She thought it was strange because the youngest son of the Reinhofer family, whom she knew, had always been unremarkable. She frowned, wondering when he had become so strong. There was tense silence in the forest. Only the sounds of battle could be heard. Nox and Paracelsus were fighting each other, and Talia looked worried. Echidna asked if she really wanted to watch the fight. Talia sighed in alarm as Echidna told her she never imagined the Destroyer of the East would become their classmate. Apparently, his name was Paracelsus. Talia asked if Echidna really knew the guy fighting Nox. Echidna closed her eyes, frowned, then affirmed that he was known as the Grey Wolf, Paracelsus. He had been destroying bandit gangs in the East since his youth, earning his nickname. Talia admitted she hadn't known this. Her partner continued, saying this was the first time she'd seen such change in the son of the Reinhofer family. She hadn't known he wielded a sword so skillfully. Echidna folded her arms and watched the battle with interest, remarking that if it weren't for Nox's viciousness and laziness, he could have become a good knight. Talia awkwardly replied that she didn't consider him pure. Her partner chuckled in surprise and asked how she knew that. Talia remained silent, looking to the side. Meanwhile, Paracelsus attacked Nox repeatedly, calling him an idiot. Nox dodged the blows, surprised to sense his opponent's voice trembling with anger. It was natural. Paracelsus had been his only teacher, but his teacher had died because of a fool from Mill's Academy. Paracelsus paused and told Nox the games were over, then swung his sword sharply at him. Nox parried, and a system notification informed him his master-level sword skill had activated. Nox smiled, asking Paracelsus why he was so angry. As they pressed their swords against each other, Nox told him he hadn't been the one who killed his beloved teacher. This enraged Paracelsus further, prompting him to swing his sword rapidly at Nox. But Nox dodged each blow, thinking his opponent's attacks had grown a bit simpler. Paracelsus might be gifted, but he was still too young. They stood facing each other. Paracelsus tried to hit Nox again, but Nox sharply kneed him in the stomach, causing him to gasp silently. He flew back a few meters, sighing heavily, then attacked again, pointing his sword directly at Nox. Nox raised his own sword in defense. Paracelsus taunted him, wondering how much longer he could keep talking. Nox smiled and told him he could talk as long as he wanted, though he felt his opponent's attacks had intensified, and that it might be best not to drag out the battle. His legs were already tiring, Paracelsus charged, and Nox realized that if Paracelsus used his teacher's living sword technique, he would likely lose. There was a reason it had become an imperial sword technique. Paracelsus warned Nox not to get distracted. Striking at him again, Nox parried, expressing distaste and taunting him as a pitiful commoner. Another system notification informed him that the restriction of the swordsman despising aristocrats had activated. Paracelsus looked at him with pity, asking if aristocrats were the reason people were forced to beg in this world. They resumed clashing, their swords locking as Nox taunted him for wasting energy on hatred. He grinned, asking if Paracelsus wanted to know something about his precious teacher. Stalling for time, Nox spotted his classmates nearby. Eleanor among them. He thought to himself that the monster would appear at exactly 9 A system notification confirmed the time was 8:58. Paracelsus, smiling ominously, warned Knox he might cut off a body part to get information. Disgusted, Knox asked if he really intended to harm a nobleman and avoid the consequences. The swordsman hesitated, glancing around, noting their classmates as witnesses. Knox announced that this would be his last attack. No matter the outcome, Paracelsus called him overconfident, suddenly charging at him with a sinister grin, eager to test his opponent. Knox responded by swinging his sword quickly, dashing past him. Paracelsus, shocked, wondered what was happening as Knox, indifferent, told him to get out of his way. He ran past, saying he didn't have time for this. A strange black spot moved along the ground toward Eleanor, who watched Knox in shock, noting how fast he'd become. She suddenly heard a strange noise and turned. A dark shadow crawled across the snow, heading straight for her. She froze, face pale, realizing she couldn't escape its approach. As the black creature appeared before her, she cried out, asking if it was someone who wandered in the night. With fear, she watched the monster, thinking she might die meaninglessly here. Covering her ears, she whimpered in terror. Then, opening her eyes wide, she saw Knox standing in front of her. He cut the monster with his sword and calmly asked her, "What is this pathetic whining?" The black shadow dissipated, and the young master silently looked at Eleanor. She asked him in shock, "Why, you?" But she did not finish the thought, as Knox sternly told her that she couldn't even kill such a small creature. Being an elite, he thought this reaction was completely natural. The Night Wanderer was a mid-level demon, and in the world created by Noah, the monster wasn't even half as strong as it should be. But this demon was real, and the person who set it up was the murderer of teacher Paracelsus. Eleanor had almost become his victim. In the original game, she became softer after the main character saved her, which Knox thought was a very stupid turn of events. Everyone looked at the young master in surprise. Alina frowned, clenched her hands into fists in embarrassment. Knox looked at her calmly, noting that the main character didn't seem to appear in this world. Eleanor blushed a little, and Penelope told him he shouldn't be so rude. She said he had saved her, but the situation was not as clear-cut. The princess asked him if he agreed with her. Knox bowed before her and agreed, and Penelope told everyone that the instructors and the new dean, Noah, should have taken their skills into account. Nightwalkers were not the demons applicants should fight. The young master calmly replied that the enemy always comes unexpectedly, and told her it was strange that she, of all people, should know this. The princess opened her eyes wide, and Echidna quickly stood in front of her, telling Knox he shouldn't bully Penelope. She annoyedly told him she was sure he perfectly understood the complexity of the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to help. Knox thought that she had ash-pink hair and a vertical pupil. It was definitely Von Zeno, the Echidna. She was the future head of the Zeno family, close to the princess, and known as the Snake of Greed. Basically, Zeno and Reinhofer didn't get along. They were families with opposing attributes. But in the game of prophetic dreams, nothing is simple. Knox calmly told her that, to be honest, he didn't even want to talk to a dog of the holy kind. Echidna asked him, displeased, if he really dared defame the name of the Zeno family. The young master asked her what she would do to him for this. At this time, a man was watching them from a hill. This man was Bernard. He loudly shouted at them to stop bickering. After that, he quickly jumped down and called them all idiots. Knox calmly asked if the exam was over. The instructor answered affirmatively, and the young master showed him the gray crystal he had obtained from the monsters. Bernard told him he didn't think any of them would actually get the gray gem. It was unexpected, but well done. If, of course, he left out Knox's arrogance, Knox looked at him questioningly, after which the instructor announced that the highest score was given to Knox, who had managed to get the gray gem, while the owners of purple gems were awarded second place. He asked if everyone agreed with this. Everyone was silent, but then the princess raised her hand. She asked if the attack by the Night Wanderer was part of the exam, saying the monster seemed all too real and demanded an explanation. Bernard told her this case would still be investigated, and that for an unforeseen situation with a risk to life, Eleanor would receive appropriate compensation. He looked at Knox, again calling him Snow White, and told him that he too was entitled to a special reward for saving a peer's life. The young master calmly turned away and told him he didn't need a reward. He thought that getting involved with Alina would only complicate things. Without the main character, the world would drown in injustice. and this wasn't quite right, but accepting the reward would mean acknowledging something that wasn't true, and he preferred to avoid such misunderstandings. After that, he went in the other direction, but Eleanor called out to him. She asked, "Why did you help me?" He opened his eyes wide and then looked back with displeasure, thinking that everything always goes awry. The system notified him that the master acting skill had been activated. The young master calmly looked at her and told her that he was just killing a monster. And then, out of nowhere, she appeared. Alina frowned questioningly and looked at him. He turned away from her again, frowning awkwardly. Knox sighed heavily, thinking about how he had avoided this conversation. Eleanor, known by her nickname, the Money Fox, was rich and calculating. She was convinced that everything in this world could be bought with money, even a human heart. However, he didn't finish the thought. Some time later, Alina was riding in a carriage, a young man sitting opposite her. She looked out the window and asked him why Knox had saved her, remarking that he'd even refused the instructor's award. She remembered his words about just killing a monster, but it felt like an obvious lie. The man spread his arms wide and asked her if it wasn't pointless. Did she not think so herself? He told her that Knox was the most common scoundrel. Alina disagreed. "It's not that simple," she argued. "Knox lied to me. He must have had a reason." The man asked if she truly believed that, and she frowned, looking out the window. Her face became serious, and she told him she needed more details. He assured her that he would try to gather as much information as possible. She cut him off, saying she would handle it personally. Then she warned him that the Reinhofer family wouldn't sit idly by if they discovered someone collecting information and compromising evidence about them. A scroll lay in her lap, listing the general and advanced subjects she'd study at the academy. The man smiled, nodding his understanding. Sometime later, in the dormitory of Elaine Academy, Knox sat in a chair. Gitri, watching him with worry, asked if he was truly okay, mentioning his pale complexion and recent hypothermia. A white towel rested on his forehead as he reassured her not to worry, that he would get better. Yet he knew there were unresolved questions. If there was no main character, then someone had to take on the role to regain his lost memories and uncover the one sending him those messages. He believed it was necessary. There was no other option. Only Knox, whom he possessed, was the villain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, stood abruptly, and asked, "Is this really a way out?" Gitri gasped, calling his name. Knox smiled, realizing that even in this world, there was a way to be both villain and protagonist. Meanwhile, in an unknown place, the sky glowed red, dark smoke swirled, and bodies lay scattered on the ground. A piece of cloth like a flag fluttered on a stick with a bird emblem. Among the corpses stood a girl with long red hair, holding a sword and looking fierce. A man in a long cloak and iron mask called her Moon Lady, telling her that the mines had begun to stir. He knelt before her, vowing to awaken. The Moon Lady declared that the continent would soon be rocked by another bloody storm. The man, Daff, asked if she was ready. She turned away, instructing him to prepare, confident their goal would be achieved. As she pulled on her cloak adorned with a moon-shaped keychain, blood smeared her hands and clothes. She swore to destroy the Aram Empire, but left the sentence unfinished. In another moment, Knox reflected on his past life, recalling that experienced gamers often shared a perspective, that the line between protagonist and antagonist was thin. Of course, he agreed with this notion. Both characters faced similar trials. Only monster bosses represented absolute evil. Villains were usually those who had endured trauma, which explained people's obsession with them. Walking through a narrow, dimly lit street, Knox, clad in a dark robe, mused that although villains and heroes were different in character, the villain could not become a hero. He grinned, realizing that in a world doomed by the absence of a protagonist, the villain might have to step up and fulfill both roles. He noticed a small house emanating a faint blue light at the entrance, as though it were illuminated. Rubbing his neck, he muttered that he didn't particularly enjoy this life on the edge, but it was all he had. There was a great organization here, a gathering of villains eager to overthrow the imperial family. Blue energy swirled in his hand, and a bright glow appeared in front of him. Later, at a large table, an instructor and other men sat in discussion. Noah, seated at the center, looked boredly to the side. Vernon asked everyone for their opinions. A man with purple hair reassured him, claiming he was in control of the test. He asked him if he had screwed up somewhere again. The instructor got angry, pursed his lips, and then called him a fool, telling him that he had already said that he was innocent. Suddenly, Noah opened her eyes wide. She looked ominous. The dean asked them what they were doing now. Bernan abruptly put his arm around the purple-haired man's neck and told her that they weren't doing anything. He laughed awkwardly and asked her if they could continue the discussion. He told everyone where they were at and didn't finish the thought because Noah smiled artificially and asked them if they hadn't listened to her. Everyone looked at her in fear, and she told them that she had informed the entire teaching staff. She asked the instructor with the man with purple hair if they weren't listening to her. As always, a gray-haired man with glasses told everyone that the dean spoke about the enemy who appeared during the entrance examinations and put the applicants in danger. Noah sighed heavily and agreed with him. She told the teachers that behind this there were people who wanted to wreak havoc in the academy, as well as throughout the empire. Eleanor was only the first target. The dean asked them if they could imagine why she, a star in the world of finance, became their target. The purple-haired man told her that it was because the rival trading company, which her family runs, imports about 70% of the goods into the Arkham Empire. Bernan told her that if the enemy deliberately wanted to strike rival, then he was unlikely to stop there. Noah agreed with him and told them that what happened was both a challenge and a warning for the academy. Therefore, they need to carefully prepare for bad events. Everyone agreed with her, so she stood up to leave, but she changed her mind, sat back down, and smiled, raising her finger. Noah told them that she also wanted to mark a person who was also a threat. Everyone looked at her in surprise, and Bernan asked her what she meant. The dean answered him affirmatively, and then remembered how she had been keeping an eye on Knox. In fact, she was the girl with the white hair. Noah told the teachers that this was a student who was supposedly the most talented in this stream of students. The man with purple hair asked her in surprise, "Who is it?" He was shocked and opened his eyes wide. He thought that there really was a person whom she immediately recognized as talented. The man thought that this was the first time since that incident with the princess. Noah told them that the student was Knox. The man with purple hair asked her if this was the same scum of the Rinoff family who was famous only for his lust. She stood up and walked toward the exit of the room, then smiled and told him that he was right. The dean remembered Knox's look and told all the teachers that this was a child, and she didn't finish the thought. Noah grabbed the doorknob and then told everyone that Knox might even be stronger than her. The man with purple hair stood up abruptly in surprise. The man in the red jacket asked, "Did I hear something wrong?" The teacher in the blue sweater asked, "How could the black sheep of the Reinhofer family be like this?" Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Knox entered a small tavern. A man with a small beard called him a kid and asked him what he forgot there. Knox smiled and told him that moonlight would shine on the sharp pen for the glory of the empire. Looked at him seriously, then, displeased, told him that he could pass, although he had no idea how that woman could tell the secret code to someone like him. The young master calmly asked him, "Wouldn't you even introduce yourself?" He smiled and walked over to the shelf. There were bottles of various drinks. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and thought about getting into the sleeping quarters. But Knox didn't finish his thought. He took bottle number 3, then number 1, then number 8, and 4. Suddenly, a blue, strong energy appeared in front of him, so he covered his face with his hand. The system notified him that he had been exposed to high-level magic, so his monoflow was temporarily reversed. The magic perception genius skill had been temporarily blocked, and his character would be teleported to the designated location. The young master's cloak and hair were billowing with a flow of air, and then he looked down sadly, thinking that his stat was still lacking. He even felt trembling in his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide because there was a sharp blade at his neck.